And good morning, YouTube. And looks like we are live on YouTube. Good morning again, everyone. And we will be live streaming in the lobby in 5 minutes.
Okay, people are here.
Or more accurately, Steve, we could have them available while we're doing the live stuff, but it would create needless drama and confusion.
Yeah. Well, I might as well say we can't. That way they don't push us to do it. Don't give them something that they
There we go. Okay, so hello world on YouTube, all one person that's probably watching. But yeah, you know, because YouTube is so large and people have so many things to watch, unless they're subscribed to the ODwire channel, they won't even get a notification that this thing just went live. And again, there's about 10,000 people subscribed to the ODwire channel on YouTube. So
I love YouTube. I watch bridge things, chess things, and you're right. There's like 30 things I watch. So therefore, if you come on, even though I'm subscribed to it, I'm gonna see you because there's other things that will come on first.
Yep.
Okay. Well, people will start coming. They have 35 minutes to the courses. They have plenty of time.
Yep. I just sent out an e-blast to everyone, reminding them to check the schedule again.
Yeah, there's one link that didn't work. Let's see if it works now. Post-course survey. Now, yeah, that link is a dead link. On your e-blast you sent out, the link that has in blue post-course survey takes you nowhere.
Oh, really? All right. Well, hopefully people will figure it out when
yeah, it's no big deal. You can't change it now.
Well, and the reality is of those emails, this is the other dirty secret that everyone should now know. Those emails, when people read them, if you actually look at what people look at in those emails, 99% of people never make it past that area sort of above the fold, like where it says little login now or download the calendar. They don't make it further down. They don't read the rest of it. Very few people do, dedicated people, but for the most part, when you create a mass email, it's the stuff that's at the top that people look at.
And I did download the new schedule, but it's the same as what was available before.
Correct. I mentioned that it was new just for people if they happen to have downloaded one like a month ago. The only change, actually, I could bring it up to show people. The only change is we lost one speaker, right? We lost Madonna,
right? Which is actually good, so that people, it's not as complicated. They only have 2 rooms to go into.
Yep. But I'm sure. But here's what's going to happen. Almost guaranteed, someone's going to come in here and say, "What happened to Rich Madonna?"
Because, no, what's happening in room 2?
Right, because they downloaded
something like that.
Right, they downloaded the schedule months ago. And they can't see it now because they don't have the new one, so they don't realize. So here it is on the new schedule. So yeah, so room 2 has nothing in it, just a little save the date notice.
Okay, any signups this morning? Curious to people, the last minute Joes.
There are a couple actually. I got to keep on my toes for it to let people in. As they come in, but yeah, very, very few. I mean, this is really sort of the bitter end.
Any confusion about the time, the scheduled time on the left-hand side, and the other time on the real time there? No. On the schedules, no one has been confused by that.
No. Are you confused by it? It's not confusing. I mean, it's just it's giving you a guide here, sort of showing you. Right, that's pretty clear as to when things start and stop.
I haven't looked at the very end. How late? How does it work towards the very end of the schedule?
Today it actually goes on.
25 minutes difference.
What's that?
The last program, it's 25 minutes later than it should. Than the 5 o'clock is 5:25. I don't have the schedule.
Oh, you don't have it in front of you. It's on my screen right now. Can you see it? It's 5:35 is when the last 2-hour class starts, and the very last class starts at 6:40.
So we almost go to 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Excuse me, our time.
Yep.
My time. And that 6 o'clock time spot is good for Selka because it's a good lecture and.
Okay, so let's see if this thing actually starts up in 40 seconds, and away we go. It's funny, it looks like it doesn't actually count the number of users in this room until the stream starts because I'm still getting 0. I know they
Yeah, I mean-
I know they changed that for the next version of the software where it actually is
Some-
real time.
Sometimes when you click on it, you do get the viewers though in the list.
Yeah.
Even though it shows 0.
Yep. We demanded that change, right, when it was performing poorly back in February, and they just left it the way it was. So, but the fix, once the new platform rolls out next week, you know, that'll all be fixed and ready to go. There's so many improvements they've made.
And I found interspersed in the lectures, a great many of our speakers are taking courses. So that's one of the things that we are giving them as a perk. We're giving them literally free entry and 60 credits if they need.
Yep. Here we go. Okay, so stream will start soon, and we'll be on our way
See?
here. Okay.
I love this 2-computer setup. I think I'm going to steal my wife's computer for the next one to have 3, to have the lobby, this, and the courses.
All right, so we're up and running. Hello, everyone. And you can see the schedule up on the screen if you're just joined us here.
Now, there's no changes from what we put up recently, but if you've downloaded an old schedule, please take a look to make sure that you know what's going on. The one big change is in room 2, the first course couldn't be had because Dr. Madonna couldn't be here. He gave us much notice. So only classes in room 1 and room 3. Please know that. So don't try to take his course because it's not there.
Yep. So yeah, no Dr. Madonna. His course was scratched today. Other than that, though, the schedule is identical to what's been floating out there for the past several months. So you should see all these classes and all these speakers. So, and again, Dr. Madonna's class, if you wanted to watch it and haven't seen it yet, it's available on demand. The on-demand classes, we had a question actually already this morning. The on-demand classes will be back on Monday morning. So don't worry about that, everyone. And we only have a few people here this morning who just logged in. Hardcore folks who get here a half hour early.
The P folks in the lobby can hear our conversation right now?
Yes, that's how that works.
Mute us.
That's how that works. That's why we do what we do.
Yeah, so it's not, the default isn't mute. It's, they're hearing us. Okay, good. Listen, I'm the low bar for questions, so.
But what you're seeing, if you go into the lobby directly, Paul, it's well, it's not real time. It's a few seconds delayed.
Yeah, it's got a 5-second delay or so, and actually we set the 5-second delay purposefully. So the way the streams can work is you can actually set a long delay of like 30 seconds, a medium delay of like 5, or near instantaneous real time. And if I was a braver person, we would be setting this to instantaneous. But the problem with that sometimes is that if you have a glitch in your internet, like let's say there's a slowdown, like let's say my son, you know, wants to go play Starfield right now and download, you know, an 80 gig file or whatever. If there's a little glitch in the output that I'm sending out to the streaming service, then you get buffering and weird freezes. But if you put a 5-second delay on it, it's enough so that even if we have a little glitch here, there's no discontinuity in the stream. So that's why there's a 5-second delay.
Is the media 5 seconds?
It's 5 seconds. So if people are looking at me right now, what they're seeing is happened 5 seconds ago.
How about on TV?
Oh, in real life? Yeah, so they usually use 7 seconds.
7?
Yeah. Yep. And the 7-second delay, of course, in TV had very little to do with technical issues, right? It's more of
It's bleeping.
exactly. But for us, this is a pure technical thing. We want to give enough time so that if the stream has a glitch, people don't start getting that horrible buffering thing. Or so that's why we do 5 seconds. And 5 seconds is short enough in a situation like this where, you know, people are asking questions here, but 5 seconds is still short enough that it's okay. You want really much shorter duration if you're doing things like game streaming. That's when you really want to crank it down and make it almost, you know, near real time. But since we're not streaming any games here, it's not really that much of a big deal to have a 5-second delay. So Gary
People
asks,
are asking.
can you confirm that the schedule of classes today is accurate? Not only can I confirm it, so you see I have my printed copy here too. I can do the old man printed thing too, just as well as anyone else. I went through all the courses last night after I did print the schedule and actually made 100% sure that the way the data was loaded into the system matches exactly what's on that printed PDF schedule. So again, if you just are joining us, there's only one class difference from the older schedules. You can see here room 2, Dr. Madonna's class, he couldn't make it, so we had to scratch that one class in room 2 at 10 a.m. Eastern. Other than that, the entire schedule is exactly as it's been for months, basically, online.
And kudos for us, basically, because we could play his course and people could watch it, but that wouldn't be Arbor compliant in a synchronous way where the speaker can interact, so we can't play the course legally.
Right. Yeah. So that's the thing. We could have gotten away with it, right? I mean, look, the reality is the Arbo police, they're not everywhere. And if we wanted to be shady about it, we could have just played his course. People could have gotten live credit and, the world would have gone on. But we don't do that. So we always follow the rules strictly. So, because eventually, if you play fast and loose, eventually it will catch up to you. And I wouldn't want to be that guy who had to take people's credits away. So, well, yeah.
I do go into the rooms if somebody, for example, has some trouble with their computer, and I'll forward the questions to them till they get in. So at least we have that buffer if that does happen, which no other conference has.
Right. So Audrey's asking a question here. What does in progress mean on a transcript? So if you're in the system looking at the transcripts and you go and you see something that says in progress under my transcripts, you can actually click on where it says view details. And if you click the view details, it'll show you exactly why it's in progress and what you haven't finished yet. So for instance, when you click on view details, it'll tell you, oh, you've watched a course, live or synchronously or asynchronously, but you haven't finished the post-course evaluation. And you have to do both things to get credit for that particular class.
One question I had, Adam, it's pertaining to that. When you look at that, there's also the kind of circle of the amount of time you watch the course, and it's green, the amount of time. Sometimes it's green and there's a little bit at the end. How do they rectify that? Do they listen to the last 5 minutes, etc.?
Right.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah. So for a synchronous stream, there's not much you can do, right? Because it's over. So if you missed your time, you missed your time. If you feel like the system is judging you unfairly because you were watching, but let's say you were using a phone and you had a dropout, and then you came back in, let us know and we can actually look through the logs and fix it so you'll get credit. 99% of the time, at least for people who were contacting me last night. So, once this show ends, we get contacted all the time by people about, oh, my credits didn't show up, what do I do? The vast majority of the time when a credit didn't post from yesterday, what happened was this, 2 things. First of all, the survey wasn't filled out. You have to fill out the survey. So again, let me just put the survey link right here in the chat. And so if you missed a survey, you can always go right to that page and you can go and download or click on the right survey and fill it out. So most of the time, that's why you have something that's in progress but not completed is you didn't finish the survey. And again, the only other situation, let's say you finished the survey but it's still not giving you credit, that would mean that it thought that you didn't watch the lecture long enough. And if that's the case and you really think you did, just send an email to me at support. Or type in the chat window, and I'll make sure that you get credit if you were really there. Again, the system tries to follow Arbo's rules as closely as we can, because we want to be kosher here. Because I know that for a lot of folks, they would just throw their hands up and say it doesn't really matter. Arbo's not looking. Who cares? But ultimately, if you do something sketchy long enough, it will catch up with you. It will catch up with everyone who's doing some things. Arbo is not blind to the problems that they see right now, and that the way some people try to game the system, they know what's happening, and it's just a matter of resources. I guess it's almost like the IRS, right? They know exactly what's going on and that they have problems, and sure, if you're willing to skirt the rules, you might get away with it for a while, but eventually, it'll come back to haunt you, and it's just not the way we want to work.
And realize indirectly, ARPO gets its funding from the people who are skirting the rules because they're still paying the fees for COPE numbers and sometimes quizzes, things like that. So
And,
They're biting the hand that feeds them.
and ultimately, skirting the rules hurts everybody, right? Because eventually, if you skirt the rules long enough, the states, who are the ones who ultimately decide all of this stuff, are going to say, we don't want this internet CE stuff. Everyone's cheating and nobody's doing it the way they're supposed to. It's going to hurt the public. Let's just go back to doing everything in person. So we don't want that.
Excuse me. I just have to.
That's a big Steve there on the screen. All right,
Yeah,
so
I was just adjusting things.
So anyway, so I guess we're starting up here in 20 minutes, but as we mentioned, if you're here or you just joined us, the only lecture that has changed for today is that Dr. Madonna couldn't make it. And so his class, which was in room 2 to kick off the day at 10, is not going to happen. So you can choose one of the other tracks in the beginning.
And realize when we enlist our speakers, we tell them the schedule for next year, which we're doing very shortly thereafter for 2024. But some of them just don't know what they're doing in September or June or April. They know the first one, which is going to be February 3rd and 4th. That's actually a good weekend. It's right before Super Bowl, so you have nothing to do on Sunday. But I don't know what I'm doing September, whatever.
Right. Yeah, who knows? September 7th and 8th. I mean, we could, is probably when the football season actually starts again next year. We might have put it on the first Sunday again, but oh well.
And my mother, who died at like 94, 95, kept on saying, September, God be willing.
Right. Yeah, so it should be good though. I'm looking forward to it again next year and doing it 4 more times, and hopefully everybody can come back. And I think next year is going to be even more interesting in terms of the way we're going to be laying out the classes. Now that we know that people really do want an absolute ton of glaucoma, I mean literally it's going to be an entire 2 days worth, right? 16 hours of just glaucoma. We're seeing also
because you
the
44 hours everything else.
yeah, and then
So,
the pH classes, right? As we're getting more and more requests for that, like people are telling us
Yes.
they need a ton of orals. So that's going to be another one where you guys are going to get bombarded with medicine talks, basically talking all about medications and when and why to use them.
and
So,
narcotics will be part of the orals.
yep,
That's what's great about narcotics. It can be
both.
double faceted.
Yeah,
Yeah, with all these medical courses, it'd be interesting to see how many ophthalmologists are now tuning in. I'm certain the overseas ophthalmologists are, because they're short on education.
well, it's different. You can't use these credits for Category 1 CME for medical CE. That they don't work that way. So
Yeah, but
if you want to just learn, sure,
education.
sure,
So,
yeah.
uh,
I mean, I think it's slightly different for the MDs because for them, a lot of them were steeped in this, and for them, a lot of this would just be a refresher.
well, but I bet you there are guys in Uganda that practice ophthalmology where this is a lot of fresh stuff for them.
Sure.
Yep.
So,
Dr. Zube, who I kind of know, he's always in our lectures. He's he said that his honor-free course has been categorized as asynchronous because of the time. So there's a disconnect. You might have to check that and globally change everybody, Adam.
Well, that's
Do
weird.
you see his comment?
Let's
Yeah.
see.
I told him to contact support. There'll be no problem, Ken. You'll get your credits the correct way because the computer knows that. But there might have been because it's at a different time than the schedule, it might take it as asynchronous because it
Right.
wasn't being presented at the time that the software thinks the live or synchronous interaction occurred.
Right. Right. So yeah. So don't worry about it. Just send an email to support, and we'll straighten that one out for you. That's not a big deal.
But shouldn't that happen globally to everybody?
Yeah, I'm not sure why it happened to some people and not others. I saw one case where people were rewinding stuff, which obviously the system gets really angry when you start doing that on a live class. So I'll just we can actually just look in the logs and fix it. So
yeah, whatever happened to there was a group from Estonia that wanted to come in?
yeah, it was a couple of years ago. I haven't seen them this year, but yeah. Yep. So
I'm curious, Ken, if you're still on, did you take a quiz also, or you got credit for asynchronous without being asynchronous, without taking the quiz? If you can type in the chat, let me know.
So I can actually look at that right now and tell you what exactly happened since we got some time here, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I can pull up his account and let you know. Let's see.
And it's funny, I don't really attend the lectures, but I see that I attended 3 lectures. I did the surveys, gave excellent reviews, and now I have like 250 credits. Well, actually, it's new biennial.
Okay, so let me see which talk were we talking about here?
It's honor-free,
Okay.
asynchronous.
So the pharmacology review lecture is
Right.
okay.
I actually 3 times, we have a local retinal group that does a live lecture, and it's free. And obviously they do it to get referrals, and we know that the laws don't permit that anymore. And
So
I've sent them 3 letters saying you can't do this, and I sent them the ODIG report, and so far they keep on doing it.
so here's the interesting thing. So Ken, I don't see you as actually having completed that class. So
So you probably never took the quiz.
yeah, so I'm pulling it up right now to see exactly what you did and when you did it. So this is actually a good learning
Yeah,
experience. So here we go.
because
So
it
let
could
me.
be characterized as asynchronous because he took it asynchronous, but because he didn't take the quiz, he didn't get credit for it, even if he did the survey.
No, actually, so he watched the synchronous stream. I have him here as watching it, so good job. But because he came in a little late to the stream, that's why it's not giving him credit. And so I can see that he was here, so I can make that adjustment. This is the thing, and so this I'm reassured by this as I'm looking at it, because it's categorizing it correctly. It just didn't show him having enough time, so I can actually fix that for him right now.
And the reason that happened, Paul, is that people were taking a 1-hour lecture during the first hour of Honor Free, going to what they thought was Pismenti's course, and it was the second hour of Honor Free. I know that was complicated what I said, but just trust me, it was like kind of a log jam that occurred.
Right. So Ken, if you pull up your transcript in about 10 minutes, you'll actually see 10 minutes or less. You'll actually see that it's, and this is reassuring that it was done correctly. So everybody who was there, if they for
Yeah.
whatever reason didn't get credit, just contact us at support and we can fix it.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm curious,
contact me, contact
How late-
Paul, and we.
how
Yeah.
late was he? I'm curious, when did he not get credit because he was late?
So typically the software, it's the way we program this is that we wanted to simulate what it was like in real life, where people show up like maybe 5 minutes after the lecture start, and then if they perhaps duck out for 5 minutes to go to the bathroom, that's okay. So each class, you can typically skip, like 10 or 15 minutes of it, and it'll still be okay. We didn't want people showing up to like half a class, then leaving, right? That we can't have. But if they miss a few minutes at the beginning and the end, or even a little bit in the middle, that's fine. So we don't want to, and that actually is important too, because it's not just for people who are late, but the way people are accessing these courses online, sometimes they're using phones, right? I mean, not even sometimes, 30% of people are using a phone or some other kind of mobile device. And if they get a dropout, right, when they're watching, the system can't track them effectively. So we wanted, most of the time they pick up connectivity again, the lecture starts again, and we just want to make sure that they get credit for it. So.
By the way, I might as well do a shameless plug. I'm moving as I speak to Florida, and this is my New Jersey home, and I have a lot of Yankee stuff, including furniture that I'm willing to give away almost. So here's a recliner behind me, and there's a couch. If you want to just contact me, you've got to get somebody to move it for you, but it can be yours for free.
You can't be a Yankee fan in Florida?
I have we have a much bigger house in Florida, and I have already set up. I've been there for 3 years, temporarily because of COVID and stuff. And so I have a big Yankee room there. So I'll keep some of the plaques and things, but I have furniture already set up there. It's kind of cool. The furniture is for anybody who's a sports fan. It's called zip chairs. So the chairs have a kind of a central area that you can zip out any team and put any other team in. So you can put the New York Jets, you can put the Yankees, you can put the Green Bay Packers, whatever, and the chairs are kind of neutral color. So as the years go on, you understand that it kind of like fabric comes off in the middle, and you zip other fabric in. Really well designed.
Oh,
So yeah, that I've been I'm a sports fan, as you know. So, but my teams are playing. I'm very lucky. They're playing 8:20 tonight and 8:20 tomorrow night. So the
Yep.
Jets and Giants are both.
And our apologies actually to all football fans for scheduling this last CEwire on opening day.
Well, they get the home morning, and you could do CEwire and have the games. The way the games are, I can't stand the announcers anyway. You could put that on mute and watch the games. So
Right.
you could do both, and you can get C credit for the games also. Just let us know. Send it into support. I'm kidding.
You know what's so funny? Here out on the West Coast, when I come in to set up everything for CEwire in the morning, I usually get up around 4:30 and then I go out and get coffee just because I would die without it. But already at that hour, if you turn on the radio, there are people talking about opening day kickoff, right? Because it's already, 3 hours ahead on the East Coast and everyone's already starting to tailgate and get ready. So out here are people that start way early.
Gary asked, Yankee fans allowed in Florida? And I just said to him, for Boca, 80% of the people there are from New York or New Jersey or maybe Connecticut.
Yeah.
You realize you were there years ago. Was it that demographic then, Paul?
Oh, sure. New York mainly.
Yeah.
But a few from
It's
the
the fifth or sixth borough, depending on how many boroughs we have.
It was just easy to get there. Oh, I forgot to ask you about Friday night football.
Yes.
Are you now going to become a fan?
No.
Friday night football?
No, so my son just entered high school, so he is in ninth grade. So he's actually in the band, and as part of the requirements of band, you of course have to go to every football game, and you have to play your instrument and do all the rah 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 stuff. So he got to attend his first high school football game on Friday. So
How do you play a saxophone in a band?
I mean, there are all kinds of instruments in the band. The sax is just one.
What is
but,
it? I played the sax also. Is tenor or an alto?
Alto. He's a small guy,
So
so.
well, I'm not the biggest guy in the world. I had to drag that thing home from high school every day. It was
Yeah.
terrible. The
Yep.
alto was lighter.
Yep. So it's funny though, because I didn't realize he's like, yeah, it's really fun doing this at the football game, but they make us stand the entire time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, God damn, I just don't even know how kids do it.
The tuba players and the what do you call it? The baritone sax.
So I was looking at the tuba players. They have it like propped up on a thing, right? Because the kid would die, right, if he had to hold it up for 4 hours. So yeah, so they have it like a little stand for it too. It's pretty cute.
What kind of
If
kid
you're doing the band, take the clarinet.
Right.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep.
I have an old tenor sax I bring out sometimes. I'm terrible, but because you need to get your son, you need reeds, as you know, as he needs to read also. And the reeds go bad. Now they have these plastic reeds that are kind of, they last longer, but they sound god awful.
Yeah, he's not allowed to use those.
reeds.
Unfortunately, his sax teacher is actually a real jazz musician, and she's kind of picky.
Yeah.
So she's like, they're really expensive. And she's like, and you have to get this certain kind of mouthpiece. And I look, and it's like $200. I'm like, come on, really? He's a kid. But she's like, no, you must do this. And I'm like, all right.
The wood reeds, even when I did it, were expensive, and they go bad quickly.
Yep. Yeah, he's constantly splitting them. So, but it's what we do. At least he's having fun with it. I mean, I know that he's the kind of kid who, he's not a super athlete or whatever. So for him to be able to do this, I think was really good because he really loved it.
Sure.
Let them go to college like Michigan and Notre Dame and be in those big bands.
Those things are ridiculous, and those are actually hyper competitive. When I was at Michigan, you'd watch the marching band, and you'd just be shocked, how much practice they actually have to do to pull it off.
It's the largest in the world, Michigan. They've got that big drummer in the middle.
Yep.
That does all this stuff.
Yep. So question here. Wait, we got a question. We can stop talking football for a second. So question, how long until credits appear on the Arbo site? That's a great question. And actually, I'll actually put up the whole spiel about how it works so you can get a sense of it. So, and this is not me just making things up. I can show you how this works. So.
Also, Dr. Wright tells us you only got 1 hour credit for the modern diabetes, which is almost impossible. You either have to get 0 or 2.
Oh, yeah. So John, before I talk about credits here, so John, look at the actual transcript page. Don't look at the in progress page.
Yes.
Yeah. The actual thing that you should always look at, right, is at the ODwire Transcript Center. You can see a link right beneath this video to it. So that link is your official transcript. And as you'll see, there's your 2 hours of credits are there. The the transcripts page inside of CEwire, we're going to change the way this is laid out in 2024 because it's confusing. That page is only really to show you the work in progress that you're on to see if credits have been issued or not. So you can see what you might have not done, like taking a survey. But the actual canonical transcript, the one that actually counts, is the one that I just made that link for. So that link up there, ODwire.org/transcripts, that's a permanent link to all of your credits always. That'll always be there for you. And that data is what we actually use to send into Arbo. So what you see there is literally what Arbo is going to receive. So that's where you need to look for mistakes. And I'm going to actually send out an email to everyone when this weekend's over, reminding them to look at it and just let me know if anything's wrong with it. But you'll see when you go there that you actually do have 2 credits. The interface inside of CEwire is confusing, and again, we're going to change it next year.
And it just says 1 of 1. That means 1 course for 1 course. It doesn't say the amount of hours internally.
Exactly. Yep. It's super confusing, and that's why it's you know, we're changing it next year. So the question is, why does it take so long to get credits to the OE tracker, or when will the credits get in? And the answer is usually it takes 2 weeks from the time this conference is over later today until you're going to see it in the OE tracker, and here's why. On Arbo's end, the process of getting credits into the OE tracker is semi-manual. It requires human beings. Our computers don't just directly talk to each other. So here's a real-life example from June. People took, you know, a lot of credits at our last event. As soon as the courses are over, tomorrow I'm going to send you guys a reminder/nag email reminding everybody to take the surveys. Because if you missed a survey, you can't get credit. That's an Arbo rule. So I'll remind everyone to take the surveys and give you a link so you can finish them. Usually what I'll do is I'll wait until like Wednesday or Thursday to make sure everyone's taken those surveys. And then on that date, I will transmit all of the credits, all, you know, however many it is, 30,000 hours or whatever, to Arbo, and I transmit it electronically. However, Arbo doesn't take that load that I send to them and automatically put it into their system. They actually have a human being look over the submission before they put it into their system, if you can imagine. So there's human intervention every time a CE provider sends something into Arbo, where they're going to look it over, make sure it looks correct, and then enter it into the OE tracker. Once they enter it, that's when you get an email from Arbo saying, hey, you got new credits, take a look. So I would expect if I send your credits off on Thursday, you're not going to see it in your OE tracker probably at least until the following Thursday. So you know, expect 2 weeks maybe.
But you'll get an email from them verifying that you have it, then you can go in and check it yourself if you pay $20 every year, which is, I think, very reasonable.
But again, so if you go to your transcript page on ODwire, that link I gave you, ODwire/transcripts, that data is what we use to send over. So if that looks correct to you, you can be rest assured that Arbo will be getting that data exactly in that format. It'll just take them about 2 weeks to post. And it's sort of a funny thing. I work with Arbo a lot, and you know, I've told them that this needs to be streamlined, and they have actually tried to accommodate us by giving us dedicated support inside of Arbo, where I work with one person now to make sure that things are going the way they are instead of just being handed off to whoever. But even with that, their resources are so thin, it can still take them a while to get these credits in. So that's why it happens, and that's why you might wonder, why is it taking so long to get in? So
yeah, and I assume there are competing companies that are offering CE same time we're offering it.
Sure. So
putting in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if you look at the schedule, actually, right, Vision Expo is coming up, and you know that is obviously a gigantic conference. So Arbo is going to be tied up, you know, working on their credits. So if we, for whatever reason, delayed getting our credits in and waited till after Expo, we'd be colliding with them, and it would take even longer. So that's why we schedule, if you've noticed, we schedule CEwires off, sort of staggered from the big conferences. We stay away from them. That's another reason why we do it.
But non-synchronous courses can be done during the same time other companies are offering courses.
Correct. So that's why sometimes those lag and take forever to get in. So we send them into Arbo weekly. You know, how long it takes them to process, who knows, right? It just depends. So, but you know, we like to say 2 weeks from the time that the live courses are done until you see it, and it could be faster, right? You know, because right now there's no big conferences going on. If I shoot this stuff into them on Thursday, who knows, right? On Friday, the person who's responsible for it could actually have some free time and actually go through all of our submissions and get it in there, by Monday. It could happen. It hasn't, but it could. So typically, though, 2 weeks from the time the courses are done is what I say. So.
And since it's coming up in 1 minute, we should notify that Ben Casella and Jennifer Stewart Ellison is in the rooms, and one course is on differential diagnosis of pigmented retinal lesions, and one is on sports vision. So choose your poison. They're both here, and they're both great lectures.
Yep.
It's starting in literally 20 seconds or so.
Steve, I have a question. For those people that take live courses, we'll say at the Academy, for example, or Vision Expo, how do they submit their credits? Do the companies do it for them, or do people have to do it individually for the courses that they take?
At Expo, I would get a certificate and then have to send it to myself.
So
I'm not sure about the Academy.
On their own.
Yeah. So, and many other platforms that are freebies, you are also obligated to send it in yourself. Some do it very well. I'll mention one because she's a good girl. Stephanie Wu does it perfectly. She sends it in, and others require a quiz after a synchronous event, which you don't have to do, and they're doing it wrong, and you have to take the quiz 3 days later when the conference ends. So it's really hard because you don't remember the material at that point.
Yep.
You follow? So I don't know what I guess, and Adam knows the reason they do that. They can't or don't want to or don't want to spend the money to change the software for their asynchronous and synchronous, so they're parallel. They require the same things. While it would be not necessary for the synchronous events to have a quiz, so they're shafting the attendee by having him pass a quiz when it was not necessary.
Right. That's one of the key things. If you look at our software, right, we had to engineer two separate solutions, one for synchronous, one for asynchronous in terms of surveys versus quizzes. And it wasn't the easiest thing to do. We had to make an investment to actually do it and separate the two out. We could have gone the lazy route and just said, you know what, everybody's taking a quiz. This works for synchronous or asynchronous. You'll all just take a quiz. But Arbo's own rules, right, which we follow very closely, said for synchronous stuff, live stuff, you don't need a quiz. So we're like, why do we want to torture anybody who shows up live? Let's just do a survey, which is the other alternative that Arbo allows. So that's why we did it.
So just 2 comments about survey. Number one, surveys are read by us. So that's how we evaluate speakers. So take the surveys seriously. Number two, are the surveys anonymous, or do the survey taker, is their name known when they start? If they wanted to blast the speaker, will it be an anonymous blast, or is it something that the speaker would know who was blasting them?
Oh, it's totally anonymous. Yeah, no, we don't give out names.
Us.
Yeah, we're the only people who actually see it.
And you don't have to submit the surveys to Arbo, correct? We just have to.
We just have to hold on to them. Arbo doesn't want them.
I'm sure anyone who does something that's very negative about a speaker, that the speaker won't learn who said the negative thing.
Correct.
But in the past, we've sent out information to speakers as to how they rated with the courses. I bet we're doing again this year. So people like to know what they how they rated it as far as them against other speakers.
But there's no names on it or anything like that. That's the whole idea is you want to help the speakers improve. You're not trying to create vendettas or whatever. And in fact, I want people to be as open as they can when they're doing this, right? Because we need to know if something terrible happened or, God forbid, somebody tried to sneak in an infomercial or something else. We need to know. Okay, so let's see.
Okay, and all the 2 courses are playing seamlessly, so there's no problem there.
Okay, great. So yeah, so the 2 courses right there. So Ben Cassell and Jennifer Stewart.
Okay. So everything's running as it should, and if it runs well the first minute, it should run well the 2000th minute. I did ask, by the way, I haven't got response yet from Mike Olson to perhaps come on and be interviewed or talk, and so we'll see.
So I'm just trying to help somebody out here to complete a survey.
I'm curious, on the survey, do people there's radio buttons to check them, which are fairly easy, but there's parts to put pros and comments. Do people really fill that out in majority way, or they just put some brief information in the comments section? You see them, I don't see them, Adam.
Some people get pretty detailed.
Okay. It's always going to be like the 5 stars and the 1 stars, which we don't have many 1 stars. Somebody asked, are your courses recognized by ACAO?
What's
What is
that?
I don't know. American Academy. No, that doesn't work.
Let him spell it out.
Well, I'm going to just look it up.
It may not be optometric, maybe a lot of ACOs.
Yeah, let's see what it says. Association of Chief Academic Officers.
And what else?
Assistant Chief Administrator's Offices. I'm going to ask him what it is. Okay,
People should
that's the
spell
best
out
one.
things. There are just too many abbreviations. Steve, I have a Yankee question. That
Yeah.
Yankee logo behind you is from when I was a kid. That goes back how many years?
Oh, it goes back to probably when they changed the name from the Highlanders. They were the Highlanders like the beginning of the century. So I'm going to say 1911, 1912, they changed their names to the Yankees. Yankees, the connotation was north. The Yankees were, the Civil War was not that far in the past, maybe 40 years or so, 50 years.
That
So
logo,
that logo never changed, no.
yeah, that with the hi-hat and the bat.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and red, white, and blue to signify the United States. So
Now,
that look,
since
and
I'm
the
not much of a
interlocking.
fan, my Yankee days, my heroes were Joe DiMaggio, Charlie Keller, and Tommy Henrik.
Mhm.
Who are your heroes?
Oh, mine growing up
What
was the
age were they? Do you keep upgrading your heroes?
no. Well, my one hero and always will be my hero was Mickey Mantle, which was an easy man. He was an icon, and I was in my formative years of 8, 9 years old, and whatever. I don't remember his Triple Crown year; I was too young. So he was always my hero, and then other people have come along and been my favorites, but nobody will top him.
No heroic people. Once you get older, you're just the generic fan.
Well,
Rather
the
than
old
following.
expression that Seinfeld says is you root for the laundry. But no, I do have favorites. I loved Bernie Williams. I loved Derek Jeter, but not as much. Um, some of the pitches because there was such a personality. I'm trying to think. Andy Pettit. Um, but even in the past, even when they were poor, there was Bobby Mercer and Roy White when they were terrible. And of course Thurman Munson I loved and he was one that got killed prematurely in the airplane crash. So I've had favorites, but nobody will top Mantle.
And then you have religious favorites. If you're Jewish, there was a Hank Greenberg early on, who was
mine was Sandy Koufax because we refused to pitch on Jewish holidays.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
And that was in the World Series. He refused to pitch. That's pretty darn good. So, and he's not only he's alive now. I think he's in his mid-80s. He looks great. I mean, he has a straight back, thin. You've probably seen him on TV.
He didn't take advantage of his notoriety, did he?
No,
Did he ever become a spokesperson or anything, or what
no,
happened?
he never was a commentator. Didn't make a. I mean, in those days, he probably made $100,000, which was a lot of money, but nothing like these players are now making. $35 million.
So did Sandy Koufax ever stay in baseball, or did he retire and be used car dealership? What happened?
I'm not sure what he did, but he was always with the Dodgers, in spring training and things like that. So he's always been a presence, but I don't think he monetized it at all. I'd have to research that, but he put it on because he was a well-loved person as well as a great pitcher, and arguably his 5 or 6 years when he was great were as good as any 5 or 6 year portion of pitcher's career.
Yeah, and a pitcher or a catcher can be a great commentator.
Sure, because they know the game better. And
on the radio.
There's many catchers that are managers now, and even catchers that were not that good are managers in baseball because they know the nuances, the science, and they also know how to handle a pitching staff.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So I'm looking here right now. It looks like we have several hundred people in each one of the classes, which is good. So we're off to a flying start here.
Yep.
So far, so good. That's what I like to see. Very few people listening to us. That's great. Yeah, if there are very few people listening to us or sending me emails or asking questions, I know we're doing okay. So
Yeah, and nobody's complaining about room 2 being empty. You could lounge around there. There are some hors d'oeuvres in the back if you carefully.
Are people asking more questions at the end of programs? Are they feeling
Well,
more comfortable?
they usually ask the questions. Usually at the end, people just scurry out. Most of the interaction occurs during the lecture. And I found yesterday, all the lectures that were pharmacologically oriented, people were asking a lot more questions than, I mean, some of the courses and the speakers are pretty, how can I say it, high profile, and the attendees don't want to ask them questions because they don't know so little. But on the pharmacology and a lot more in this Audentio, since they've done it, a lot more chat, a lot more interaction than in our previous people we used to use in previous.
yeah,
They
well,
feel comfortable asking simplistic questions. I mean, the number of different educated type of optometrists taking courses could range from the very young taking it now that are heavily medical trained to the
Right.
older guys that had very little medicine. So
And
they
understand that
ask
people,
questions that are more simplistic, that they should be answered, that would never take it in school, you know.
or in a live event where there's 400 people listening to them ask a stupid question.
Yeah,
They could also, I don't see them, so there might be even more interaction that I don't see. People could private message the speaker and
right.
ask him privately. Therefore, I won't even know that interaction is going on.
Correct. So that's another thing that people are doing. They're privately contacting the speakers as well. And yeah, and you're absolutely right. You can't actually see what goes on there. I know it happens because I can, I can see everything. I don't actually look at people when with the private messages. I don't access private messages for people, but I can see the traffic through the system to know that people are using it that way. There's always a lot of private chatter going on between people. And I think it's because it's easy, right? You can click on the person's name and reach them privately. And if you don't want to put yourself out there publicly, why not?
Now I got a message, and tell me if this is what's supposed to happen. I'm in a class. I'm just monitoring the chat in the class, and I'm also in the lobby in another tab. And I got that warning that 2 tabs are open, but I'm not taking 2 courses at the same time.
So are you sure that there's nothing else that's...
I am sure. I'm pretty. Nothing else. I just have the course down. Really, nothing else. I have them together because I wanted to have them together. I'll just close one. I can go from the rooms to. But
Well, let me see
it's not
what
important.
let me see
I'm
what
not
that
getting
is.
credit.
Well, I'll use
I'm
my...
not getting credit for it. Try it yourself.
Yeah.
Go into a class and then also have the lobby up.
Let me see what my superpowers... Let's see. So that shouldn't be happening with this one because the lobby stream is not counted.
Well, you know what? I was in home, so I went back to lobby. Maybe it will rectify that.
Yeah, I don't know. Very interesting and
Yep.
weird. Or
Yep.
is it on your second computer, since I know you now are a fan of having 2 computers open?
Well, this is just the Zoom that I'm using that you see me,
Yeah.
and the other one has the courses and the lobby. But I think that probably was it. I was in the lobby of the lobby. If you know what I'm saying.
Right, because the lobby, the way it works is the lobby stream is set to not count as being in 2 places at once. So the actual stream itself, when you create a stream like the lobby stream, you tell it, like, I want this to count for counting as double credit, so to warn people. So, and it's not set up right now for that.
By the way, Gretchen's not coming today?
I don't know if she's going to be here. That's a really good question. I know that she got the message, but I'm just not sure. She might pop in.
I know the Eagles play at 1 o'clock, and she's a big Eagles
right,
fan.
right, yeah. So I wouldn't expect to see her.
Gretchen wasn't there yesterday after I left.
No, she got other
She
stuff
was
to do.
Had to run the show. Wow.
Yeah, But yeah, if the Eagles are playing, I don't expect to see her. So
I had probably a 45-minute. Adam had to do some support stuff, so I had a 45-minute or more interview with Craig Thomas. Very easy to do that.
yep,
Craig
He has
Thomas was on?
very interesting things to say, and he has. I don't know if you know, he has this new product that he's starting a kind of a business doing, and it looks like a really good idea where you, instead of giving brochures to patients, you just have them click a QR code and they have all the information in their phone.
That's great.
yep. So yeah, so he's doing well, and we're gonna actually that's called touchless patient education, and we're gonna be working with Craig on that as well over the next couple of weeks. I mentioned.
Wouldn't that work well for general medicine?
Right, that's why it's called touchless patient education and not eye care, this, that, or the other. So it's very generic.
Yes.
But
Because,
the key though, the tech is interesting, obviously, and I'll actually show a 30-second video if you want of how it works, because I have a 30-seconder here showing the product. But the key is the content. So anybody, or not anybody, but the technology is great, but it's the content that you're actually giving to the patient that's important. And Craig has personally made, I don't even know how many pieces of content for different disease states and different medicines and stuff. And that's what you're getting with this, right? So if a patient comes to you with macular degeneration, you can pull it up, give them a QR code, they can look at it on their phone, but the content that they see was generated by Craig over a period of a couple of years.
it's eye related.
It's all, yeah, for optometry, obviously it's all eye related, but it's got pictures, that he took and descriptions, and he said he designed it for people who at a sixth grade level, because as Steve pointed out, there are a lot of EHR systems that can actually create this data for you and make printouts, but what they spit out is typically not suitable for most people. So Craig tried to really, make it simpler and not as frightening, so that you can show it to every patient and not worry.
And long-term, Paul, this could be reprocessed to any area of medicine and maybe even other fields. Dentistry, he was talking to a dentist, I believe,
Yep.
but dermatology, allergy, etc. There's no difference in him collating a brochure from an allergist or a dermatologist and optometrist. He's not really.
It's marvelous.
So
As long as you keep it simple. There was a whole thing on NPR the other day about the fact that most people can't read anymore or don't read, but they do it, what somehow or other teachers stopped teaching phonics for reading. So a lot of the kids can't read properly anymore. And does Reed read well? Is he a good reader?
So I think this is a bunch of hooey. I think that's overblown, whoever's saying that, because kids are actually reading more than ever, right? Take a look. I think it's something like 60% of people who are under 40 use closed captions when they're watching TV. And they do it because they don't necessarily need to hear what's going on. They want to actually read instead of actually hearing, so they can engage with the content that way. So people are reading a lot, right? If you're online all day, you're reading. It's what you do. So yes, kids can read just fine. Right? I mean, Reed uses closed captions all the time on TV. He can keep up with it. So yeah,
So he's reading well. But the study they did was half the kids at fourth grade are reading below grade level.
Well, since the pandemic, right? You could blame a lot of that, I think, on the pandemic and its follow-on effects. So kids were set back, right, by at least a year, here in Oregon at least. So I wouldn't say so much as that the teachers forgot to teach kids how to read or some other nonsense.
What they came out was apparently for New Zealand, there was a whole theory where you didn't teach the kids phonics, let's say, book, and go book. They would have a book with Dick and Jane there, and they wanted them to read the whole thing. That Dick and Jane reads the book, and so they couldn't use phonics to try to the right word.
I don't know. So I haven't seen any of this problem, at least in our school district here. The one thing that you do see, you see kids who might have attention, right? They don't want to read the really long things. They need things in bite-sized chunks. That's something that we're seeing a lot more of.
One thing I see with my grandkids and all my old friends and whatever, their handwriting skills have degenerated to nothing.
Yes.
We just pull, I again, we're moving, I'm pulling out stuff from fourth grade, and I can't believe, because you can't read my handwriting for shit now. Hate to
Yeah.
say it, but I was doing cursive writing. It was beautiful, and I look at my fourth grader and can't even begin. It looks like first grade work because they're typing everything on the computer. They're
Yeah.
not writing it at all. And
There's no
cursive,
cursive anymore. So how are
no,
they gonna
no cursive.
they gotta learn to at least sign their names with cursive. They can't print their name.
Well, you
What's gonna
know,
happen?
Signing doesn't have to be legible.
right, signing doesn't have to be legible. So, but I think for most kids, you know, handwriting really just is not important anymore. Although Reed started in ninth grade, he's in honors English, and for the very first assignment, the teacher wanted the report handwritten, and
Oh God.
I think she was doing it to torture the kids, to be honest with you, because it had
Handwritten or hand printed
no, handwritten.
with cursive?
Well, no. So you can use block letters. You don't have to use cursive. They really stopped teaching cursive. You know, they teach it for in first grade or something, maybe just 1 or 2 units, but for the most part, the kids can barely read it. So,
Yep.
yeah.
I wonder if this you can use AI and convert whatever you write into a more legible handwriting.
Well,
That they can get around it that
It's
way.
funny. The Notes app on your phone and on your iPad. As I noticed when I was at a parent-teacher thing the other night, I was using my iPad to take notes, and I was just scribbling in my usual scrawl. And Notes actually did try to convert my scrawl into real text
Okay.
using some sort of logic. I have no idea how it does it. It was surprisingly good for how crappy my handwriting is. So yeah.
I had this device many years ago, probably 2005, 2003, before the iPhone came out. It was called the Trio, which was they had a code for with a stylus, and you would do a certain thing to get a letter to come up, but you wouldn't write the letter, and you got really good and fast at it because it was in a little box, and you could transfer the information out to somebody else. I forget what Palm Pilots they were called.
Yep. Yeah, that was sort of the very first.
You couldn't communicate. You could
Yeah.
send things to somebody, like all the contacts, by touching your Palm Pilot to theirs.
Yep.
It's still there. You got a Palm Pilot?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, it's a
And
tryout.
the
So
Trio was the last one. That was the most advanced one version
right,
of
so
it.
that was 2007. That was right before the beginning of the end for everyone else when the iPhone
Yeah.
came out.
Ex- Except for the Chinese, they're going to be going back to it.
So
Don't know
yeah.
about that.
When you go to a parents-teachers meeting, what do they talk about?
So this particular one was for the band. They were actually just trying to hit us up for money.
They just want money.
Well, no. So they were telling us, you know, sort of trying to orient us to explain what goes on in the band, what the kids need to do, what their responsibilities are, and also, of course, fundraising. So since the band is,
But, you know, in your school, all the kids are like Lake Wobegon. All the kids are above average. So,
well,
what do
actually,
what do the kids teachers say?
well, I mean, what was surprising was how few parents actually showed up. I think there were only 10 of us there total, which was a
Parents?
surprise to me. 10 parents, yeah, for this particular one. So, oh well.
Yeah.
The biggest thing I learned though is that before football games, one parent has to sign up to deliver pizzas to the band. This is like the most critical function that you can possibly have, is making sure the band gets their pizzas before they go on to play. So I think that was the most important part of that meeting.
What do they play? I can't imagine the sound for these
Well,
big
when was the last
players.
time you were at a football game?
Never.
so, so probably describing it to you won't
Never.
help, but they play things to try to perk everybody up, as well as, of course, the national anthem in the beginning. But they're constantly playing throughout the thing, and it's after that game on Friday, I was spent and I didn't do anything. Right, I just stood there and watched a football game. I cannot imagine how the kids felt when it was over, but I guess they're young, so they can handle it. All right, so far so good. Nothing is blown up.
What are your plans for today?
My plans are to sit here and make sure
And
nothing
then
explodes.
Programs, so we take a break.
Oh yeah. No, we're going to take breaks throughout the day, but I mean, you know, my real function here is just to provide support to people,
Right.
and to just make sure that everybody can, you know, everyone's okay, that everything's working for people. So,
But it's very quiet, which is great. I'm not getting support issues in the lobby. You're not either. Are you getting personally through emails?
No, I mean, I got, one or two, how do I log in? Can you reset my password?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very quiet, which is a great thing. And our
Yeah.
friends at Audentio are actually here as well. I know we always wonder, are they always going to show up? And yeah, they're here watching. So
What
always
rooms are
nice.
they in? Are they? Where can I find them?
I don't know if they're actually in a room. I know that they're on Slack though, which so
Okay.
the way we communicate and the way most sort of modern organizations communicate these days is through the tool called Slack, where it's very much like text messaging but for groups. And so, I have our little group here where I can reach the engineers that we need to in case things blow up. And in the beginning, when we first started doing this, obviously there was a lot of back and forth, right? Because we didn't know what was going to break and what was going to go wrong. But now it's so rare that we even need anything during the conference. But they're always here just in case. So that's part of the expense of running the conference, of course, is you can do it without them, right? In theory, you could go it alone and hope for the best, but the security of having the engineering staff around is huge. When you have thousands of people using the software, you want to make sure that you have some backup. So
That's Paul's girlfriend. He's at a conference now, ma'am. So if his blood pressure's up, there's a reason. Hi, you're on national TV. You have 6 million viewers watching you.
So what time is it now, actually? So it's 7:25 my time, so 10:25. So just pulling it up on the screen here. Yeah, nothing seems to be falling apart today. So
Yep.
Good job. Part of actually the challenge, just so people are aware of running something like this, in case anybody cares, is matching the level of resources that you have on the servers to the number of people that show up. That's more challenging than it might seem, because if you have too many resources sitting around, you're burning money, right? So you don't want to overdo it. At the same time, if you have too little, as we experienced in the distant past, as you may remember,
Right.
things can lock up and fall apart. And you got to sort of hit that sweet spot. And I think over the years, they've become very good at that, of figuring out exactly how much capacity we're going to need.
Yeah. I think our biggest resource that we have to have is the first lecture, because everybody's coming in for the first time. By now, people might have fulfilled their credits. Their year has ended.
Yep.
They're sick of us, whatever the reason is. But they still got the full free season pass till December 1st, actually.
Yep. Yeah, so the lectures are going to stick around till December 1st. Somebody asked about the on-demand lectures and when they're coming back. And so they'll be back on Monday. Monday morning, we'll turn them back on again. So in terms of numbers, I know people were asking. We don't have too many people in the lobby right now, but if anyone's listening or cares, happy to share this kind of data. So, we've had over 4,000 paid attendees and 99.9% attendance, as far as I can tell. And so I think that's one of the important key takeaways is, why do you charge for this conference? People ask. So the first thing is because we don't necessarily want to be reliant completely on advertisers to keep the conference going, right? We want to be accountable to the people who are actually taking the courses. But also it's that 99.9% attendance figure that's so important to us, right? By making people pay even a nominal amount, I think everybody here runs a business, so they know that. If you make someone pay even a nominal amount, their investment in what they're doing is much higher. Whereas with free, we do free webinars all the time on ODwire, and typically about 40% of people show up. So the difference between that and this is huge.
And a huge factor also is, if we don't really get much sponsor support, we don't really solicit that much. If we didn't charge, we couldn't pay our speakers, we couldn't pay our fees for Arbo, we couldn't pay the software company, Nova, credit card expenses, etc. So we have to charge just to keep the lights on.
Right, and it's a better position for us too. Like when I go out and do talk to companies who want to sponsor us, we're not desperate, right? All these other free things that you see online, those are completely driven by sponsors. They are desperate. If they don't get their sponsors, what's going to happen to those conferences, right? They're going to go away.
Right.
So they are very much, in a position where they have to I don't want to say bend to what the sponsors need, but they have to be, they have to shape the form of their conference to sponsor demand. Because if they don't, they won't exist. The same doesn't really hold for us. When we have sponsors here, it's because sponsors genuinely want to work with us, and I like working with them. I'm not, going to reach out to companies who I don't think would fit the conference, just because. So when you see a company working with us, they would, that they sort of have the same values as we do. You notice they're not, the companies that we work with, they're not constantly in your face at the conference, right? We don't try to push them endlessly. The only time you'll see a lot of them is in this lobby where I run the webinars that we've done over and over again for companies like Visionix and Oculus. And we just, because we have the content, we've done it for them before.
And a big point, Adam, is that we have an opt-out button so that you're not going to be bothered by the sponsors after the conference if you opted out, which I believe you say 90% of the people do, at least they did last time.
Yeah,
And
yep.
again, other conferences don't do that, which they are required to do by ARBO rules, and they don't. Again, it's a slap in the wrist for them. So you don't, if you want to be bothered, you're not going to be bothered. Just click that button. No opt out.
Right. And so what that is actually opting you out of is other conferences give up your data, right? They send it over to the companies, and we just, Arbo doesn't want that. It's part of their rules where you have to give and it's actually an opt-in, right? You have to now opt in to give your data out to companies. So that's why so many people by default don't do it. And frankly, I don't know how a lot of these free C things are going to survive if people have to opt in to giving the sponsor data, because again, without sponsors, those things wouldn't exist. So it's a really interesting conundrum that they have, but we feel like charging a nominal fee for CEwire at least aligns our incentives with those of the people who are taking the conference. So it's worked really well so far, and it's helped us, really produce good content for people that they seem to like.
Okay. Just got a message from one of my people who don't usually know what to do, and they like the conference day. They finally figured out what to do after 5 years and 4 conferences a year.
Yep. And so also I want to mention the mobile aspect of this. A huge percentage of people are actually watching this on mobile. I actually got an email from someone yesterday, this was fascinating, who watched it on their phone but decided to AirPlay the phone to their big TV in their living room. So they didn't have a computer in front of them, they just had their phone, so they were watching it on their phone. But with AirPlay, as you know, on iPhones, you can stream the output of whatever you're watching to a TV. So they just decided to kick back and stream from their phone to the TV as they were watching the lectures. And I'd never heard of anyone doing that before, but it actually makes complete sense. If you don't want to sit at your computer and you'd rather get on the couch and do it and have a giant TV, well, that's one way of taking the conference, I guess.
And our pictures are so well done, it won't pixelate even on a 95-inch TV.
Yeah, so we aim to do everything in high def at the very least, right? So that's 1980, that's 1920 by 1080 is high def. And that scales to 4K. 4K is twice that resolution. And so it's an integer scaling factor. So when it scales up, if you have a 4K TV in your living room, let's say, if you're trying to show this at 4K, it's just twice the size. So it'll actually still look pretty good, because a lot of content that you see on TV is actually just made for HD, right? 1920 by 1080 for broadcast. And so that's why when you scale this thing up, it'll look good. Now, there are a few speakers who did not heed my warning and encoded their stuff at a lower resolution. For those lectures, I actually went in and re-encoded all of them at 1920 by 1080, just so if you actually do, so for instance, like they didn't do it widescreen, right? So you'll see their thing is more square shaped than rectangular. So I re-encoded those at 1920 by 1080. So if you do actually put it up on a screen, a large screen, it won't get distorted or stretch out or anything else. The proportions will still be correct. Again, in the future, I want the speakers to not ignore my messages about this, because it's really important that they do it the right way.
And I think the interesting thing is, Adam, in my experience with PowerPoint, I've had several versions of it. It kind of defaults to the high resolution rectangular screen. You have to change it to get to the other ones.
Right, you have to tell it, and again, I tell our speakers now, I have a little packet that we send them, do it in widescreen, and not just widescreen, you actually have to specify the size of the slide, which is not standard. The standard for an export in PowerPoint is lower resolution, and I know why they do it, right? Because it takes less time to export a lower resolution one, and it takes less space. But until Microsoft comes around and makes 1920 by 1080 a default, we always want our speakers to set up that higher resolution because it just looks better.
Does the TV, do you have to have the proper speed on your TV to get these speakers or for it to work?
Yeah, it won't work on an old Zenith.
For internet connection? You have a slow connection on the internet, on your TV set.
So
Even-
when they're streaming, you mean from their phone?
Yeah,
No, so that happens
exactly as a
over.
monitor.
Yeah, so it's like a monitor. There's just no wire. They're using Bluetooth to communicate with the phone. So no, the answer is no. So you can.
the phone is.
It's not a function of your internet. It's a function of your phone and how it interfaces with the TV. So when I've done AirPlay before, I've never had a problem. With most TVs, again, if your TV is a real piece of junk, it might have trouble, but for the most part, no, it's okay.
Interesting if it was different whether the TV's on Wi-Fi or 5G. The phone, excuse me, whether that would change the resolution.
Yeah, so I mean, the way AirPlay works, usually the two devices need to be near each other. It works over Bluetooth, so that's
Okay.
how it's actually streaming it.
Okay, so it's radio.
Yep. Yep.
My daughter wanted me to buy some AirPods for the gym and stuff, and they were $200. I said, I don't listen to much music. I went into like Five Below, and I got these AirPods, whatever you want to call them, for $7. They've been working great. So don't buy the expensive stuff unless you really need it.
Yeah, so the Apple stuff, the key advantage is just that it pairs really well with the iPhone, right? So it's seamless. You can actually have it set up with multiple devices at the same time. So if you
Right.
walk near your Mac, then all of a sudden the headphones switch over to your Mac. But those are just like, that's frippery, right? The base functionality, any Bluetooth headset will work.
And mine pairs seamlessly also. I just hold it for 2 seconds, boom.
Yep. Yep.
So you can cheap out with that stuff. Now, even if it breaks after 6 months, $7 every 6 months is a lot cheaper than a $200 AirPod.
Right. So I got a bunch of these frequently asked questions, but we've been over these a million times. The one thing that people might not know are the dates for the next conference, which we can put up here just to show everybody. So February 3rd and 4th, April 27th and 28th, June 8th and 9th, and September 7th and 8th of next year.
And there are no holidays interfering.
Nope, we try to avoid all the holidays. We tried to avoid all the major conferences. So yeah.
And we're first, so everyone has to worry about us rather than compete against us. Anyone else have listed their dates yet?
I don't think so. At least not for the smaller ones.
Now, there's some stuff happening in November for Eyes On, but it's a small 4-credit lecture on Retina. I believe I might have something next week. Let me just check that. Yeah, it's a 2-hour lecture. I have it right here on, again, neurotrophic keratitis, diagnosis and treatment. It's at 9 o'clock. I'll go to it this Wednesday night and see what they have to offer. And the speaker is, they haven't told me here. I'll find out when I get there. But it's synchronous, and I always listen to it, and I'll see whether I have to take a quiz. I know I'll have to take a quiz at the end, and I won't bother this time because I know that I can pass it, and who cares?
Right, you have enough
I want to
credits.
set the record for credits. I'll try for 500 this year.
When are you going to hang up the degree? When you don't want to take courses and then you don't need credits because you're not practicing? When are you going to say that's it?
When I finish doing this, when I'm 102.
Well, so for right now, though, I just want to remind everybody who's in the room, if you see these dates and you see a problem with any of these dates, if you could let us know like immediately, that would be useful. If we've missed anything big, because I don't think we have. September 7th and 8th, that could actually be the first week of the football season.
Right, but that's not. We're doing
That's
it
no
this
big
week
deal.
anyway.
Yeah, but other than
But if
that,
someone's getting married June 8th and 9th, that we can't help. That's a one-shot deal.
right, yeah. So stuff like that, obviously we can't avoid. But like any big holidays that I just haven't thought of, or big
We look
events.
at
Let's be
all the
fair.
biggies, the religious, everything. We try to get something in between everything else.
We have,
Easter's very early this year, so don't worry.
in all fairness, though, we have a very large percentage of people now that are not Christian or Jewish that are of other religions. And in fairness, we didn't even look into the other religions
I did.
observing.
Yeah,
I did.
we
You didn't make the
we looked-
schedule. I looked,
we-
but
I
here's
looked into Ramadan.
yeah. So here's the thing though. Most of the religious stuff, how do I put this nicely? I don't really care about it, right? Because I look at stuff that coincides with like national holidays, right? The religious stuff, you have to be careful of it, but what's even worse is if there's a holiday around it, because what really dictates whether or not people show up for this is if they're on doing something with their families, right? If there's actually a holiday where they're going away and doing stuff. So for instance, one of these dates I know is over Passover, right? I know it is, but it's in the middle of Passover. So, could we avoid it? Maybe. Do we have to? Not really.
But Passover is typically a dinner.
Right.
It's not the whole day. You're not doing things. People, if they show up, we're having Rosh Hashanah at our house next weekend, and people are showing up at 4 o'clock or so.
Right. So again, I'd rather, have a conference over that than, a day where I know kids are not going to be in school and people might go away, right? Or God forbid, Valentine's Day. Like it's important. And I know, Dad, you have absolutely no sentimental feelings whatsoever about it, but you don't want to do something on Valentine's Day.
Absolutely not. Yes. We, my wife and I started to go out Valentine's Day of I won't even tell you what century, and so it's a double special day for us. So yes, I'm not doing Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
That's my second most hated holiday. I think Halloween is the first.
Halloween's the best.
Yes, that's our favorite holiday. Kids love it. There's nothing wrong with Halloween.
It was cold, and I had to schlep the kids around in the cold for trick or treat. Terrible.
Good Lord.
But for many years, we with a group of friends, about 30 or 40, would have a Halloween party. We'd have a theme. It could be song titles. It could be Broadway plays. When you give somebody a theme, it actually makes it easier than if you just have to make a generic costume. And the elaborate costumes were just amazing. And we would rotate houses and stuff. One time people did the Wizard of Oz, and then 3 years later, the other people wanted to do the Wizard of Oz. So I contacted everybody and I said, that's ridiculous. That's no creativity. Let's all go with scarecrows. So we had like 40 scarecrows and we screwed them up. No, that's the best holiday. And when you take I have a little 3-year-old granddaughter. When you take her out to the houses and she gets her little candies and stuff, and the expressions on their face, and after about 3 houses, they get the idea. They do it themselves.
Yep.
And the key thing in communities where we live in a house where we're on 1 acre, so it's a pain in the neck to go to each house. So you go to the townhouses, therefore you get more bang for the buck. Now you're gonna like this, Paul. I'm gonna relate back to the Bronx when I was a kid growing up in a 6-story apartment building. You ring the bell on the first floor on all 6, get 6, go to the second floor, third floor. After about a half an hour, you had to go home to bring your candies and get another bag because the density of people was so great. Do you remember things like that?
No.
Yeah.
Really?
So
Didn't have in my neighborhood.
I'll reiterate then, Halloween is a time where one should never have a conference. And one of the most annoying things ever is that the academy meeting occasionally will fall on a Halloween. And I know that Gretchen has very strong feelings about it, as I do. We're like, how could they possibly do this? It's so cruel to have something then, especially if you're a parent. So anyway, so we avoid holidays like that, these big ones where we know the families get together. And of course, Valentine's Day, we stay away from like the plague. So
And then sports events, of course.
And sporting events, yep. Yeah, the things where you know that people will be doing something fun and special on a Saturday or Sunday, you really want to try to stay away from.
For example, next year the Olympics are going to be in Paris in August, so we don't usually have it in the summertime anyway, and we chose obviously to avoid that also.
Yeah, so August actually would be a terrible time to do one of these conferences, right? Since so many people are away and doing stuff. Maybe late August you could get away with it, but I know just from our webinar attendance and watching the way it ebbs and flows throughout the year, if you try to schedule anything in mid-July all the way through mid-August, it's just dead. Because I think that's when everyone starts to take their vacations.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. We wanted to go to Paris, and I've never seen Paris, and maybe shoot over to Italy in August. We looked at the plane flights, and they were like $1,200, $1,400, and then we looked at hotels, and everything was booked. We didn't realize that the Olympics were taking place, and it's really for people will stay a week before, a week after, so you can't get. And that they raise their prices 300-400% because it's a one-shot deal, and they can get the crowds anyway because a lot of people go to those things.
Wow.
But another 4 years afterwards, it's going to be in LA, and so God be willing, I'll be there. We could stay at my niece's house.
All right, so I'm looking here. I'm not getting any emails from people, and I'm not getting any questions. So this is fantastic.
Yeah,
and surprising.
Go for our sponsors since this is too vanilla today.
Yeah, this is crazy. We're just not getting questions. So very good. Well, all right. So our sponsors, huh? All right. So. All righty. So let me pull that up here. All right. So our sponsors, and this is not the last we'll hear of them because I will be hanging out with them also at Expo, taking some footage because it's been a really long time since I've been on the road again. I guess the last the last one I went out to was Academy a year ago, or a little less than a year ago, and I got COVID. So we'll see what happens this year. So Visionics, so again, makers of the Solix, which we've spoken about a lot at this conference, and I'll probably run that webinar again with Julie Rodman, just talking about the device, because it is a really cool, they call it a so-called full-range SD-OCT, so it does OCT and OCTA, and the images it creates are just stunning. And it does it quickly, which is, and if you look at the thing, actually, you can kind of get a sense of it. It's small for what it does. It's all integrated.
And if you do want, Julie Rodman gave a lecture on kind of that subject matter yesterday. If you want to take it on demand just for information, it'll give you a more academic approach to it also. So she's a great girl, and we'll always have her back.
Yeah, so Rodman's webinars here, the two of them that I have, are about the Solix itself, sort of an overview of it as an instrument, and then drilling down on its screening functions as well, because the intent with this device is you can use it as a screen on everybody if you wanted to. It's not just for people you suspect having pathology. So it can sort of do it all. It's kind of like a Swiss Army knife, and people should really take a look at it if they're in the market for a new OCT. So thank you to them for sponsoring the conference, as always. And again, we have Nate Lighthizer is giving a talk on lasers, but he also gave a talk about the Solix, and we have it here. And I'll probably run his webinar as well, because I don't think I did it yesterday, did I?
Nope, I would remember that.
Yeah, so I don't think I did. So his was a good one too. Again, he drilled down a little bit deeper, speaking about the Solix in the context of glaucoma specifically. Showing you how you deal with this one disease state, and you can use the Solix for it. So really cool, and great pictures as well. By the way, you look at Nate and you look at Julie, as you can tell, they come from academia, right? That's their background. So their interest in the Solix was not really commercial. Their clinics, they were early adopters of the device, and their clinics had them. So what you're going to get from these lectures is not so much a practice management lecture about this device. It really is more of the nuts and bolts. How does this work, and what's it useful for clinically? So if you're really interested in that, definitely stop by.
Kind of the same thing with his laser lecture, which already took place. It's going to be academic because most states can't do it, but at some point in the future, we probably should have a practice management approach to lasers when more states are online to find out how to use it, how to incorporate it into your practice, what to buy, what you need, what the costs are, etc.
Yep.
I think that's a lecture for the future, though. There's not too many states that require it.
Absolutely. Okay, so, and MacuHealth, so makers of supplements for macular degeneration, among other things. And they have a new product that's actually designed to treat floaters, which is sort of interesting. Came out, I guess, about a year ago. And they've, over the past year, collected more data as well. And I'm sure this coming year, when I head out to Expo, I'll hit them up for the newest data. I was skeptical actually when I heard about a product for floaters, but apparently it does work to help sort of break these things up, which is
And
nice.
a little plug, I used it in my office. And if you use it in combination with AREDS too, you're getting the patient a lot more um, help in terms of dry macular degeneration becoming wet. And we had great results, and there's a lot of science, a lot of papers that prove that. So AREDS 2 is very, very old and long in the tooth, and this new research is much more relevant nowadays. And Dr. Nolan will talk about it as well as other products, but
Right. The other
definitely
thing,
something.
yeah, and the other thing, Steve, that I liked about their stuff is the size of the pills, right? They're highly potent,
Oh
the
yeah, and
actual things, so you can see on the screen they're small. They're not like,
small and they're very slick.
yeah,
So
they're not
they
like,
go down.
yeah, they're not like giant horse pills. So,
Go down.
Don't
yeah.
don't chew them though, because it does taste funny if you chew.
But so many of the supplements, particularly the more cheaply made ones, are gigantic, right? They have these binders in them and they're huge. But
Hmm.
the formula that MacuHealth uses is obviously very potent because they can put it in a much tinier package. So
Yep.
definitely check it out.
Can they go to the sponsor to get more information about the product?
Right. So if you want more information about any of these products, if you go to this, so first of all, we're going to be e-blasting about them, and you can contact them that way. You can also go to their page in the ODwire forum that we have a dedicated page where the discussion threads are for each one of these companies where you can contact them directly. You can just privately message them, and they're there. So you can reach out to all of their staff there as well.
Exhibiting here, is there an exhibit hall for them to go to right now?
So in the forums, they can just go in and actually see the discussion threads about each product, right? So that's the equivalent of our exhibit hall this year, where they can just go in and even send a message to the people who are actually running those threads at each company. So they can go in there. So, and again, discounts for folks who are here at the conference. We'll probably have an e-blast from them when the conference is over, just letting everybody know what the discounts are. The Eye Consortium, so this is a doctor alliance. It's free to join, and they work with very select vendors, right? They pick sort of best in breed of each of the companies to work with to offer you discounts. So because they're kind of selective, they were able to negotiate very deep discounts. Nice guys, free to join. There's no pressure to work with them, and I know, Steve, you've been working with them a bit over the past year.
Yep, very honest, and they focus, as you said, on companies and no other companies. So, for example, they deal with Zeiss and no other equipment company. They deal with Alcon, no other contact lens company. Few frame companies, and diverse in the field. So you get the best deals, and it's free. And they could care less if you join another alliance. You can name ones like Perk and iDoc and Vision Source. So you can be members of all of it. But if you get the best deal through them, and they're going to start incorporating some practice management information as they go. And again, it's always going to be free, all free, and that's their kind of thing. So there's just no reason not to join them. I think from what people tell me, and I've had some other threads I've read online, that their Alcon deal is better than you can get any place else, including directly through Alcon.
Right, and I think, and it's an important point too that you can join multiple groups, right? So if
Yeah.
you don't necessarily have to work with Alcon's lenses, if you use them though, it's good to join this. Then you can use them to place those orders, and then if you use another lens, you can use a different alliance. So,
And they have conferences, live conferences, and there might be some integration with us later on in the future. We're negotiating with that now, but they have regular live conferences where they give, again, there's a small fee to attend, I believe, but a very small fee, and you can get practice management information from the various gurus that do that on how to work with their products.
yep.
And they're not your partner. They don't go into your books.
No, we don't go into their books because it's free. the,
And
Well,
there's
So,
they have to make money, so I guess their deal is like the old Block Blind Group. My actually father-in-law gave him the idea. Michael Block, you know who he is?
yep.
And my father-in-law's idea was, okay, you give people the vendors give you a 20% discount, and you give the buyers, meaning the ODs, a 17% discount. So you make 3%. You're making air, and that was probably in the 70s or so, and that was kind of the paradigm that the other buyer groups kind of led to.
Right, and I think what Paul was getting to was the vision source angle, right, where they reach into your books and they say, "We
Oh
will
yeah,
take
yeah.
out blah blah blah." So yeah,
I
that's not
mean,
like this.
we had a high, uh, let's say, fee practice. We did very well, and I did the math, and uh, I could not give them that percentage of business that would even justify the discounts they were getting.
Yeah.
I mean, not even close. But other people swear by them. It's they drank that Kool-Aid, which is now getting worse and worse because of all the other things happening in our field.
Yep. Okay, so Oculus, makers of the equipment that you all know and love, thank you to them for sponsoring the conference, as usual. So we have a couple of little interviews that I did about the Keratograph 5M, using it for dry eye. And if you can believe it, 20 years of Pentacam. And we have an interview with Dr. Gellies all about how to use it to fit sclerals, among other things, because the Pentacam, as you know, is like a Swiss Army knife. It can do a lot of different things. And it's a shock to think that it's been around for 20 years already. But of course, the device is very different from when it first came out. They're constantly modifying the hardware and the software. So the industrial design looks the same as it did 20 years ago, but the guts are completely different. And they've been extending it, to do things that I don't think they originally thought you'd be able to do with a Pentacam. So definitely go check it out today. Sclerals, obviously, when the Pentacam came out 20 years ago, fitting sclerals was not exactly considered something cutting edge that people like to do, right? It was sort of a niche thing that was maybe even dying out a bit with the people who were wearing sclerals. But over time, because the technology's gotten so much better, it's become much more popular. And the Pentacam is a great tool to use to fit sclerals, and that's what John's
expanded
is all about.
Even to dry eye, and it's not just keratoconus and regular corneal dystrophies, etc. There's a lot of mainstream stuff it's being used for now.
Yep. In fact, I believe Sue Resnick, she contacted me. She might want to give a talk next year at CEwire all about the use of hard lenses for as a multifocal lens. And I think she might want to cover sclerals on that as well. It's becoming a thing. So it would be an unusual contact lens lecture, but it might be something that people would be interested in.
Yep. And she could talk about glaucoma and its causes from scleral. I'm kidding. you can't put a nexus between those two subjects.
So Lac Rivera, makers of punctal plugs, among other things. You can see a list of their products here. They have discounts for folks at the show. Again, you're going to get an e-blast from us with the discounts from them as well, and I'll be visiting them at Expo to see what's going on with them too. iCare Pro, so if you need help with social media for your practice, they're the ones to reach out to. They basically manage the social media for hundreds of offices, so they know what works and what doesn't, so you don't have to worry about trying to be clever or keeping your presence up. They can do it for you, so you don't even have to think about it.
They're actually a client for iCare and Consortium also, so
cool.
symbiotic.
And
we should mention, Vico, do your next thing, please.
Okay, the final one, so Leo Hadley, Vision Equipment Inc. So Leo refurbishes equipment. He's been doing it for decades at this point. So he takes in equipment, refurbishes it, and resells it to it's like new condition. You never know what you're going to get with Leo because his inventory is constantly turning over. So again, you'll get an e-blast from him as well. We'll be sending that out with whatever's going on with him with the latest stuff. So definitely check him out. It's a good value if you're like creating a new lane or you just want to refresh some of your equipment and you don't really feel like paying full price for new equipment. So give it a shot.
And a record holder, never a complaint. In all the years he's been with us, we've never had one person complain about him or the product.
That's true. His service is really good. I think that's the most important thing. He's a very reachable guy, and he wants everybody to be happy. So service is paramount to him. So definitely check him out. Although it's funny, I haven't seen him much on the road since COVID, and I'm hoping to, always before COVID, if you went to Expo, he'd always have a gigantic setup with all of his stuff. But since COVID, he's realized, as the rest of us have, that a lot of the travel that he was doing is not necessary because he's able to reach people online much easier. And it's just easier on him. So it'll be curious to see if he actually is even at Expo later in the month, or if he's really just shifted to doing everything online. And he works out of his big warehouse in Florida, and for him, I could see why traveling across the country at Expo may or may not make sense these days.
We should mention what's coming up in speaking because it's going to be at 11:05, and people might want to plan this. It's just relative to what we might be doing next time. There's actually a 4-hour directly glaucoma track with Murray Fingerette doing 2 lectures and Michael Kalasian doing 2 lectures. And next to them is Mark Freeberg. So if you took Freeberg's course last time, you might switch over to the 4 consecutive 1-hour classes, which is nice and modular. Of course, I don't want to impede on Don Teeks. Anybody listening to an Icon and Sports Vision, you could also take that course. But it's just interesting that we have the majority of what people want to see right now. And Freeberg's courses are always great. This one in particular is as good as anything in the past. But if you need the glaucoma credits, you might consider taking that 4-credit track now.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. So cool stuff. And again, as we mentioned, next year we're going to go have an overwhelming glaucoma track because it's what people want and what people need. So next year, just expect that one entire track for both days is going to be filled up with nothing but -GL courses. So I think of all the tracks that we have, that's probably going to be the single largest individual one. We're going to also have a lot of -PH courses as well next year. It's, again, going to be overwhelming because so many states are now starting to require it. You know, you have states like New Jersey with their orals requirement, right? And other states are jumping on that bandwagon.
Orals, yeah. And
So
then the diversity courses, tracking courses, narcotics courses. The great thing about narcotics is that it kind of combines narcotics with pharmaceuticals at the same time. So you can satisfy both requirements.
Yep. So pretty cool stuff. So I think that was it for our sponsors too. Vision Equipment Inc. was the last one, and that's about it. So we've gone over everything, and I'm not seeing too many complaints. So Jennifer just actually had a little message here that it was a great group in her 10 a.m. sports vision class.
She probably had a little bit more population also, being that there was nothing in room 2.
Right. Yep.
Okay, and it's turning over now. Everything was seamless. Ben had a lot of interaction in his course. A lot of really interesting things. He was on pigmented things in the retina, and people relating about how they found signs of colorectal cancer, and people's lives were saved simply by seeing in the retina pigmented spots that could indicate some further analysis and from another doctor. And that's what we can do. We can save lives.
And I'm just helping out a person here get their OE tracker number into the system. We've had very few of those requests actually this time around. I think most people have figured out how to get the number in, and okay, so let me just help them out here.
I guess the West Coast people should be coming on now.
Yep.
It's 8 a.m. on the West Coast, so.
Yep.
And Jen, one of our great speakers, loves CEwire.
So let me answer this person about how to enter their OE tracker number.
William's concerned he couldn't get in for the first 5 minutes. William, no problem. You will get credit. This first turnover is always interesting, and after that, it should go pretty much seamlessly throughout the day.
Yep. Okay, so helping someone get their OE tracker number in. And what's interesting about that too is, of course, once it's entered in, it's there for good. So at the next conference, people won't have to worry, you know, did I forget my OE tracker number? Don't worry about it. It's part of your profile now, so it'll always be there.
I sent you one yesterday where a girl got it. Now, if somebody registers and forgets to put the OE tracker number in, could they get into that field to do it again, or they have to contact you directly?
Oh, no, they don't have to contact me at all. Yes, there's just a link that they have to click to do it themselves. So
Okay.
It's just that some people can't find it sometimes. And what I really need to do is actually have the system shoot out an email to anyone who doesn't have an OE tracker number in the system and just say, here's the link, fill it out if you can. Although some people still don't have one and they don't want one. So for reasons that escape me, because it's free to get one from Arbo.
Yeah. And Canadians have it also, which is crazy if they're able to use it.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, so it looks like we're. Carlos just sent a message. This is the second year. I love what you put together. Thank you, Carlos. It's been
Yep.
fun and it's going very smoothly. So I'm really happy with the way the software has turned out. You know, the system has just been rolling along. I see Richard is here. And Richard's course is going to be later today. So Richard will tell you how to not get audited.
Yep.
So
His is much later in the day, but he likes to view our courses also to make sure that we're doing everything up and aboard. He doesn't disagree with anything. Richard works pretty much for the vision care companies.
well, I think he left, right? Yeah, I think
he did. Okay.
I think he left
Before.
Anthem. So yeah, we got to figure out what Richard's doing now. But I think he left Anthem. So, but obviously his body of knowledge is still huge in this area.
Absolutely. It's like hiring someone that used to work for IRS. How to get around the IRS. So.
That's funny.
He might have some NDAs though, Paul. So I don't know if he can say everything.
Well, the thing about Richard, though, is that he wants the best for everyone, right? He just wants people to understand the rules so they can follow them properly,
Yep.
which can be a challenge sometimes, unfortunately, with so many different insurers and their different rules and so forth. But
Fortunately, they want to always shoot the messenger, though. Poor Richard gets so much flack because he wants to be honest and tell it like it is.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
well,
So, all right. So, no NDAs, Richard says, so he's good.
Good. So you heard it's good.
He can give us all the dirt. So, all right. So the classes have gone live again. I just got the alerts here.
Yep, me too. Yep.
So that's all good. And again, that alert system inside of CEwire for people who, like, I don't know if you guys are all following it, maybe not, but maybe I'll talk about enhancements to the system since we've got nothing better to talk about. See if I can bring it up again.
And please, if you stay in the same room, I'm finding, because I do it that if it kind of locks up after the first lecture, just refresh to the little semicircle left-hand corner if you're using a PC. Same thing with the phone and the tablet, because it might just not click into the next phase.
Yeah. So moving from one to the next is actually one of the more challenging things to do technically. For most people, it works. Occasionally, it doesn't work for some people. And again, every time we do the conference, it gets better and better. You'll notice we have fewer and fewer people who it's happening to. But as I was showing people yesterday, it happens even to the biggest platforms. So the one that I love to use as an example, because I'm constantly logged into it, is MLB's TV app. So if you look at MLB, you know, it'll look shockingly similar to what we built here, right? In terms of the way it works. Not really a coincidence, because they all kind of work similarly. But I've had situations with this, you know, an MLB stream where it wouldn't actually get the game back on. It stayed in the commercials, it sat there, and then finally I had to hit refresh and I saw it was in the middle of the inning. And that's happened to me more than once. So it makes me feel a little bit better, at least, if MLB is having these issues still. You know, it's not just us. And they have poured, obviously, tens or hundreds of millions into their digital presence. So.
Let me get on my soapbox. A lot of the Yankee games are being telecast on Apple TV, Amazon Prime, Peacock, and it is not seamless, Adam. You go to the site, you click on it, you click again, and then it comes in. It's like you said, 2 minutes early, 2 minutes late. And then if you want to go back to regular TV, you have to go. It's a whole process if you want to watch something else. And they're shafting all these fans who, a lot of people live in New York City. They're not rich people, and they don't have Apple, they don't have Peacock, they don't have Amazon Prime. But it's all about the money.
Yeah.
Mm.
What's fascinating to me though about the platforms, having to use them all now, is how everybody is trying, including us, to tackle the same problem. And it's fun watching how they're doing it in different ways, right? Because Peacock as a platform is a disaster. Like, I don't know if you've used it before and you noticed that. Yeah.
Just to get into Peacock is it's like 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5
Yeah.
minutes.
And
Just
NBC
clicking on it.
spent untold amount of money developing Peacock, and still it is not good. Certainly worse than other streaming platforms.
Well,
So
Netflix is probably the most, but even Netflix sometimes it has issues. But it's not like turning on channel 7 or whatever on your
right.
TV, which is always seamless.
Yep. So yeah,
Um,
I find it fascinating though. My model for what we do has always been MLB because I just like the way their app in general works.
mhm.
So you'll notice some striking similarities, like when I complained about us not having these things to move things left and right. You'll notice in the next version of CEwire, which you'll see in February, we'll have those things to scroll left and right. So
Oh, good. My wife left me for the day. Do you use it to go?
Oh, it's
You
on
could
my
call.
mind. You know, for future reference, is there any thought about subtitles on the lecture? Since it's pre-recorded, is it an easy computer issue to put subtitles underneath? For example, subtitles for people that are hard of hearing in English would be very good. But if you have someone where English is a second language, to have subtitles, we'll say in Spanish, for people that are taking the courses, or if they're going overseas.
so here's the thing. That's a good question. So it's easy to get 90% of the captions done. It's the final 10% that's the challenge. And what I mean by that is you can have AI do it for you, but because this is an industry where there's a lot of jargon, that last 10% it'll screw up. And so then what you have to have is a human go in and replace the botched words with the jargon. So if we have 60 hours of lectures, that means somebody has to go in there who knows the jargon and fix everything that went wrong.
You can in PowerPoint, though it's not the same thing, Adam. It's not as efficient, but you can put notes in your PowerPoint slides and let the audience see that. But you're putting the notes in, and you might be talking 5 minutes on a slide, but you're going to just summarize what you're saying. So you could do some of it, Paul, but and I guess I could translate it into Japanese and Chinese through all these various programs, but I don't know if that'll
I,
be a voluminous task.
it's close, and it does a decent job. Like if you go to YouTube right now, Dad, I know you don't watch a lot of YouTube, but if you do, you can turn on automatic closed captioning for every video that's there, and it has an
Yep.
AI that in real time will actually spit the captions back out at you. But you'll notice even in people who are using regular speech that's not filled with jargon, it misses some stuff. And so you'd have
Yep.
to manually correct it. That's the challenge. So you can get 90% of the way there automatically. It's that last 10% that takes forever.
And even when you're watching live TV, CNN, let's say, and they're doing closed caption, they, especially proper names and things like that, they screw up all the time because that person's typing in real time.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not good. However, well, I like to watch some older films, and the sound quality of many older films is very poor, and it adds to the enjoyment when you can actually have subtitles underneath the film, so you don't miss any of the very important dialogue, because some you just don't hear well. So
Right, but
I
I'm
know
just telling you that if we did this, it would take literally hundreds of hours to do for
I
all the
understand,
videos.
so we can do it, but once it gets easier, whatever, it may be down a couple of years, but it would be a
Well,
good feature.
if I'm watching mostly athletes, but Paul, especially Western Europe, they all speak English, especially if they're younger than 70 years old. I mean, everybody speaks English. Even the girl from Belarus who lost to Coco Gauff yesterday, it wasn't seamless, but they speak English because they know English is what they have to. Um, and I think the Far East people are the same way, the younger ones from the Far East. So I don't think it's. I hate to say it, but English we're primary. People need to know English if they're anywhere near in the field, and especially let's say you have somebody from Spain. They're going to want to read English journals in about ophthalmology, optometry, etc., and they could ferret through it. So I think I don't think it's that big a problem. Problem is Americans not. I speak Spanish. I really learned how to do it through high school, and I kept on doing it. And it's useful in New York, New Jersey, and Florida. I build a lot of people out of jams where they couldn't communicate.
Yep. Sure.
Hablas español un poquito, hablo despacio, comprendo todo. Lectora, todo en español, ¿sí? I'm going to speak Spanish the rest of the day, I said.
Oh,
Okay, so I just, we had an issue with some person, a person you're not getting their credit for a particular class. And when I looked,
Yes,
what happened was they first took the quiz as if it was an asynchronous class, in addition to then taking the survey. So the system was like, huh. So I just actually pushed the credit through for them because they did watch it synchronously. So
I thought if it is synchronous that it doesn't allow you to take the quiz.
you can if you find it. So if you actually go to the assessments page and you find the quiz for that particular lecture, if you pull it up from the list, you can take any quiz you want. I don't, most people wouldn't, so that's why it hasn't happened that frequently. But it does happen from time to time, and I think that's what happened with this particular class. So
I'd have to make a change in the software, but if somebody's taken the course and completed the survey, the quiz should be grayed out. The trouble is that the course won't know that they might not take the survey and they'll take it on demand and take the quiz. You follow what I'm saying?
Well, what you could do is actually, if they go back to that achievements page for a particular lecture, if they've already gotten credit for it, again, at the top of the page, it'd say, hey, you've already gotten credit for this lecture, back out of this page, you don't want to be here anymore.
Right. The trouble is they take quiz before the survey.
Right, that's exactly it. And so we need to be really careful about that. So I think that's what happened there. But we fixed it. It's an unusual thing to have happen because and again, that's why we turn off the on-demand lectures during the weekend that the stuff is live. We turn it all off so that this doesn't happen, so people don't get confused. And then we know if you take a class on September 10th, let's say, I can look in the system and know that was a synchronous class. So forget, you took the quiz, you didn't have to, you filled out the survey, you watched it synchronously, you should get credit for it. So that's why we do that. We turn it off so if I can see the dates, there's no confusion as to what kind of class you actually took. So anyway.
There's so many permutations that can go wrong that are just so simple little things. And
yeah.
We have to.
Yeah, and I mean, you have thousands of users doing, on average 30 or 40 hours. Eventually this is going to happen, right? You're going to hit every sort of weird combination that'll come up. So.
Well, again, we went through the second ones. All three rooms are being used appropriately. Let me see how many people are in the rooms. I'm not sure my counter will be. Let me just refresh it. Yes, wow. Better than yesterday.
Really?
600, about 900 people in the rooms now. And unfortunately, Freeburg still beats out the glaucoma people. 364 to 298, and but Teague is doing well with 223.
Yep. And Dr. Teague's class is actually, it's a condensed version. He gives like I want to say it's like 16 or 18 hours or something in person. You go down to him in Florida to learn all about sports vision. So
yeah, and he limits it to 5 practices.
Yep.
And there's a significant fee, but don't worry about it because if you listen to what he does and incorporate it into your practice, you'll make it up hundreds of times over. And that's one of those specialties that is ignored. But look, Jennifer Ellison just came on, and she's very successful with it. And Don Teague he's doing something else also that we'll talk about at some other time. Actually, Adam knows that he's actually used our software platform, Audentio, because they did such a good job for us. He has athletes, and it has nothing to do with eye care. He might have a hockey player, a tennis player, a football player, online, do some let's say, athletic performance stuff with you, and then sometimes in person, I believe. You probably know more than me, myself. It's called the Alpha Zone.
Yeah, so he's just getting it off the ground. He's really just, sort of starting out with it. He's got, I want to say like 15 or 20 coaches. So these are professional athletes or ex-professional athletes, right, who go way back, and you can use them as coaches. So he's got baseball players and football players and all this other stuff, names that you might recognize. And you can sign up, to do this sort of virtual training with them one-on-one. So pretty neat stuff.
And it's, like I said, most of it is, he does have a few eye-related things because it's just part of the system, but most of them are just, you want to be a better kicker, you want to be a better, hockey goalie, things like that.
Yep. So cool stuff.
Yeah, he's always been at the forefront of sports vision, and I mean, he was, I don't know if he is anymore, but he was always the, let's say, consultant to the Yankees and the Giants and all the Knicks, all the Rangers, all the famous teams that he was in their locker rooms. He probably saw Mickey Mantle naked.
So just to let everyone know, while we're here, so talking a little bit about 2024, for the folks who are hanging out here and are curious and want to give feedback. So we're working on 2024 right now. The software itself is going to have a lot of platform enhancements, and a lot of these are designed to just address the user interface issues that people are having. So knowing whether or not you've finished a class already so you don't take it again. Things like we just experienced where people accidentally take quizzes. We want to make sure that doesn't happen. Improving things like the ability to push messages out to the system. So for instance, there's no way for me to communicate in real time with people. You've noticed that you only get alerts when you refresh a page. So that's not really the way that system should work. So they rebuilt it from scratch so that we can legitimately send out push messages in real time, which is fantastic. Because if something's going on at the conference, we want to be able to tell people in real time. If a course is canceled or if something is going on with the platform, we want to let people know what to do. And so that's something that we really wanted to work. And also the alerts, like a course has started. You don't want to have to refresh the page to see that. You want to get that message pushed to you in real time, letting you know that a course has started. So they rebuilt that system, and that's going to be a huge improvement and a huge quality of life improvement for us. So I'm looking forward to that next year. So we'll start rolling out these features slowly as we test it, and we'll let people know on ODwire. We'll show you little videos as it improves throughout the year.
We might have a little test lecture to kick the tires also. We're planning that.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a terrible idea. Just to test the system a little bit, because there's going to be so many changes and improvements that we want to make sure that it works properly. So.
And so then they're going to use the system for anybody, other clients before we go on in February?
Yeah,
so
so not so much for what we do, right? Since we're unique and we've, the customizations that they've made for us to meet Arbor requirements, these are ours. Nobody else can use those, but for other fields, for sure, the system will be in use. And in fact, a lot of these changes they've held back from doing because they were waiting for this weekend to end. They wanted to make sure our conference went off without a hitch. And they're going to start rolling them out as soon as this is done so that other companies in other fields can start using it. So I'm very grateful to them actually for holding back.
If you could email me, and I'll put my email in the bottom of the lobby, or Adam or Paul, your state board requirements for CE, we'd love to have a table that was at least somewhat comprehensive, because we can only get the ones that we're licensed in, and for me it's New York and New Jersey, and they won't give us the information. We do get it disseminated somewhat, but that'd be a great thing to have some sort of grid. If you can all provide us from every state that you're in, or the provinces we know in Canada, that would be great. I'll put my email up here now.
Yeah, because I think the most important thing for us is that we want to figure out what the high end is of certain requirements, right? So for instance, we heard about California and their glaucoma requirements, or New Jersey and their pharmaceutical requirements, right? We want to try to hit the high end, because if we can cover the high end states, then we know that we've covered everybody. So I'm interested really in states that have strange requirements, right? Requirements that are out of the norm. Like New Jersey's orals thing is out of the norm. It's more than most states. Or California's glaucoma thing, again, out of the norm. That's the kind of information we need so we can really amplify the next conference and really pump up those credits.
I'm curious how the states do it, because I thought ours made sense, except why you had more credits like that. In other words, we got a license for TPA, and that was good. And then eventually we got an oral license. We had to take 30 more credits and pass a test, etc. And then they said, well, we had 10 more credits of orals that you have to take. But other states followed the same history, where they got first TPA and then they got orals later on, yet they didn't add this oral requirement.
Yep.
Now, a lot of states are anal, but none of them are oral.
So this is exactly what ARBO should be doing. And that's a national association of board people.
They should.
So
The each board should.
They have it up, but it's out of date.
It's out of date.
They have.
So simple.
It's simple, but when I approached Mike Olson and I said, hey, maybe I'd like to volunteer to actually maintain this, if Arbo could get me in touch with each one of the people who run each board, Mike laughed at me. He's like, good luck.
One email blast to every board, at least you'd get, if not with the majority of the boards, at least many of the boards.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It makes sense that Arbo should be doing this.
The problem, Dad, the problem was COVID, actually, on top of everything else, because the requirements in each state are changing so quickly that I think Arbo had a handle on it before, because if you look at the data that they have on their site, it looked like somebody did a pretty complete job at one point, but it's changed so much. And the states are constantly changing now that it's really difficult. Whenever anybody emails me, what's my state's requirements, literally I email them back, I don't know, and you need to contact your state directly because they won't talk to me. So it's a challenge.
Okay, here's my email up, and please email me your state board requirements if you see this. And the challenge is December 31st, it could change again. And
Right.
hopefully it's going in the direction of more online, more synchronous, etc. But we just don't know. Maybe COVID will come back rampantly and conferences won't close down, but people will be more reticent to go to conferences.
Right. And we're also really interested in the oddball requirements, right? Like human trafficking in Michigan, things like that. If there are those kind of courses that other states are going to start requiring, we want to get a head start on them. So, yep.
I think Texas requires trafficking also.
Yep.
Almost, I don't know how many are required. Now there's two narcotics. One is what the state requires, and then there's, I believe, 8 credits you have to take for DEA licensing. That's so those are people like I had a license to prescribe narcotics, a DEA license, and it was somewhat expensive. I was prescribing it once or twice a year. After about 8 years, I just discontinued paying it. You don't pay for yours, do you, Adam?
No, and that's a huge McGill. I was looking at the requirements to actually provide that education.
Yes.
To get certified to do it is just, it's not a path we want to go down because not enough optometrists would take advantage of it.
Right, and just think, these ODs have been doing it for years and years and years, and now they have to take more credits for something that they probably heard. And how many hours can you talk about narcotics? It's just crazy. It's not that. I mean, you talk about all the drugs, you talk about all the things that can happen. Maybe you talk about some new things like you get Narcan or whatever. But how much? It's not that big a topic.
Yeah, and I think the real issue too is that I think everyone's aware of the issues with narcotics now, and people who do prescribe them are very careful already, I would hope. For me, the pharmacology lectures, I'd be more interested in things like steroids, right? Oral steroids. People have actually approached me and said, hey, we need like a very simple one on, when and why and how, for what conditions, when should I be doing this? Because those legitimately are drugs that could be clinically useful and people might feel uncomfortable with, right? Because they just don't do it enough. But with narcotics, I don't see people taking these classes and then suddenly saying, you know what, I feel comfortable with this now. So, it's Vicodin for everyone. I just don't see it.
Yeah. If anything, they're being prescribed in our field less and less and less, even though the education is more and more. I understand we need to know it, mainly to ferret out the patients that are taking them and perhaps get them into some treatment program. But I did it for maybe a very deep abrasion where the person was really in pain and prescribed like 4 pills, and that was about it.
I mean, I think we need an entire lecture of warning signs for addiction, where a course where you could learn to identify the potentially addicted patient, because they don't look like the stereotype, right? You have the stereotype that you see in Hollywood or whatever, but no, in real life, that's not what they look like. And I think that would be a really useful lecture to try to ascertain with the patient in your chair, does this person have a problem already that I need to address, even though they're not being sort of forthright with me about it?
And it's not going to be the obvious one when somebody comes in, their eye is in severe pain. You do every test in the world, you find nothing, no inflammation, and they still want a 3-month supply of Vicodin or Percocet or whatever.
I mean, that's a course I would sit in on. I'd love to, identifying the addicted patient or the at-risk patient. I think it would be really helpful to people.
It must be real challenging for the physiatrists and orthopedic surgeons when somebody has, let's say, back surgery and back issues, and they really are in pain, or maybe they're not. Or maybe they were in pain, now they just need drugs just to satisfy their habit.
Right. I mean, my experience, my sad experience going to a rheumatologist is, they will do whatever they can to avoid narcotics in every situation. They'll give you NSAIDs till the cows come home to try to treat your pain. Steroid shots are becoming, very common now, even under CT, because they want to do everything to direct the treatment to exactly where it's needed, as opposed to just, giving an opioid out.
But there's a whole field of medicine, it's called physiatry, which they're pain treatment doctors, and I think they're a lot more liberal in prescribing.
Oh yes, for sure. Well, they're experts, right? So they think that they can handle this, but I know even for those folks, that there's a subset of people who are going there,
Sure.
who are far gone already. So yeah,
I was
it's a
visiting my
challenge.
very good friend. He was my best man as a dentist. I had an implant done, and I was in pain. And he said he gave me the obvious Tylenol with ibuprofen, double dose of it. I said, "Can't give me two?" He said, "No, I don't do it anymore." He said, "You don't want the feds at your door." So dentists used to prescribe it very liberally, and now they're very reticent to do also.
That's actually true. So the last time I got an implant from my dentist, it's a guy who actually just retired last year, but he gave me, I want to say, like 20 Vicodin, and I'm like, what the hell am I
Really?
supposed to do with this? And this guy was old school, right? I mean,
Sell it in Harlem.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean, so this was an old school doctor who, like, he couldn't understand why I was a little bit concerned by what he just did. So yeah.
And 20 is enough to be addicted. I mean, literally, you're
Oh
taking it 4 times a day for 5 days, and then you want to, that sixth day, you're going to want something.
yeah, no, it was crazy. I'm like, why is he doing this? But
And I found the pain relief. I used to do with patients also, the combination of a Tylenol with ibuprofen together gave almost the same pain relief.
yep, yeah. So I thought it was a little bit weird. He retired now though, and the guy who replaced him is a young guy who's maybe out of school 5 years, and his philosophy is completely different. He just replaced a crown for me, and he's like, "You're fine. take some Advil or whatever. You're good." I'm like, "All right." So very different. So let's see.
Like I said yesterday, if you do get Netflix, watch the documentary with Matthew Broderick on Purdue and what happened over the years. And it was amazing that they highlighted a few sales reps and how they became rich, the sales reps, because of having the doctors up the dose because you got more money from the insurance companies with an 80 milligram
Yep.
Oxycontin versus a 10 milligram or 5 milligram, and they just kept on making more money, and they kept
Great
on
series.
being. They were told the story that they were helping people, they were helping their lives. So the sales reps actually believed they were doing something good because people were out of pain, which is, the company can tell you anything.
I mean, I guess technically that's accurate, but they're not in pain anymore. But
Out of pain until they're in pain because they can't get the drug, or they
Yep.
need more, or they take too much and they dead on the bathroom floor.
Well, I can tell you the main problem when I take a painkiller, which I took last night because my arm is constipation. People don't ever talk about that. But
Yes.
even a small dose of codeine,
Take, drink a lot of water and take Ducalax. You know what that is? A lot of water and Ducalax.
Well,
You've got to be careful with kidneys.
yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. I forgot you have no kidneys. Yeah. Sorry.
So
It's
yeah,
not
you're
work for the average person.
Yeah, you're kind of screwed, Dad. Sorry, but yeah, I mean, the way you warn people is you say, "Remember Elvis? Remember what happened to him? That's going to be you," and then they'll stop taking their narcotics. So
Yeah.
No.
Well, Michael Jackson, or a lot of other people.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, who knows?
All right. So I'm not getting any emails here with problems. I've gotten maybe 3 this morning total, and they were mostly, again, related to user interface issues. So not actual technical problems, but more user experience problems, not understanding where to look with their transcript, but very, very few, actual technical problems, which is great.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and the course is running too smoothly. Freeberg's course are getting a lot of interaction.
Yep. As usual, right? So he's
yeah, and his way of speaking is very easy to understand, and it's not complex. It's not simple. He threads the needle perfectly, and He always traditionally gave us our last lecture for our local society meeting every May. I missed it this May. And it was there, the audience, usually we get 40 or 41. For that, we got like 100 because everybody knew they were getting good lectures and no orals though. It was always, retina or some. He gave a lecture last time that was really cool where OCTs and instruments don't work when you have commingling conditions. So you can't look at what's called the GCC complex in the macula when somebody has macular degeneration because the information gets screwed up. That was lectured 2 times ago.
Hmm.
So he always has cool new stuff to give because he sees a lot of cool people because he gets referrals from all over the state, not the Philadelphia area also.
All right. Well,
So I asked Mike Olson, did I tell you that to come on here? I haven't got an email back from him.
oh, hopefully he'll come in. That would be great. So I'm planning my trip to Expo right now, and as I told my family last night, I absolutely am going to get COVID on this trip. There's no doubt in my mind that this is going to happen to me. So I've got to start planning already for when I get back, how I'm going to isolate myself and stay at a hotel.
I mean, you got the plane ride. Well, you have a short plane ride. What is it, about an hour and a half?
Yeah, the plane ride I'm not worried about. It's Vegas itself that I'm really worried about in the conference. You're mingling
Yeah.
with people from everywhere, and I know that Gretchen was telling me she was at a conference in Boston recently, and a bunch of people got COVID there. So
Oh, that's great. Oh,
yeah, so it's definitely coming back. So we'll see how this goes.
If I could walk better, I would have been there. I'm sorry, Adam, but that'll be another, I would say 6 months before I'm able to walk 3 miles, stuff like that. But
Well,
every day I do my TT and my soleus and gastric muscles are getting stronger and stronger.
well, that's good. But
Well,
you don't need COVID though, so I'm kind of glad you're not going to
yeah,
this one because it's just going to be
well,
a
I'm a healthy
miasma.
guy, but health and being over 65 and that don't commingle.
No, unfortunately they don't. I mean, that's the thing. I really worry about this because people are now going to be getting this over and over and over again, whether you're
It's gonna be like
vaccinated
the
or
flu.
not. Yeah.
Well, it'll be like the flu every year or two. You're going to take a vaccination if a new variant comes out that you have to take. But people are starting to distrust the science because the science has become
oh, that topic on ODwire that I put up about just the whole it's becoming almost a political thing about trusting the COVID vaccine. People are just saying, don't take it. There's just crazy
yeah.
stuff.
But the reason I'm not taking it now is that there's a variant that's becoming the more dominant one that the vaccine doesn't do anything for, or little. And there's a new vaccine coming out in December that's for that. So I'd rather delay it and take. I just don't want to take vaccinations upon vaccinations and have some sort of immune response that is anomalous.
Yep.
Right. Which can happen, and especially if the vaccine you're taking doesn't really cover what you need it to.
Right.
That's the key. And so, it's hard to know what to do. But to say that, oh, this is all a sham is ridiculous. But if a million people dead doesn't convince you of this, I'm not sure what will. But I know that I'll keep taking vaccines if I keep traveling because I've had, after having COVID once, I know that it's something I really don't want to run into again.
Mhm.
But I know that I will, so do whatever I can to protect myself, I guess.
It's amazing that the demographics of what you see. When I shop at Whole Foods or Trader Joe's, you always find a sprinkling of people wearing masks. If you shop at ShopRite or Publix or whatever, you don't see anybody wearing masks. So it's the health conscious people buying the health conscious food that are more conscious of it.
Yep. Yeah, it's interesting. When we just, we went down to San Diego for a little vacation this summer, and again, we wore masks actually on the plane and in the airport, and there was maybe 10% of people doing that. But for the most part, people were still like, whatever. They're over it. And I wonder this fall if that's going to sort of impact what happens.
Yep.
So you made reservations in Las Vegas and also the hotel in Oregon when you get back?
Yeah. So I made, obviously reservations in Vegas, and then when I get back, I typically stay away for 2 days, right? Because the incubation period of these new variants is so much shorter that I'll know 2 days after I get back.
You just send your family on a trip and you stay in the house.
That would have made more sense probably, but Yeah, it just sucks because like every time I travel now, I have to plan for this, right? For this little bit longer time away. Oh well.
Okay, so things are again smooth. Literally nothing in the classes. Nobody's complaining about sound. That's gone away. That sound problem.
Yep.
The problem of even freezing has gone away pretty much. So people know to do what they're supposed to do, which is click and refresh and unmute the button.
Yep. Unmute the button, and I almost wonder if something in the platform as well has made it easier to actually get the sound.
Yeah, I'm fine. I have my sound off from my computer, but I didn't unmute the lecture that I'm in now,
Yep.
and so it's playing the sound, but you don't hear it because my computer's off. So they might have fixed that.
Yeah, or somehow it's like a game of cat and mouse with between the people who build the browsers and those who serve the videos. Right, because you don't want like having an obnoxious commercial come on and start to autoplay sound automatically, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the key. That's why the browser manufacturers do this. They don't want that to happen to people. At the same time, the companies that provide the video bandwidth want the sound on. So I'm not sure what they did to actually make this problem go away for so many people, but I'm glad it did.
I always like to say hello to Murray.
So you have any speakers today other than Olson?
No, I don't think so. I don't think we're going to
Yeah,
get any guests here. It's I think for this last one, we really just wanted to keep it amongst ourselves and make sure everything worked properly for people,
right.
and just handle the support. But as you can see, the support burden has dropped precipitously since we did this in February.
And I don't see anybody in the lobby anyway.
There's 9 people here watching us hanging out. So
I'll just try to refresh it and see if I get them. Oh, there you are. Yep, including you.
Yep.
I don't appear though.
Yeah. So at any rate, why don't we take a break then, since nothing is really happening, which is fantastic, which I love to see. And maybe I can show a little bit of the Solix if folks haven't seen it yet. I'll take Julie Rodman's Solix video first, since she was the introduction, and then maybe I'll pull up Nate Lighthizer later to show people what that's all
I
about.
by the way, I'm lecturing at 4 o'clock, just so you know. I won't be around at that time. I have to be in my room.
Yep. Yeah. So I'll make sure that I'm here at least, so we can cover it. And let me get this video started, and maybe we'll meet back here in, I don't know, an hour maybe. How long is this? It's 50 minutes.
This was an hour and a half, I think, yesterday.
Yeah. So I had 2 videos actually. We have 2 of Rodman's. I can play them back to back, and that's like an hour and a half. And why don't we do that? And then
Yeah.
And we'll meet back there like an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes.
Sounds good.
All right. So I will see you
I'll
guys in a little bit.
So.
Tonight, we're going to be talking all about a brand new product, which is something we love doing here. So we're introducing the OptiView Solix by Visionix, and this is the first full-range SD OCT. And I can't tell you all the details about the product because I'm certainly no expert, but fortunately we have the expert here tonight, Dr. Julie Rodman, who's a professor at Nova Southeastern, who I think just about everyone's familiar with. She is the expert on OCT. It's really great to have her here today to talk to us all about this new device. She has extensive experience with it already, and she can go over some of its features and really catch you up to speed on what it's all about. So that's enough for me. Julie, why don't you take it away?
Okay, thank you so much, Adam. As Adam said, this is Dr. Julie Rodman. For those of you that don't know me, I am a professor at Nova Southeastern in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and chief of the Broward Eye Care Institute in downtown Fort Lauderdale. And I have been fortunate to have the Solix in the clinic for the last couple of months because I was doing a very cool study on it. So I have had an opportunity to play with it. And I will tell you that I have not been so excited about using a new OCT in a very long time. This machine is rocking it. That's all I can say. So let me get started here. So as Adam alluded to, I'm going to go through some of the amazing things that Solix is going to bring to us, starting with full range anterior segment. And I'm going to show you images of everything that I'm talking about. So what does full range anterior segment mean? Essentially, it's going to give us a panoramic view of the anterior segment of the eye from the front surface of the cornea to the posterior surface of the lens. So we don't have to go through multiple images to essentially see the entire front surface of the eye. And I do want to say that when I first got this machine, everyone that knows me knows I love retina, but when I first got this machine, this feature took my breath away. So my husband is on the side. When I have this machine in front of me, this is what captures my attention. But this scan is incredible, and you'll see it in just a minute. We also are going to still have the ability to look at ocular surface disease and angle assessment. So that is obviously going to carry over from the Avanti and all other OptiView units. Full range retina, the scans are going to be bigger. They're going to have better resolution, better definition. The glaucoma protocol is one of the biggest modifications in this new Solix device. There is a new scan pattern that's going to make the repeatability and reproducibility much better, allowing us to have faster detection, and better care of our patients. The angioanalytics we all know and love. I still think that OptiView owns the market in this area. We were the first OCTA to have this angioanalytics FDA approved. We have quantitative data that has been FDA approved. So we rock in this area. We still are the only ones to have that. We have excellent projection, artifact removal that, again, in my opinion, is unparalleled. The Angio Wellness platform put OptiView on the map. This is really the platform or the protocol that allows us to early detect disease. If you can't find disease, you can't treat disease. So let's jump into some of these amazing images. So here, pardon me, let me go back. Here is that incredible anterior segment, anterior chamber image that I was talking about. What you'll notice here is this is what we call a full panoramic view of the front part of the eye, from anterior cornea to posterior surface of the lens. Everything is on one image. And like I said before, every time I see this, these images blow me away. One of the really cool things about this is that we're not going to have to take separate angle images, and I'm going to go into more detail in just a minute, because everything is essentially on this one image. You can even view a cataract through the lens because the definition and the resolution is so outstanding. This was a picture of a patient that I took. You will notice that this Solix also has the ability to take a picture. So on the left side of the screen, you'll see this really pretty picture of an anterior chamber implant with an LPI. And what's really neat is that you can actually image the anterior chamber right along, or you can view the anterior chamber right alongside the picture. So you'll notice on my anterior chamber scan here that you can see this anterior chamber lens situated right here. So I think this is super, super cool, because if you have a patient that has an anterior segment pathology like a pterygium or a pinguecula or a conjunctival intraepithelial neoplasm that you want to look at on OCT, you can actually look at the image simultaneously with the OCT. So this is a new feature of the Solix, and it's also pretty incredible. This is just a summary of some of the great anterior segment features of this technology. So we are carrying over the epithelial thickness map testing, which we use in dry eye assessment and also assessment of other anterior segment abnormalities. We can measure tear meniscus by looking at the corneal line scan. We can do an en-face map of the corneal tear film interface to look for dry eye or any other surface abnormalities. And this is super cool. This is new. This technology has an infrared image that allows us to look at the meibomian gland patency. So you can see here in these images, the little kind of gray lines here are meibomian glands that perhaps have atrophied. So you can check patients over time and check for the patency of their meibomian glands. So this is a new feature and a fantastic, exciting feature for those of you that are treating dry eye. These are some more anterior segment features. We're all familiar and love the pachymetry assessment that you can see here on the left-hand side of the screen. This is the good old-fashioned way that we used to measure on the Avanti. We used to measure angles, and I will tell you that I get a lot of questions from colleagues on how to properly assess angles using OCT. And the Solix takes away so much of the questions, or so many of the questions that I get asked, because you don't have to worry about having the patient look in a certain direction or move their eye a certain way to reduce parallax or to reduce any aberration. With this new technology, you can image angles straight on. You can put your calipers right in the little crevice here, and you will have your anterior segment measurement, or I'm sorry, your angle measurement. So this is a huge, huge benefit of this machine, because there are so many errors in angle assessment when you don't know how to do it properly. So using the Solix and using this full range AC feature really takes the guesswork out of it. The next amazing feature, just kind of going through our list, is what we call full range retina. So one of the things that this technology is bringing to us is a bigger scan. What you'll notice here is that this scan is a 6x16. So that is a huge scan. So in this patient here, this happens to be a high myope. We all know that imaging high myopes on OCT is often extremely difficult, because the images give you a very convex shape and you can't always get it on one scan. But using the full range retina and using this new larger scan, wider, deeper scan, is going to allow us to get the entire image on one scan. And just to kind of put this into perspective, if you look at our competition, this is what they're imaging. They're imaging a 2 millimeter on average window. Look how much of the retina you'd be missing essentially if you didn't have this taller scan. So this is a huge asset, because especially in high myopes, you can get a lot of pathology that's not happening directly in the foveal area. So if you had a macular schisis, or you had some type of pathology that was happening outside of this 2 millimeter width, you essentially would have to go through multiple raster scans to capture the entirety of the lesion. These images, second to the full range AC, are ridiculously incredible for being my favorite. So the Solix gives us many options, just like the Avanti did. There's a 3x3 that's not imaged on this particular slide. There's a 6.4 by 6.4, 9x9, and now a 12x12. And if that's not enough for you, can do a montage as well. But look at the resolution. So we're often told, you know, when I've been talking about OCTA for years now, and one of the biggest downsides to OCTA is that, or used to be that, when you're getting farther out and you're trying to get more, you know, bang for your buck, you're going to lose resolution. Well, that no longer is the case. These images have a ridiculous amount of clarity. The resolution, its high definition is just, you can see, I mean, I don't need to tell you that, pardon me, that the resolution of these scans is really tremendous. And this is a 12x12, this is a big scan. So we can find pathology now and not have to worry, is that an artifact or not, because we're gonna carry the resolution over that we had on the Avanti. It's gonna be even better now because you can get farther out. So this is another huge change that Solix is bringing. And I am very excited about it because it's actually taking a lot of the guesswork out of OCT interpretation. So on the Avanti, we used to have this color metric on the left-hand side. It was a rainbow. We had red, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue. And essentially when a practitioner, including myself, saw red, I would say, uh-oh, that patient is falling outside of the reference database. They're abnormal. And what began to happen is that I was picking up on a lot of, quote, red disease. Essentially what that means is that I was identifying patients that were abnormal when maybe they really weren't abnormal. Okay? Maybe they didn't fall within the selected reference database, but that doesn't necessarily mean the patient's abnormal. So the new metrics, or the enhanced reference database metrics, have a new color scale, which you can see here. And essentially what this is going to do for us is it's going to take away a lot of that red disease. So if a patient falls somewhere between the 99, 95th percentile in here, and we're not sure, well, do they really belong in the red? Do they really belong in the yellow? Where do they fall? They're going to get this orange kind of diagonal line. And that tells us, hold on, doctor, that doesn't necessarily mean my patient's abnormal. It means we're going to take another look at them. We're going to think about it. Maybe they're going to go red, or maybe they're going to stay in that orange, or maybe they might even be yellow, but they're not necessarily abnormal. And this, again, is going to help us to not use or not devote the word red to so many patients that might not necessarily be abnormal. So you can see on this presentation here that the RNFL thickness map is demonstrating this new RDB, and you can see these orange kind of hash marks here showing us that those areas, yes, they're on the borderline, they're falling somewhere in that 95th to 99th percentile, but they might not necessarily be red. And on the same idea, we have it with the blues. So if a patient isn't necessarily in that really low 1%, but they're somewhere down there, they're going to have that hatch mark in the lighter blue, which you'll see on the retinal thickness map. So these color scales are going to transfer over not only to our RNFL, but also to our retina scans. And as you can see here, this is in a quartile or quantile method, the same idea. We're going to use the same RDB colors to show the statistical significance of various parameters using this new color scale. This is an example of what a bilateral AngioView retina report will look like. There's a lot of data on here. So what we should do as practitioners to make it easier is to start off on the two outside columns. The first thing you're going to notice is that, yes, not only does the Solix have an anterior segment camera capability, it has a posterior segment camera capability. So what you're noticing first is that we took two retinal photos, obviously right eye, left eye. Directly underneath the color photo, you can see the B-scan. The B-scan can be displayed with or without flow overlay. This particular one has the flow overlay. Directly beneath that, you can see the GCC thickness map on a micron scale, and you can see the retinal thickness map using the new and improved RDB database that I just discussed. In the center, you can see the angio analytic platform for the right eye, the left eye, with each of the pre-cut slabs that OptiView is known for: superficial, deep, outer retina, and choriocapillaris. And on the bottom of the printout, you're going to see all of the parameters that apply to our analytic platform. FAZ that we know and love, our retinal thickness map, superficial vessel density, deep vessel density, all in a quantitative, numerical way that's easy to follow. So even though at first glance it might seem like a lot of data, it's actually very easy to interpret if you kind of start on the outside and move your way in. And it also allows you to look at an inter-eye relationship. How does one eye compare to the other, all on one page? So I said before that the glaucoma protocol has changed tremendously, and it has changed tremendously for the better. So what I'd like to do here, you know, when my friends at OptiView first gave me this slide, I said, oh man, there's no way that I'm going to be able to discuss this. But believe it or not, I actually became a little bit of a scientist when I tried to learn what this technology is doing. So on the top part here is our old glaucoma stuff. And on the bottom, I'm sorry, vice versa, retina, glaucoma. So let's start off on this side first. This is what the old Avanti used to work on. What this is it used a grid style map. It was a 6x6 grid style map with 250 and 500 micron spacing to look at abnormalities. So essentially, if a patient had an abnormality that fell somewhere within one of these grids, you would find it. But what if the patient shifted fixation? What if the ETDRS shifted? You would lose that defect either because the micron spacing was too large or because the map was not big enough to capture it. So what the Solix is doing differently is it's using a cube style grid, or not a grid, it's a cube style, it's a retina cube. It's a 6.4 by 6.4, so it's bigger, and it's 12.5 micron spacing. So it's a tremendous advantage over what the Avanti used to do. So if the patient shifts fixation and you're worried, oh my God, am I going to miss the lesion? There's a very small probability now that you're going to miss the lesion with this new technology. On the bottom, you'll see that our RNFL for glaucoma used to be based on a radial line pattern because it was super, super fast to get. For those of you that are familiar with this, with the Avanti, super fast to get a radial line RNFL scan. But again, lots of space between the concentric rings. The new Solix is going to again use a cube, a 6 times 6, 512 by 512, giving us 11.7 micron spacing. So you're going to get so much more information in between the lines than you did with the concentric rings. And here is a really pretty example of what I'm talking about. On the left-hand side is an example of what we were using on the Avanti, these radial scans, okay? Very fast, very efficient, but more prone to missing things than the new Solix. Check it out. I love this. So you can see how close together these lines are, allowing us to take a much more specific look, or more precise look at abnormalities than on the old radial pattern. So in turn, what is this going to do for us? We've improved the scan pattern. Okay, we know that we have much tighter microns. We're getting more information. So what does this do for the doctor? Well, essentially, it's going to give us better reproducibility and repeatability. Well, what does that mean? It means that if you were to look at the Avanti, just for argument's sake, let's say we were looking at the superior RNFL on the Avanti. The repeatability is 2.2 microns. On the Solix, for the same area, the repeatability is 0.7. Well, what does that mean, Dr. Rodman? I don't understand. It basically means that if you have a 1 micron change that you're trying to pick up on, it's going to take you almost double the amount of time to pick up on that abnormality than it would if you had the Solix with a 0.7 micron change or repeatability factor. Okay, so it's going to take us a lot less time to diagnose someone with glaucoma. And as we all know, glaucoma is a disease of progression, and we're looking for change over time. So this is very important. And something else to keep in mind is that OptiView is, there might be one I don't know about, but OptiView is, in what I know, the only one that bases their GCC on 3 layers: the nerve fiber layer, the ganglion cell layer, and the IPL. The IPL is often missed, and the IPL is super important because it does carry information on the axons which go into the optic nerve head. So that's a super important thing that may be missing from the other companies. So here's a map that shows you exactly what I was talking about. On the top would be, let's say, a schematic of the Avanti. On the bottom is the Solix. You can see that it would take each of these little yellow dots is a visit. It would take all of these visits at a little more than 1.5 years to find that the patient actually is progressing with a 2.2 micron reproducibility, versus on the Solix, you can see how much less time, 3/4 of a year, using that 0.7 micron change. So it's a much tighter amount of time, gives us better information because of the new scan pattern, and allows us to make a diagnosis in a faster amount of time. This is what the glaucoma printout looks like. So before I showed you the AngioView retina printout, this is what the glaucoma printout looks like. And again, a lot of information, very easy to interpret. So what you'll notice is we start off again on the 2 outside columns. We have an optic nerve head photo here. Okay, so before we had retinal photos, here we have optic nerve head photos. Right next to the optic nerve head photo, you can see the RDB. What this is telling us is, where does this scan differ from the reference database? So those colors are showing us where there's areas of abnormality. If you go down, you can see that there's a GCC thickness map on a micron scale. And what's super cool about this printout is that I started off telling you that we have this RDB map up here. Right below it, we have our RNFL thickness map using the new RDB, or reference database. And then below that, we have our angioanalytic platform with this radial peripapillary capillary density map. So you essentially have 1, 2, 3 ways, all kind of right in line for you to assess an abnormality. You don't have to go through scans. You don't have to flip between images. This is showing you 3 different representations of nerve fiber layer thinning in a potential glaucoma patient. So if you don't necessarily love angio and you're not familiar with it, you can use your RNFL thickness map. You can look at the reference database colors up here. So there's a lot of different ways. Then you can look at things, which I'm showing over here, on a quantitative map. So if you like numbers, you can look at things either in a hemispheric or quadrant analysis. And on the bottom, we have our good old-fashioned B-scan. And the B-scan is actually movable. So you can take your mouse and you can move through the scan. You don't have to go to your 3D baseline map. In the center here, we have all of our metrics. These are the metrics that we all know and love with OptiView. Very easy to understand: our RNFL analysis, our optic nerve head analysis, GCC analysis. And then on the bottom, we have our angio, our radial peripapillary capillary density metric or map. So, and our T-SNP maps are still there. So everything is in one very, I think, easy to interpret way. And again, the ability to have all this information on one page allows us to look at inter-eye symmetry or asymmetry, depending on what the condition is. We also have amazing post-processing alignment, and the purpose of this is so that we can look for change over time. So if the patient moves, or if the scan moves, or something goes awry, there's a lot of room for error because of this excellent post-processing alignment technology. This is an example of what the change analysis or trend analysis would look like. This is new and improved. I love it. The top, you can see the RNFL based on that RDB map that I talked about before. Underneath it, you can see the GCC map on a thickness scale. Here's my T-SNP maps with all of our events that we're used to seeing on the Avanti. One of the biggest changes down here is the representation of change. So this is super easy to understand. You can look at any area of the RNFL, and all you have to ask yourself is this straight or is it going down? If it's a plateau and it's straight, the patient's doing well. If it's going down, if it's trending down, the patient is obviously progressing. So this gives us much more specific information than we used to see on the trend analysis. We used to just have one map. Now we can specifically look at areas. We can look at hemispheric analysis. This gives us 6 representations versus 1. And over here, you can still see from first to last visit what's happening and the differences between the eyes. And we all know and love the angio. That is still there. We still have all of these metrics available. We have flow area measurements for things like choroidal neovascular membranes. We have no flow measurements for things like diabetes or vascular occlusive disease. We have fovule vascular zone measurements for diabetes, vein occlusions, any ischemic condition. Retinal vessel density, warm colors, good perfusion, dark colors, less perfusion. And then our ability to look at the radial peripapillary capillaries, which is extremely useful in our glaucoma patients. And we all know and love the wellness platform. This is, again, what put OptiView on the map. You can't diagnose disease if you can't find disease. So we want to get into the habit of running a wellness map or wellness scan on patients. And when we find disease, bring them back and use the amazing capabilities or the more advanced scans that the machine has. I'm just going to run through a couple of examples, which I think will kind of summarize my presentation today. This is an example of wellness. So this is a 45-year-old African-American female. She's got a decent A1C of 7. We want it in the real world or realistically to be below 6. She's got diabetes for 10 years with excellent blood sugar control. And really what I want to emphasize here is that you look at her fundus image, she may have 1 or 2 MAs. You look at her OCT, she looks amazing. So, before the advent of OCT, this is a patient that we would say, please come back in a year. I'm really proud you're doing amazingly well. Well, let's say you did run a wellness scan on her. You get the wellness scan, you have your B scans on top, you have your retinal thickness maps, you have your ganglion cell complex, you have RDB, you have the addition now of angio analytics on the bottom, and you ask yourself, what do I do with this? What does this mean? Well, when you get really good at interpreting angio, you're going to appreciate that there actually is something not so good with this vessel density map. The RDB map is falling a little bit outside of our reference database. So here I show you our patient on the bottom for a diabetic patient versus the control. So you can learn to appreciate what this wellness scan is telling us, is maybe this patient isn't doing quite as well as we thought she was. How would I manage her differently? I probably would communicate with the primary care physician and bring her back sooner than I would have without it. So early detection, early diagnosis equals better care. Some retinal case examples. Diabetic retinopathy, we know in a normal patient without, I shouldn't say normal, but a patient without diabetic retinopathy, we have a very well perfused, superficial and deep capillary plexus with a very nice circular foveolae vascular zone. In our diabetic patients, we know that we can look for less perfusion throughout the superficial and deep plexi. We can see enlargement of the foveolae vascular zone. We can see microaneurysm formation, and we can see bunches of areas of blackness, which are areas of non-perfusion. So being able to identify these microvascular abnormalities early on is really crucial in taking the best care of the patient. Here's another, this is going back to our patient that had maybe 1 or 2 MAs with a normal OCT. We did the wellness scan and we identified that she had some abnormalities on her vessel density map. So we brought her back and we ran the Solix for the best, get the best information that we can. And we come up with this. And essentially this is what I was telling you, is that even though fundoscopically on B-scan, structurally we think she looks okay, she's got a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes that potentially could lead to this in a year. So the idea is we don't want this to happen. We want to arrest this at the stage where she is over here. Okay, we don't want it to go on and develop massive areas of poor perfusion. We can't even see the foveolae vascular zone. So this is what we want to stop. Here's another 50-year-old diabetic female who's been a diabetic for 10 years with an A1C of 5.9. Her vision's 20/20 in both eyes. And I look at the pictures and I'm like, man, she looks pretty good. But on really close inspection, I noticed that there was something happening in this parafoveal area. And I'm like, what the heck is that? Let's get some angiography and see what is going on. And I was really impressed with these images. She's got all of these microaneurysm, kind of anomalous capillary network in that foveal area. And she really didn't have any other maculopathy or fundus abnormalities going on, but I thought this was super neat that you can actually see with this precision what's happening in this macular area. If you look at the deep plexus of her right eye, this abnormality goes down to the deep plexus. And her left eye looked similar, and in fact, probably even worse. You can see there's a lot of areas of capillary non-perfusion throughout, which continues on through the deep plexus. And then I brought her back. I was curious what would happen if I brought her back a couple months later. I wanted to look at a multi-scanner trend analysis, and nothing happened. So actually, I should take that back. This area looked pretty normal, but look at this. She is getting worse. She has a big patch of capillary non-perfusion here, and this is really over the course of about 2.5 months. So this technology continues to blow me away. It's showing me things that I certainly cannot just see on fundus exam, and the patient was actually able to really appreciate these images and understand when you say to them black is bad, they understand that something is not going right and they need to do a better job. And that's her other eye. Another diabetic here, again, at first glance, it doesn't look too bad. She doesn't have a ton, this patient doesn't have a ton of retinopathy, but there is something going on right here if you look very closely. And what you'll appreciate here is brilliantly, this is neovascularization. You move your, you can make a custom slab and move your line to the vitreoretinal interface, and you will pick up on these this neovascular frond. So maybe you weren't sure. I certainly wasn't, because there wasn't a whole lot of retinopathy going on. But this certainly said to me, yeah, she's got neovascularization there, and this prompted me to send her to the retina specialist. This is a newer patient that I just had that I was very excited about. So this is actually imaged on the Solix. This is the fundus photo was imaged on the Solix. And what I wanted to show you is that you can actually move your line. You can move the green line up and down, and your B scans will move with it. And you can see the angio right next to it. So not only can you manipulate the picture to look along the B scan, so you can specifically look at an abnormality, but you can also look at the angio at the same time. And we are the only people, or the only company, that can put all three of these technologies on the same platform. This is a patient that has diabetic macular edema. We can't even barely see the fovea vascular zone. There's lots of anomalous vasculature in here with areas of capillary non-perfusion. But the other eye is just amazing. Here's another image on the Solix. You can see there's an abnormal area here. And these photos can be made bigger, by the way. What I wanted to do is just show you everything on the same printout, but you can blow up this picture, you can increase contrast, you can take away exposure, you can do whatever you want to really make things pop. And here are these ridiculous, when I got this image, I sent it to all my buddies over at Visionics, and I said, I love this image. Fovea vascular zone is completely anomalous, and look at all of these beautiful neovascular fronds. Not so good for the patient, but certainly fun for us to look at. I'm going to switch over to AMD. I'm almost done, just a couple more cases. A 66-year-old Caucasian who had a history of AMD. She feels like things have gotten worse in this left eye. There is an anomalous lesion here in the macula. And look, just check it out. I mean, this is a 9x9 scan. It might even be a 12x12. I can't tell. I think it's a 12x12. It's incredible. Look at the resolution of that neovascular membrane. And this did not take any manipulation. This is just straight on imaging. This is a patient with geographic atrophy. This is a 9x9. And I think you can appreciate here that, again, the quality of these images, no manipulation necessary, patients looking straight ahead, is incredible. I mean, you can visualize all the way down here to the choroidal vasculature. You can even use this technology to monitor GA over time, which I'm starting to do just because the resolution is so excellent. And you can see the en face image right beside it. So one is structure, one is giving you function, and you're able to look at them side by side with excellent precision. I put the red square in there to highlight that if you were to use a good old-fashioned angio, you would capture probably, what does that come out to, about half of the lesion? You'd be missing this whole area of the lesion. So this new wide fields capability, or the wider fields of view of these images, really allows you to capture the entire image in one frame. Another patient, question, is it a CNV? Is it not a CNV? You can see that there is some bleeding there. There is an anomalous area in the macula. And again, check out the choroidal neovascular membrane. Now, this patient was not very cooperative, and I wanted to put it in here just to show you that even when you don't have a cooperative patient, even though you can see there are some saccades, there are some blinks, you can still capture brilliantly this choroidal neovascular membrane. And this is a massive one. So this one was a 6x6, and I believe I have her on a 9x9 too. There's the 9x9. So this, it just shows you in perspective how much area this choroidal neovascular membrane is taking up. And again, not a good patient, a lot of movement. The image was still able to capture. So a lot of times you have these difficult patients that can't fixate, perhaps because they have a CNV, and we just give up and we say, we're not even going to try to get an image. But guess what? You can get an image. This machine is able to get through so much mess because of the post-processing power and the projection artifact removal. And then glaucoma, just to sum this up, these images were taken on the Solix. These are two optic nerve head photos taken on the Solix. When I looked at these, I thought that the left eye looked a little suspicious for glaucoma. There was definitely some asymmetry in the cupping. So I went ahead and ran a report. And here's my report on this patient. And I was shocked to see that essentially that left eye did not fall too much outside of where the right eye fell. Most of the parameters came out within our reference database. One thing I did notice is that the GCC, again, was falling in that orange zone in both eyes. So something to keep in mind, something to watch, something to see in a patient that does not have any other retinal disease. When the GCC is abnormal, we want to keep an eye on it, make sure it's not an early indicator of glaucoma. Again, we have our angio maps here, everything that you could possibly want on this page. This is another patient, very, very cupped in that right eye, somewhat cupped in the left eye. Is it glaucoma? Is it not glaucoma? And this kind of goes back to why that R&R, that better 0.7 micron resolution change is so important, because we want to be able to pick up on glaucoma as early as possible. So here's kind of a magnified report. I picked out pieces just to show you. We have our on-phos images on top. We have our RNFL images. And in this particular patient, there was asymmetry. That right eye that was much more cupped than the left is definitely showing some RNFL defect, which you can see here, which we're not seeing on the other eye. You have the vessel density map, that peripapillary or radial peripapillary capillary density map. So you have a way of looking everything side by side, and you have all of your metrics in the middle that we talked about before with the new RDB. So I think that is it. Let me see. Yes. I hope that I got through my excitement to all of you. I'm happy to share or answer any questions that anyone might have.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Julie. That was actually a really great tour. I think probably just about all of us out there haven't really had exposure to the technology yet. So thank you for giving us an introduction. By the way, if anyone wants to ask questions, click on the question box on the right side of the screen and feel free to ask, and we can try to answer a few of them here. So the first question, and Julie, I don't know if you're going to be prepared to answer this. What is the cost?
Well, it's a good thing I have people on here from the company to take that one. That's not for me to answer.
Right. So yeah, I don't know if anyone from the company wants to chime in with the approximate answer. Yes, no. Well, we'll move on to the next question. Maybe if somebody wants to jump in. Let's see.
From Visionics, if you want to book a virtual demo, we can go through the ROI calculator and show you kind of the features and then determine if it would fit with any of the clinics.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Rachel. So they do that online?
Yep, absolutely.
Excellent. So head on over to your website, I guess, and then just fill out the form, and that should do it. Cool. Okay. Question here, dilated or undilated pupils?
Every scan that you saw here was done through an undilated pupil, believe it or not. No, actually, the chorioneovascular membrane was not. That was done through a dilated pupil. You can do it through both. It's the same as with the Avanti, the same exact idea. You know, you can try to do it undilated. I have had a lot of success, or you can always dilate. Either way.
Right. Question here, and I guess this is more of a general question. Somebody has a different brand of OCT right now, thinking of upgrading and moving to Solix. So the question is, how do you compare images from an older OCT to this new unit?
Well, there's two parts to that. I mean, for retina, I would compare OCT-OCTA to an MRI or a CT. Once you know how to interpret a scan, it really doesn't matter what technology you're on. Now, glaucoma is different. Glaucoma is going to depend on the platform that you're using, because we all have different color-coded maps. We all have different metrics. So if you're familiar with one, you learn the other. I will add that Visionics has a platform called Visionics Academy, where there are tutorials on all different disease states and how to capture and interpret images. We also are going to have a platform where you are able to specifically ask me or another expert questions that may arise. So we have excellent customer support for the machine. I understand, because when I first was starting to learn, I don't know what I would have done without my contacts over at the company. I was on the phone with them all the time. So I understand the importance of that. So yes, it's with the retina, same. You learn retina OCT, anterior segment OCT, it's easy. It's the glaucoma platform that is going to be different. And it's like learning to ride a bike. Once you learn it, you learn it.
Right. Question here, how fast is the image acquisition?
It takes about between 40 seconds and a minute in a cooperative patient. One of the differences between Solix and Avanti is that, for those of you that are familiar, Avanti would do 2 separate scans. We would get horizontal, then it would stop, and then you would do a separate scan. The Solix goes straight through, which is actually an asset because the patient often, as you probably know, pulls back or stops participating if you allow them to. Whereas this scan is a continuous flow, so the patient stays in the machine situated in the same location throughout the entire scan. I would say it won't take more than a minute.
Right. So we've had a couple questions here about anterior segment. I know you didn't get too far into it. Someone was actually asking about scleral lenses as well. Can you speak at all to sort of the anterior seg functionality?
I don't know if Peter, if you want to chime off on that. I mean, I know that this is being used for scleral lenses. I don't fit scleral lenses, so I don't want to answer incorrectly. But whatever the Avanti did, the Solix can do better because you have that full range AC. But if anyone from Visionics has something to add, please do.
I can help you with that. Are you talking size-wise or are you talking functionality? Size-wise, we're looking 18 by 6.25. Functionality, do you have specific questions?
Yeah, so the question here just, will it show the full coverage of a scleral lens?
Give me just 1 second.
I mean, because the full range.
Are you talking vault and landing zone? Yes, if 16 millimeters.
Got it. Okay. Question here, does the machine utilize eye tracking technology?
Yes.
Excellent. And, oh, interesting question. Can we use the device to screen for early keratoconus?
Well, I'll answer what I know about that, and then I'll let them chime in. But I know that you can use the epithelial thickness map to show you abnormal coloration or areas of redness where there's peaks or thick or thinning or thing like that on the cornea. But if you guys have anything else to add, that's the only way I know how.
Yes, using the epithelial thickness mapping. I agree.
And a question here, I think we've had a couple of questions sort of about the software. People are wondering sort of, can you distribute the data to different workstations? Do you have to be at physically the machine to work with the data, or can it transmit it to other machines around the office?
I'm going to send that to the software people over there. That I don't know.
Yes, it can transmit the data via the review stations software.
Great. And let's see.
Full functionality.
And billing and coding question here, if you guys are game to answer it.
Oh, goodness.
So I don't know, this one might be above all of our pay grade. So is it billable to CPT 92134 or 92133 only? Are there any additional CPT codes for the advanced angiolytic imaging?
No. There is no coding right now for analytics. I mean, for angio at all. You have to code it for regular OCT. That's going to be on any device, any angio that you buy. That is across the market. There is no OCT angiography codes.
Right.
That is correct, Dr. Rodman.
And let me see what other questions we have here. Oh, so this is actually a practical question. Will you be at Vision Expo East?
Oh
yes, we will. Absolutely.
Yep, and in fact, the Solix itself will be there as well, right? And I believe you are going to be at booth 2205, F2205. I know they've rearranged Expo East this year and renamed a bunch of the different areas, but it's going to be F2205, which is right at the front of the exhibit hall, if I understand correctly.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, we will have multiple units there. We were going to have our first in-person preview of Solix, so please come by the booth, preview the product, get your live demonstration. We're going to have a special event on Friday evening, the first first exhibit. To have you there.
Great. And I have one more question here. Hopefully you guys can answer this. When will the units actually be available for purchase? Are they shipping now, or is there a lead time?
They are available now.
Great. So I guess if someone wants a quote today, they can just hit up your website and get it that way. Or if they're coming out to Expo East, they can see you there.
Absolutely.
And if any of you have any practical questions from a clinical standpoint, doctor to doctor, that you don't want to ask on here, if you're shy or you think about it, please feel free to email me. Adam, I don't know if they have a way to share my email, but I'm always happy to answer any questions. Like I said, I've been using the technology. Nobody forced me to continue working on this device, and I chose to, and I love it. So just letting you guys know, if you have any questions, please reach out. I'm happy to answer the questions.
Excellent. And we'll actually have an archive of this webinar on ODwire with the discussion thread beneath it. So people can feel free to ask questions there and we can get a conversation going there. People might also be watching this at CEwire. We're going to be rebroadcasting this over and over again at CEwire this weekend. And I'm sure that's going to generate a bunch more questions as well. And I think that's about it for now. So thank you everyone for attending tonight. And, I look forward to hopefully seeing a bunch of you at Expo East, getting out there again. But if not, hopefully we can all get together online. So Julie, thank you so much for doing this again tonight.
Thanks, Adam. It was fun. Good luck, everybody. Have a good night.
Yep. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Thanks so much for making it out tonight. And tonight is all about building your practice with OptiView Eye Wellness and Angio Wellness with the Solix by Visionix. Before we get started, I just want to remind everyone about some ground rules for the evening. So on the right side of the screen, you'll see a little questions box there. Feel free to type into that box and ask questions as the show unfolds. I will hold them aside and then verbally have a little Q&A with the speaker at the very end. And with that said, let's talk a little bit about the Solix. So the Solix Ultra High Speed Full Range OCT, we have seen this great new instrument several times before in webinars that we've done this year. You've seen us talk about the instrument in general with Dr. Rodman, who's here back with us again tonight. She did a great overview of the instrument. We've seen Dr. Nate Lighthizer talk to us about its use in different diseases. And tonight we're going to learn all about how it works with the eye wellness and angio wellness protocols that can help you find and monitor diseases and help you build your practice. So this is a little bit more in depth about the instrument because I know it's been a super hot topic and people want to learn so much. And again, very fortunately for us tonight, we have Dr. Julie Rodman back with us, and she's the chief of the Broward Eye Care Institute in Fort Lauderdale and a professor of optometry at Nova. Obviously an expert on OCT and OCTA. She's even written the Optical Coherence Tomography Atlas, a case study approach, which is the first reference book on the topic written by an OD, and she is one of the premier optometric educators, and she makes very complicated topics seem very simple. So we are thrilled to have her back here tonight. So with all my blabbing, let me get this out of the way, and Julie, I'm going to give you control, and we can get going here.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you all for tuning in. Hopefully everybody is in a safe place and won't get hit by the hurricane that's coming in the next day or two. So that's kind of on all of our minds that live here in the Southeast, and I guess a little bit further up the coast as well. That being said, Adam eloquently stated that tonight we're going to really focus on Solix, eye wellness and angio wellness. Okay, so I want to just spend the first couple of minutes here just giving you a general overview about the Solix. I've been extremely fortunate to have the Solix in our clinic at Nova for quite a while now, so I've become pretty comfortable with it, and I do have to say that it has been a blast to work with. It has some new and exciting features that previous models did not have, including innovations in this new eye wellness and angio wellness program, which we're going to focus later on in the presentation. So on this slide here, you can see specifically what the Solix is known for, and I'm going to kind of read these through pretty quickly. But the first one is that this instrument has what we call full range anterior segment. So essentially what that means is that you can take one scan and you can get an image from the anterior surface of the cornea all the way to the anterior surface of the lens. So you get a panoramic view, limbus to limbus, of the entire anterior chamber. And this is one of my favorite features because patients that perhaps have narrow angles, let's say, and you can't do gonioscopy on them for various reasons. This modality allows me to just take one picture and get a really good assessment of their angles. So this has been really one of my favorite things. I'm going to show you in just a minute what this picture looks like. The next innovation is what we call full range retina. So we always knew that OptiView's OCT was outstanding, but the Solix has taken those outstanding images and made them not only wider, but taller. So now we're getting more information in our scans. So if you think about a high myope, we know that high myopes are extremely difficult to image because of the concavity of the retina. With this new modality, we can actually get almost the entire macular area and peripapillary region in one scan, and we don't lose any of the definition. So the resolution is outstanding. For glaucoma, there is a brand new platform. I'm going to be honest, it took me a little while to learn it, but I love it now. It's going to give us earlier detection of disease, and we'll talk about that in more detail in just a minute. This is fantastic, this next thing. This thing has a camera. Not only does it has a camera for optic nerve and retina, it also has a camera for anterior segment and external photography. So if you have a patient that's maybe a little bit more challenging to move from instrument to instrument, this machine will allow you to do everything kind of in a one-stop shop. This has been phenomenal. Angio analytics, so we know and love OptiView for their angio. There is nobody, in my opinion, that makes a better angio model than OptiView. Now with the Solix, we have wider scans. So we know that one of the limiting factors that we used to have with OCTA is that the scans were, small. We couldn't really visualize past the equator. With this new technology, we can not only montage images together, but in a single scan, we can get a 12 by 12 cut, which is amazing. And then the last one here is what we're going to focus on a bit later, is the angio wellness and eye wellness platforms. So this is a beautiful picture, beautiful pictures of what I just described. On the top left, that is that full range anterior chamber, anterior segment image there. You can see that it goes limbus to limbus. You can see here, I'll just use my arrow, cornea, anterior segment, anterior feature of the cornea all the way down to the lens. And this is what I was talking about with the angle. You can just brilliantly see here how close the ciliary body band is to the posterior section of the cornea, and make a really nice angle assessment just by looking at the photo. On the bottom here, we have our pachymetry and epithelial thickness map images. They're 10 millimeters. On the right, you can see that external photography that I was talking about. And look at the meibomian gland testing. So you can look at the meibomian glands and actually check for any atrophy. So this is the first company, first machine that has a combined OCT feature with this, what we call meibomian gland evaluation. And then on the right-hand side, you can just see some more really, really fantastic external images of a really pretty iris there that I don't see very often in my clinic. Okay, whoops, sorry. I'm having trouble here, Adam, seeing the arrow. Let me see if I can use this. My apologies. Okay, this is what a printout of the full retinal report is going to look at. So what I'd like to do is just kind of walk you through what this is and show you how much is really incorporated into this scan. So on the top right and the top left, you're going to see your fundus photo. So again, this is incorporated into the technology, and it's going to come out onto the printout. So if the patient has something pathological on their fundus image, not only can you look at it kind of side by side, both eyes, but you can look at it in tandem with not only the OCTA, but also with the B scans and other information, which I'm going to explain right here. So directly underneath the fundus photos, you can see our B scan image that correlates with whatever the line scan is that you took. Underneath that, you can see your GCC thickness map that's given on a micron scale, and your retinal thickness map, which is compared to a brand new reference database that the Solix is kind of highlighting, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. In the middle of the printout are our angio findings. So you can see the 4 different plexi: superficial, deep, outer retina, choriocapillaris. If you're a person that likes to look at metrics or quantitative data, on the bottom of the printout, you can see the angio information, superficial vessel density, deep vessel density, with all the different kind of quadrants there on a quantitative metric scale. On the right, you can see the fovea vascular zone metrics. And then your retinal thickness map is also given there compared to the reference database. And you can see that on the right-hand side of the printout, there are many different radial buttons that you can press on here to really change however you want to visualize. If you like to look at angio on a vessel density map, you can click vessel density up here, and it'll show you these on a color-based scale. You can also press FAZ, and it'll highlight the foveolae vascular zone for you. So what's really beautiful about this is that it's, again, a one-stop shop. Everything is on one printout. This is what the new disc report looks like. And there's a lot on here. And again, when you first start learning this, it might seem a little bit overwhelming, but I will tell you, and I'm going to walk you through it right now, it's actually very organized and very easy to interpret. So on the top right and the top left, you'll see the optic nerve head scan. So you'll take an optic nerve head photo, and the machine will crop this so that it can kind of be fit onto this printout and set next to all the other data. Right next to the optic nerve head photo is our reference database map that shows you where in your kind of T-SNP, your temporal, superior, inferior, nasal, where does it fall outside of the reference database? And you can see the coloration there will highlight any areas that fall outside of that reference database. As you move down underneath the fundus or the optic nerve head photo, you can see the GCC thickness map, once again, pixel by pixel on a micron scale. You can see the RNFL thickness map also compared to the reference database. As you move down, you'll see the angio map. This happens to be clicked on vessel density. If you remember from previous webinars, darker colors mean thinner. So you can see here that this patient, wherever there was thinning, you're going to see those navy areas. And then on the very bottom, there's our B scan, our peripapillary B scan that actually is movable, so you can move it to kind of look at different things. And on the bottom left is the new reference database that we talked about in previous webinars, so I'm not going to go into a ton of detail, but basically it expands our statistical values for certain people. So if there was a person that perhaps we weren't sure, was it red, was it yellow? Now we have this orange area. So it kind of tells us, well, maybe we're not sure based on this particular test, but let's do more testing on this patient to determine where they fall in the normative or reference database. And in the middle of the printout, you can see your T-SNP map and all of the quantitative data that you're used to seeing, perhaps if you were using the Avanti. You will appreciate here that these hatched marks, the orange hatch mark lines, are referring to this new reference database. This shows you here the new glaucoma change analysis. So essentially on the top, that's going to be your RNFL change map. On the bottom is the GCC change map. You can also see the right eye and left eye superimposed upon each other, and you can also look at all of the different visits there. And what's really cool, this is a new feature, is now you can see 6 different quantitative maps. There's a superior, inferior, and so on and so forth. And it's showing you each visit just really compared, right eye compared to left, in a very easy to interpret fashion. You don't have to sit and look at trend lines and values and remember decimals. This just shows you it's easy. If the line is trending down, patient is falling outside of their, I should say that there is evidence of progression. And then on the right-hand side, again, are your quantitative numbers showing you visit to visit in different parts, different RNFL analysis and GCC analysis by quadrant. This highlights the beautiful capability of this machine to take an optic nerve head photo. You can actually even color in both the rim area and the cup area if you want a little more assessment or a little more data on that. And you can see a fundus image on the top right as well. There's a lot of different capabilities. You can see here, you can increase contrast, increase color, and really get a nice image that you can place, which will show up, I should say, on the report. You can appreciate even on this picture, this patient has some diabetic retinopathy, little dot and blot hemorrhage there, another one here. So I can't emphasize how useful this is when you're trying to look at an OCT-B scan alongside a fundus image and not have to take a patient back and forth between machines. This is highlighting beautifully a patient that has what we'll call foveal schisis, probably from high myopia, and this shows you that wide scan that we were talking about. So this is a 16 by 6.25 millimeter scan, and this is allowing us to get
the whole entire retina, I would say whole entire retina, but a huge portion of the retina in one scan. You can also visualize with excellent resolution what's happening in the vitreous body. So what's important to emphasize here is oftentimes when on older machines, when you try to get such a big scan, we would lose resolution. This is 100% not the case here. I mean, this is really a brilliant image of a patient that has a lamellar partial thickness macular hole, possibly due to myopia or has myopia as well. On the right-hand side, you can see an en face cut showing a wedge defect, probably in a glaucomatous eye. So using that en face capability really highlights, this peripapillary and paramacular region. And then on the bottom, you can see a retinal thickness map using our reference database, using different colors to highlight areas of abnormality. This shows us here, so on the new glaucoma algorithm, basically let's just start on this side. This radial scan is what we used to use. You can see that the areas in between each of these cuts is fairly large. And really the way to think about this is, what if a patient had a defect that was falling somewhere in here? Would we miss it because the scan was capturing such a large area? So now the new algorithm shows you how tiny the slices are between each section of the scan. And what this does for us is allows us to pick up abnormalities much quicker. Because if you're scanning at these tiny microns, you're going to be able to pick up things much faster than if you're getting this big chunk in one scan. So if you look at these number graphs or these lines on the right, the old technology, it would take over 1.5 years because of that larger micron spacing to pick up a progressive change than with the new technology, where it only takes 3/4 of a year to pick up on the same change. So basically, I mean, this is a lot of scientific jargon that I'm not, really a professional at, but what I do know is that the new technology gives us better reproducibility and repeatability in our findings because we have better resolution with these finer micron cuts. All right, so I'm gonna kind of switch over gears. That's an overview of Solix. If you can't tell, I'm excited about it. I'm super excited about it. I think that the technology has certainly made me a better diagnostician, but I want to focus for the rest of the webinar on the wellness platform. OptiView has been known historically to be a leader in OCT technology, and one of the things that has put it where it is today is because of their wellness platform. Doctors around the world are using the wellness platform to essentially capture more patients by finding more disease. So they're using this, and I don't like to use the word screening, but it's essentially a screening test. It's allowing us to kind of take a picture of a patient and see if there is disease. So here is the summary of what we're going to go into. The Solix Wellness Protocol is a valuable assessment tool that can reveal the need for more extensive imaging and streamline our exam process by confirming normal or aiding in diagnosis of pathology. So one of my friends many of my friends at OptiView like to say, in order to diagnose disease, you have to find disease. And so sometimes taking scans on patients where you think maybe there isn't even pathology will identify things, again, that are there that maybe you weren't expecting to be there. So here's the critical question: are you ready to take a proactive approach to eye health care? And that is really what wellness is all about. So you're going to detect abnormalities before you even see the patient. And a lot of doctors are using this. They're doing fundus photography, they're doing a wellness exam, and then if they find something, they'll bring the patient back to do more specific tests. So even though I'm not here to talk about generating revenue, that's essentially what this machine does, or this algorithm does, because you find something and then you determine, well, now I need to do more advanced testing. And that's when you start scheduling the patient back for the more specific tests. So this is what the wellness report looks like. It's essentially a one-stop shop, a one-stop printout, where it's going to give you valuable information not only about the retina, but about the optic nerve head and GCC and RNFL, things like that. So on the top there, you can see there are 4 B scans, 2 horizontal, 2 vertical, which are scrollable. Okay, so you can move through those. So this is going to help you to eyeball maybe an anomaly that, gee, you didn't think was there. Underneath the B scans, you can see the retinal thickness maps, and hopefully you can appreciate, if you are an OptiView user, that these retinal thickness maps are bigger than they used to be. It's a 12:9 retinal thickness map. So if something didn't fall exactly in that area of the optic nerve or fovea, we might have missed it. Now we're getting a bigger retinal thickness map. Right beside the retinal thickness map, you can see the ETDRS grid, which gives a quantitative metric to the retinal thickness map. And it's based, again, on the reference database. So you'll see those p-values, the statistical significant values, are going to show up on there to compare the patient to the reference database. Underneath it are our GCC maps. And hopefully you can appreciate as well that the GCC maps are much bigger than they used to be. So it encompasses a bigger area. You can pick up more pathology. On the bottom of the scan, and this is an angio wellness printout, you can see that there are angio scans. We have one that the orange arrow is pointing to the foveal avascular zone. You can just tap on it and it'll give you a metric, which you can see right over here. It measures it for you. It also gives you the perimeter value, which has been shown to be very important in diabetic patients. And then we have the superficial capillary plexus on a vessel density map with different metrics. And then in the center here, you can see that the GCC map, which are these, is broken down not only by quadrant, but it gives you an inter and intra-eye comparison. And we know that in glaucoma, we're looking for inter-eye and intra-eye comparisons to determine if there is pathology. So basically what this scan is doing for us is not only looking at B scans, right, identifying maybe retinal pathology that perhaps we didn't know was there. It's also giving us an assessment of the GCC. And the GCC is super important when we're trying to look for early glaucomatous damage. It's also useful in superficial retinal disease. And then we also have the angio platform on the bottom, which we'll talk about at the very end here and show you how that can be incorporated into making excellent management decisions and clinical decisions. So what might you uncover by doing these wellness scans? These diseases, including AMD, diabetic retinopathy, glaucoma, vitreomacular interface disorders, and really so many more things. You'd be surprised how much you might pick up by doing this exam. So realizing that your healthy patient population may not be all that healthy. And I put this in here because when I speak to doctors about the wellness exam, they say to me, well, I work in Costco, or I work in LensCrafters, or I work in a private practice where I'm doing mostly contact lenses. I don't see disease. And what I would say to them is that you may not think you're seeing disease, but I guarantee you by running the wellness scan, you're going to find something that you did not know was there. I think that a lot of times we get into a comfort zone and think we're not managing disease. Everybody has disease, and that's what this technology is good at finding for us. So what I want to do is go through a couple of cases and really show you how this technology can fit into a practice. So this is a 57-year-old Caucasian female who comes in for a routine eye exam. She's 20/25 in the right, 20/20 in the left. She's relatively young, 57, and she's got mild vision reduction. I will add that there's no lenticular changes or corneal opacities that would lend to a 20/25 visual acuity in that right eye. So the first thing we do before we even look at the patient, which is kind of where I feel like this wellness scan really shines, is we get a wellness scan, okay? And this is the right eye. This is the eye that has the decreased vision. And what you'll notice on the B scans on the top is that the patient has an epiretinal membrane. So the epiretinal membrane is likely the reason that the patient is 20/25. You can see that there is a retinal thickness map on the bottom left. You can see the ETDRS map in the middle that's showing you with the new reference database where this patient falls. You'll notice that those lines are on the bluish side, which means that this patient probably has a little bit of a thinner retina than the reference database. And on the right-hand side is that GCC map. Remember that the GCC map is going to be abnormal in patients that have abnormalities at the vitreoretinal interface because the ganglion cell complex sits very superficial on the retina. And then on the bottom, you can see the different metrics that are showing you what correlates with different parts of the GCC. So there's a lot of information here. You may or may not decide to bring this patient back for other scans, but if you did, you certainly could. I mean, this is the fundus image that was taken with the Solix. You can see that there's a little bit of graininess or grittiness to that macular area. But what's kind of cool is that if you looked at this, it's not that obvious that there's a problem. And that's really what I want to highlight here, is that if you looked at this patient clinically and this is what you saw, would you even do anything? You know, would you even, yeah, perhaps they have a glaucomatous nerve, but would you even do anything for the macula? And so having that wellness scan shows us that, yes, this patient actually had an abnormality. And if you chose to, you could bring them back and do more testing, which is what this is. I don't know that it's necessarily necessary in this case. I think we kind of got what we needed on the wellness scan, but this just shows a quick view report of using the analytics platform with, you know, vessel density and all that other stuff. Again, probably not 100% necessary in this patient. The second case study is a 78-year-old Hispanic female who comes in for routine eye exam. She's asymptomatic. She's 20/25 in both eyes. She's got NS bilaterally that's consistent with her mild decrease in vision. So we're not expecting to find any pathology, right? We're happy that we can explain the vision by the lenticular changes. But if you're running the wellness scan as part of your, quote, pre-exam testing, this is what we found. And who would have thought, right? So looking at these pictures here, you can see that this patient has, this is the right eye. You can see that the patient has a lesion sitting underneath the retinal pigment epithelium, a hyper-reflexive lesion. And then there's some fluid that's also kind of hanging out in that area. Shocker, right? Who would have thought? She's 20/25, which is pretty incredible. But this is what the OCT-B scans are showing us. And I'll show you her fundus image in just a minute. But you can see the retinal thickness map and the abnormalities that are consistent with that B scan. You can see the ETDRS map, the GCC map. But in this particular case, those B scans are worth $1 million. So if you're wondering what that is, this is what the patient's fundus looks like. If you look at the left eye, pretty unremarkable. The right eye has an anomalous lesion right over here. So what if you were doing an exam on this patient and maybe you saw this greenish grayish area and you weren't really sure what you were dealing with? Well, certainly the wellness scan identified something. Hopefully, if you're really good at interpreting OCT, you identified that, I'll rewind here, that this was a choroidal neovascular membrane. And let's say you weren't sure what it was. So this is the kind of patient that I certainly 100% would bring back for more testing. Again, generating revenue, but not only generating revenue, taking the best care of our patient. So here we can see, if it loads, here we go. This is a quick view report of this patient. And you can certainly see beautifully on the angio report on top that this patient has a net, has a membrane visible in the outer retina, visible in the choriocapillaris. So if you're not very good at OCT interpretation, maybe you identified that there was an abnormality on the OCT-B scans, but you weren't sure exactly what you were seeing. Once you get this angio report, it becomes fairly obvious that this patient has a choroidal neovascular membrane. And I wanted to just highlight another capability of the Solix. You can use a color-coded picture to show the depth of a lesion. This is a montage where we put together the optic nerve head scan and the retinal scan. And you can see in yellow here that this is a very deep choroidal neovascular membrane correlating down here with the outer retinal space. So as you can see here, there's so many functions of this technology. You know, if you weren't sure where this membrane was located, this montage or this ability to use the color-coded metrics certainly help. Let's move on to case 3. 40-year-old African-American male comes in for routine exam. He does tell me that his left eye feels, quote, off. He's 20/20 in his right, 20/25 in his left. Anterior seg is unremarkable, and he's 40, so he's got a little bit of decreased vision in that left eye. So we get angio, we get a wellness scan, and you can see here that this patient, hopefully you can appreciate that this is a neurosensory detachment or central serous choroidal retinopathy. So again, who would have thought? Retinal thickness map is you can see red there, which means increased micron thickness correlating with that fluid. You can see how the ETDRS map, the numbers are kind of in this orange diagonal, which means we're thicker than normal or the reference database. And the metrics, the GCC is not affected because this is in the deeper part of the retina. Looking at a fundus image sometimes, or even just looking clinically, we all know sometimes it's very easy to see subtle elevation. So maybe you were looking at this patient and you could not appreciate why the patient was 20/25, but the OCT, the wellness scan, highlighted the abnormality for us. And perhaps you decide that you want to bring the patient back to do further testing to confirm that there is no neovascular membrane associated with this CSR. We know that patients that have CSR, or I should say chronic CSR, do run the risk of developing choroidal neovascular membrane. And I always recommend getting angiography on these patients. So this is another patient that we pick up the abnormality, we educate the patient on the abnormality, and then we have the patient come back for further testing. Let's look at the next one. 80-year-old Hispanic female, history of dry AMD. She's 20/30 in the right, 20/25 in the left. She's got a little bit of NS, consistent with her mild decrease in vision. So we're not really looking for very much, right? We know that she's got some dry AMD. And here's her wellness scan. You can appreciate that she has drusen deposition. This is her right eye. You can see on this cut here, the little drusen here. And remember that we always want to look at more than one OCT scan, right? OCT is a dynamic test. We want to move through scans. And why I emphasize that here is that AMD is graded based on the size of the drusen and presence or absence of pigmentary changes. So looking at this scan, you can see that this patient actually has fairly large, or at least I should say one large, drusenoid pigment epithelial detachment here. This puts this patient into the category of intermediate AMD. That being said, this is a patient that should have further testing. I always do angiography on my AMD patients to make sure there's no leakage. And you also want to make sure that there's no areas of atrophy or anything else that perhaps you couldn't pick up on the B-scan. The other tests, the other parts of this are, pretty unremarkable. She also has a little epiretinal membrane here, which is probably why the GCC is outside normal limits. So really what I'm trying to highlight here is the utility of this wellness scan to pick up so many different things. Maybe you weren't sure what that reflectivity was, then you look at the GCC and you can see that. This is a picture of that patient's eye. Really solidifies that these drusen or the drusenoid deposits are on the larger side. So if this patient was told, I have a little bit of dry AMD, it's early, we can certainly see based on the wellness scan and based on the fundus image or fundoscopy that this patient is certainly in the intermediate stage of AMD. And here is the OCT angiography of this patient, really confirming that there is no exudation. There's no evidence of neovascularization. So again, I always recommend doing this on any AMD patient to confirm or negate the presence of any choroidal neovascular membrane. These are bigger slabs, just showing you, this is the outer retinal slab. I'm sorry, this is the choriocapillaris slab, and you can see that by this red line down here. This is just a shadowing artifact or defect, probably from some drusen, which you can see on the ENFAS image, but there's no evidence of any bleeding. We're getting there. I wanted to show the utility of the wellness scan. This is number 5. This is an 80-year-old Hispanic female who also has a history of dry AMD. She's been using her home Amsler grid and noticed a black spot in that right eye. She's 20/80 in the right, 20/30 in her left. And these are her scans. I mean, there is a lot of abnormality here. You can see that there is almost what looks like a macular hole here. I mean, it looks like she's got a loss of tissue from ILM down to RPE. And then she also has this, what looks like kind of an attenuation or thinning of the RPE with lots of hypertransmission. You can see on the retinal thickness map that there is this area here that looks very abnormal around the fovea. But what's kind of interesting is that when I look at this, I think to myself, it looks a little bit atrophic, but yet the colors here are helping me because the colors are showing me that there's actually tissue here. It would be blue if it was atrophic. Although here on the ETDRS map, the data definitely looks thinner. So there's a lot of stuff going on here. So maybe you're questioning, well, what the heck is this? Does this patient have geographic atrophy? Does this patient have a membrane? So this is a patient that we certainly identified that there's an abnormality on the wellness scan, and we would bring her back for more testing. This is what the fundus image looked like. So really, wow, right? So you can see here it's obvious that this patient has drusen, atrophy, bleeding, peripapillary changes, lots of stuff going on. And we bring the patient back, and you can beautifully visualize here what we called an old filamentary choroidal neovascular membrane. This is a patient that has had a membrane for a very long time. It's probably inactive at this point. However, I would still refer this patient to a retina specialist. But this is the super case really showing, if you were looking at, let me rewind this for a minute, if you were looking at this wellness scan, and it's confusing for me as well. What exactly am I seeing? What's the deal? Why is the fovea look so funny? Is there atrophy? Is there bleeding? This is a really nice example of using the advanced testing that this technology offers to pick up on this choroidal neovascular membrane. These are just the magnified image. This is the choriocapillaris. Just look at how beautiful it's illustrating this membrane. This is a montage image, again, nerve and macula together, and you can see the membrane living underneath here. I think this is the last one, and then we're going to just do one case on wellness, on the angio wellness. So this is a 35-year-old Caucasian male who comes in for a routine exam. He's got no ocular history, and he's 20/20 in both eyes. And here's his scan. And for those of you that have heard me do OCT lectures, hopefully you can appreciate that this patient has what we call an ILM drape, which is pathognomonic for macular telangiectasia. There's also some outer retinal involvement. But let's say you didn't know. Let's say you saw this and you just weren't sure what was going on. Patient's not diabetic. Patient doesn't have any reason to have these intraretinal cystoid spaces. And we get we get OCTA, if I could talk. And we know that macular telangiectasia affects the superficial and deep plexus, usually the deep plexus first. And what you can appreciate are what these little anomalous vessels temporally here. They usually take on this kind of right-angled appearance, diving into the foveal space. So hopefully if you looked at these scans, you could appreciate that this patient has this anomalous vasculature temporally. And I think I have larger views. You can see here, the foveally vascular zone is completely distorted, and you can see these anomalous vessels kind of diving into the macula there. And there's my deep plexus. So just think about how that original wellness scan found something that perhaps we would have totally missed. The patient was 20/20, was not having any visual abnormality, and yet there's a lot of pathology here going on. And this is just the montage. Hopefully I'm blowing you away with these images, if anything, because I think the resolution is just outstanding. All right, and then the last part, in the last couple minutes we have, that was all wellness. If you wanted to, you can incorporate angio wellness. So we know that obviously the Solix has angio on it, and I've shown you a lot of angio, but on advanced testing. If you wanted to, you could actually incorporate angio into your wellness exam. So not only are you looking at structural abnormalities, you can incorporate functional abnormalities as well to give you advanced visualization. So this is what the angio wellness report would look like. Everything is the same except for the bottom. Now we have, and I mentioned this right at the very beginning, we have a map of the foveally vascular zone. We have the superficial capillary plexus with metrics as well. So I try, if it's a good patient, to get it. It does take a little bit longer. Sometimes it's just more feasible to do it without the angio and bring the patient back for the advanced testing if you so wanted to, which is really what I was showing you on all of those other examples. But if you do incorporate it, let me show you what it would look like. So understand, first of all, what normal looks like. So when you look at angiography of what we call the radial peripapillary capillaries, that is the vasculature surrounding the optic nerve head. It's probably the most important scan to look at in glaucoma because we're looking at the vessels feeding the optic nerve. But I would also argue looking at the superficial vascular complex is also extremely important because of the GCC and the ability to pick up early changes. So you can see here essentially what normal would look like. I would say that this might be a little darker than what I would like to see, but it's hard to get perfect images. But this left eye shows what a normal superficial vascular complex should look like. So this is what normal looks like. So if you had a patient that had glaucoma, what would you see? So you can see here again what normal looks like. You want nice, bright colors. As glaucoma becomes more progressive, you can see how there's more navy showing up on these scans. Remember that navy or darkness means lack of perfusion. So let's look at an example here to kind of drive the point home. This is a 45-year-old African-American female. When you look at this patient's optic discs, they certainly look suspicious for glaucoma. The patient looks cupped. But something that I always think about, especially in my population, is megalopapillae, which means that they have large optic nerves, but they don't have glaucoma. And I think that oftentimes we misdiagnose these patients because, yeah, they're definitely cupped, but they've got so much rim tissue because the disc itself is large. So this is a really good time or a good utility of using something like the wellness scan to see, does this patient have glaucoma or do they just have megalopapillae? So here is the wellness scan on this patient. You can see, or I should call the angio wellness scan. On the top, we have our 4B scans. We have our retinal thickness maps. We have our ETDRS maps, our RDB, our reference database, GCC maps. And on the bottom, we have our angio maps. Hopefully you can appreciate that these superficial vascular maps are pretty navy. And what's cool about this is that really nothing else looks too outside the normal limits. The GCC looks okay, but those vessel density maps are telling me something. In the absence of other disease, and this patient doesn't have other disease, so in the absence of other disease, what are those vessel maps telling me? Does this patient, and this patient's young, she's in her 40s. So what is this alluding to? So tons of literature will tell you that angio or OCTA picks up abnormalities a lot of times before we see it structurally, before we see it on the GCC. So this is a patient that certainly looks like there's something affecting the vasculature. This is normal. So if you look at these side by side, the control is on the left side of the screen and our patient is on the right side of the screen. Hopefully you can appreciate here that there is definitely a decrease in the vessel density of that superficial vascular complex in our patient. This picked up something before any other part of that printout. So this is a nice example of, in our glaucoma patients, should we be running angio wellness and not just wellness? 100%, because these vessel density maps may actually pick up information before the GCC or any of the other findings. So this particular patient probably does have glaucoma. And this is that printout that I was talking about before, where you can get your disc photos, you can get it on the RDB compared to the reference database, you can look at the RNFL map, you can look at the vessel density. And remember, there's 1, 2, 3 different ways of assessing the optic nerve head so that you have tons of information. You can look at it, again, compared to the reference database. You can look at the RNFL thickness, and you can use the angio. And using the more tools that you have is going to help you make a better decision. So this patient actually did have glaucoma and not just megalopapillae. This is the trend analysis, not on this patient, just in general, what we talked about before, using not only your peripapillary thickness, but also looking at your GCC and your retinal thickness, and looking at your trend lines underneath. So Adam, I think that we are just at 8:45, which is where I think we end. So hopefully everybody got a lot out of this, and I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Great. Well, thank you, Julie. That was really great. I'm glad we were able to actually do this and get a little more in depth with the device. I think as a series, this has been really great. Helping people to get to know the Solix. So thank you so much for doing this. So again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to put them in the question box. And what we'll do is we'll do a little bit of verbal Q&A, and we will go from there. So let's see, clinical questions, practice management questions. Where do we want to go here first? Okay, I'll go for a clinical question. Question is, when you use this for a screening exam, do you, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read this. Okay, I'll simplify this. So dilation, when you're using the scan, do you dilate patients first before you do it?
You don't have to. That's one of the beautiful things about this technology, is that you can get a great scan through a non-dilated pupil. So usually no. In fact, I mean, the way that most of my colleagues are using it is they're getting it as part of kind of their screening tests, but you certainly can do it any way that you want. You can also do it while the patient's dilating and look at it before you even do your fundus exam.
Right. And question here, I guess this is a more general question about screening OCTs. So for folks who never have actually done this before, and I suppose this is a practice management question, how does it work in terms of the workflow of your clinic? So do all patients get a scan? Is it a certain subset? How do you decide?
So I'll answer that in two different ways. Remember that I'm in an academic setting, so we are anomalous, right? We're not the regular world out there. We try to do this, if we can, on as many patients as we can do it on. I mean, but in my colleagues that are using this, they will usually offer it as part of a package. So they'll say, get a fundus photo, although now this one has fundus photos on it, but get a fundus photo, get the OCT for X price. And they'll do it again, either while the patient's dilating or before dilation. So they offer it to them. Now, that doesn't mean everyone's going to do it, but if they do, want to do it, it's a one price deal, and they get the test done, and that's and they incorporate it however they want into the practice flow. Right. But they're offering it to everybody, Adam. I think that was the question, is, who should have it done? Certainly a diabetic, but how do we know, again, that patients have pathology, right? So if we're not doing it on everybody, and we're only saying, well, we're going to do it on a diabetic patient, we're going to do it on an AMD patient, we're going to miss half the disease that's out there.
Right. Interesting question here, practice management. I'm not sure you'll be able to answer this one, but does the anterior seg image for anterior seg depth qualify for gonioscopy reimbursement?
Don't know the answer to that.
Yep, and I wonder if any of the folks from Visionics who are around might know. If so, chime in, guys. But if not, what we'll do is we'll take the question offline, and where this archive will live with this archive video, we'll have a little discussion thread beneath it. And if I find the answer to that, I'll definitely post the answer there as well, and point people back to it. Oh, interesting question. So is the angio wellness exam done separately than eye wellness? And do you offer both?
So the angio wellness is more of, it's part of the well. So you still do wellness, but then you also have to click on your angio scan. So basically you're doing your wellness scan and you're doing your angio scan. So it does take a little bit longer, but the beauty of it is that it will incorporate those wellness scans those angio scans into the wellness report. I would tell you that I don't do angio wellness as much as I do wellness, just because it does take, because angio itself takes a little bit more time. So I usually start with the wellness scan. If there's something on there that seems off to me, then I will bring I'll bring the patient back just really for angio, not again for wellness. So angio wellness is good if you have time to do it, but most people are doing angio separately. In other words, they're bringing them back for more advanced testing, and then doing all the angio scans.
Right. And I guess that brings up another question. How long does an angio scan actually take with the device, and do patients tolerate it pretty well, just holding in place?
So it takes about, on a good patient, it takes seconds. It's really, really fast and easy. One thing that Solix does differently than Avanti is for those of you that have the Avanti, it would take 2 separate scans. You would get your horizontal cut. You can tell the patient, okay, take a second. Then we do the vertical cut. And that takes longer because patients tend to move and then it doesn't get lined up. With the Solix, it's 1 scan. There is a halfway point where we usually tell the patient, take a good blink. So it's faster because you're doing it all in one kind of acquisition. On a difficult patient, yeah, it might take some time if you need an artificial tear. Same as what we did with Avanti. It's a little bit longer. It depends on the patient.
Right. A question here, so that's interesting. So question, when you've done a wellness scan, you think you might see something, do you then do follow-up scans with wellness again, or do you do specific scans for the disease that you're interested in?
Correct. We don't repeat the wellness. So in a patient that has, an epiretinal membrane, or perhaps we're suspecting if there's a CNV, I'm going to do more scans that day. I'm not going to bring them back. But if it's a particular patient that has something else that maybe we want to bring them back on a different day, we're not going to repeat the wellness. We're going to actually now go into the beef of the machine and use those advanced imaging that they have, whether it's the angio or raster scans or some of the high definition scans that are going to give us much more information.
Right. And I guess in terms of repeating the wellness scan, how frequently would you do it? Would you have a patient back, like let's say there's no pathology, when would you repeat it? A year, 2 years, 5 years?
At their annual exam. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it really becomes part of their annual routine.
Exactly. It's almost like when you offer a patient an Optos or a wide field image, it's the same thing. We're doing this to screen for any disease. Most patients, you'd be surprised, are actually very interested in doing it, even more so because you don't have to dilate them. So right. If you find something, then you say, well, now I really do have to dilate you, so patients are pretty good about doing it.
Right. And I guess the follow-up question here is, so the best images to follow AMD or glaucoma are repeat angio exams?
Yeah, glaucoma is still kind of, I would say that angio is still new for glaucoma. Not new, but we're still learning a lot about it. For retinal disease, oh my God, I love angio. I do angio on almost all of my diabetic patients and almost all of my AMD patients, because you'd be surprised how much stuff is hidden behind the scenes. Glaucoma, I'm not going to tell you the God's honest. I don't do angio on every glaucoma patient, but the report is so full, as I showed you without the angio, that it's great if you have a patient that's cooperative. If you can't do it, the report is so full of amazing information without it that it's not 100% necessary.
Right. And question here is, how are you using the FAZ information?
It used to be, if you were to ask me that question 2 years ago, I would have said, oh, well, if the FAZ is this size or bigger, it looks like they have advanced, diabetes. We don't do that anymore. Now we use the FAZ over time to determine change. So, if a patient has a 0.10 FAZ, and then you bring them back the next year and it's now 0.17, that shows that this patient's FAZ is enlarging and there's obviously some type of vascular non-perfusion going on. I don't think anybody anymore will say, if the FAZ is this size, then it's this category, because there's too much variability in it. So I would use it as I get a baseline, and then each time I see my diabetic patient, obviously I'm going to get the FAZ, and it should stay fairly stable. If a patient is getting worse, that number is going to change. So I think it really just depends on, the patient, their blood sugar control. If the patient has changes in their perimeter, though, so that area around the FAZ, meaning you see a lot of black spaces in the perimeter, that's actually an indication that, we know that if there's areas of black, there's not a lot of perfusion there, and that's a very powerful tool. So I tend to look more for the darkness than actually looking at a quantitative number, at least if you're only assessing them for the first time and you don't have metrics to compare it to.
Right. Follow-up question here. They want to test your, if you're keeping up with the literature, can you speak about the latest on FAZ and Alzheimer's disease?
Oh, Lord. Well, I'll tell you that I know with Alzheimer's disease, this affects our vessel density. It affects not only the vessel density, but certainly it's going to make the FAZ large. I mean, not certainly, but I would think that it would make the FAZ larger because of the lack of perfusion. So I can't cite an article, but I will tell you that I know that the vessel density and the FAZ are both affected because there's not as much perfusion as an eye that doesn't have Alzheimer's.
Right. Interesting practice management question here. So let's say you have a known diabetic patient. They don't have retinopathy. Can you do angio and bill for it?
Yeah, this question comes up all the time. I do it. I would say that if it comes out normal, it's really meaning you don't see any areas where there's, capillary non-perfusion, where it looks pretty well perfused. It's difficult to bill it. If you can find an area where there may be capillary non-perfusion, you certainly can code it, in my opinion, as mild NPDR, moderate, whatever you're seeing, not based on what you're seeing clinically, but based on what you're seeing functionally. So I would code it, but I would also write underneath based on vessel density metrics or based on capillary, perfusion metrics or whatever you're using, because there's nothing clinically. So I think that that's a personal opinion. I don't think anyone would nail you on, coding something that you're seeing. If you're seeing it, then you can code it. You just have to be clear that you specifically say in there that it's not visible fundoscopically.
Right. And I guess the next question is, so clinically, if nothing's really going on with this diabetic patient yet, but you're seeing those changes, what is it that you do with your patient in the chair at that moment? What do you tell them?
So it's all about education, right? Because if you only look at a patient's fundus and there's no retina, nothing there, you're going to say, you know what, you're doing fantastic. Go home and eat your ice cream. Go home and have your chocolate chip cookies. But if you notice something on OCTA, but you don't see anything clinically, you're going to tell them something different. You're going to say, guess what? I see stuff here that in a year or two is going to manifest clinically if you don't change your behavior. So that's followed by a note to the internist or a note to the primary that we see these preemptive or preclinical changes that are going to eventually equate to the retinopathy if the patient doesn't modify their, what they're doing.
Right. And I guess that's an important follow-up. You always want to make sure that this gets back to the primary, since they're probably going to be in closer touch with them than you.
First and foremost, Adam, that's an excellent point.
Yep. Okay, great. And you used the term functionally before, so someone has a question. So functionally is a term, is that used to describe the vessel density?
Yeah, you know what, that's a bad word because what that means is you're looking really at how well the perfusion is. I mean, I can never think of a better word, but you're looking at how capable are the blood vessels at doing their job, So I'm looking really at, I should say, the functional integrity of the retina. I don't know if someone has a better word, but we always say structure is the OCT, function or how well the retina or the blood vessels are perfusing, meaning their function. So that's essentially what I'm referring to.
Got it. Okay, and it looks like we're coming up on it 1 hour, so I think we're going to have to end it here. So if there are any more questions, we'll definitely address them in the discussion thread that's going to follow the archive of this webinar. So Julie, thanks again for doing this, and thanks for doing the entire series. I think everyone's learned an awful lot about this instrument, even if so many of us still aren't traveling to trade shows, not getting out as much as we used to. This has been a really great experience being able to see all this stuff. So thank you so much for doing it.
Happy to help. And if anyone has any questions for me that they didn't think of, feel free to email me or someone at Visionics and they'll get in touch with me. Thanks for the opportunity, Adam.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And I guess thanks everyone for showing up, and I will see everyone online. So have a good night, everyone. All right. And we're back, or I'm back. Don't know if Steve is here. So Steve, if you're around, I can unmute. Oh, there he is. Let me unmute you.
Waiting for you.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good, good. Let me just get my act together here. No sound. Yeah, I mean, people are asking, well, I don't know what iCal is, but the typical thing, people have windows open, they can't have two. Somebody is trying to take the course twice, was upset that we're offering the same courses again, which we make clear, because we can't have 4 times 60 or 240 courses. That would be monumental.
Well, and it would be pointless, right? Because the maximum number you can take each time is 20 credits, right? Or 10 hours a shot.
Even that would be hard. Probably 18. So 18 times, even 18 times 4 is getting close to the limit, so you could take a half a day off.
I'm surprised.
do.
I'm actually really surprised that someone had that comment for us, just because we know, that we mention it over and over again. The idea is that you can come back and do multiple tracks.
It had to be a newbie, because anybody who's a veteran, and we have such a high percentage of loyalty customers who come back, loyalty people that come back, that he just didn't know, but he might have probably just taken this the second time. But it's still the best deal in town, or out of town for that matter. Nothing else is happening. The speakers are all there. I think that's become much less of a problem. The only time it's a problem with speakers is the timing gets wrong, Central versus Eastern, or we screw up like we did yesterday, and now that'll never happen again.
Yeah, that was an unusual occurrence.
Yep, and it was rectified. So.
Yep. Yeah, usually things go pretty smoothly here. I'm actually pulling up somebody. Somebody asked me if they took a survey, and the way you can check is if a credit's actually on your transcript, then of course you have taken the survey. So I'll.
Well, just go into assessments on the left-hand side and scroll down to that course, and it'll show you that you either did or didn't, and simply take it then.
Yep.
I left the browser open for one room, and I just got credit for it. So but it prompted me to do the survey, which I did. So I have now 2 more credits that I don't need. I'm selling credits, by the way, if anybody wants to buy. Other than that, that's oh, by the way, announcement, Carolyn Major, is that how you pronounce the name?
Mm-hmm. Major, yep.
She is coming back for 2024. Well, very well respected A+ speaker. She didn't want to do 2 hours on glaucoma, so she can do an hour on glaucoma and an hour on neuro. So perfect combination. So she is just going to wait the speaker packet. So I'll put her on the list of returnees in that spreadsheet.
Great.
She's a great. I mean, she's perfect. She's young, vital. Lectures on everything. And in fact, I was looking for people to advise me, and on my Facebook page, I asked, "Could you have anybody you can think of for glaucoma?" And 3 people mentioned her. And interestingly enough, just so you know what happens on Facebook, one person mentioned an MD who just retired as a glaucoma specialist. And they said, "We don't want MDs teaching us. We want ODs, please."
Oh, really?
So I said, no. I said, no. So you want an OD teaching you about surgical procedures in IOLs, or things that we never did? I said, no, it's a combination. We have, in my little thread, I said, we have ODs, we have MDs, we have PhDs. We even have an optician who is giving valuable information in practice management. So no, you just don't want ODs teaching ODs.
Yeah.
I mean, in schooling, I had several MDs teach me retina, various other things. I can keep on going on and on. It's SUNY. Paul, could you hear us?
I hear everything. I just got back.
Did you at Columbia have MDs teach you?
We had, two MDs. One had Parkinson's. So he was but shaking. He was
teaching you PDs and adjusting frames.
The other one was a practicing MD, very good and practicing, sort of like George Panariello.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a question here in the lobby. Why can't, for the calendar functionality, why doesn't it have iCal? So the reason.
What is iCal? I had to ask the question. Sorry.
Yeah, so iCal is usually just used by people who use the Apple Mac calendar. And the reason we don't do iCal is just it's a mere matter of programming, right? The other formats are more popular, right? Because most people use Google Calendar these days, or Outlook. They don't use Apple Calendar as their primary calendar, so that's why we haven't, Odette didn't program iCal in for that function. Maybe they will in the future. Because those other ones are web-based as well. iCal is not. It's client-based, which means you download a file and then that gets added to the calendar. So it's fundamentally different. So
Is it a little bit easier because it goes by area code? I mean, zone.
No, so iCal is just a file format. That's what it is to put into a calendar. So it's not. I mean, we might support it in the future, but it's not a high priority because so few people actually use it, I guess is the point. Well, you have to prioritize, I guess, kind of what people use primarily. So that's why we have to do it that way. All right, so it looks like the classes are started. As you said, all the instructors are there. Yeah, we haven't had much problem with that.
Yep, and a lot of interactions with people. A lot of people are staying in that glaucoma sequence of 4 classes in a row, which I think is going to wind up being 8 classes in a row in
Yep.
2024.
Yep. It's going to be crazy.
Let me just check the rooms now. Yeah, I kind of like the fact that Dr. Shaglazian and Dr. Fingerette divided up because they both were lecturing together. And I think something was lost. They have so much to add in glaucoma that it's good that they're covering 4 topics.
Yeah, I feel like the tag team lectures are only really useful if people are taking sort of opposite tacks, like we have the one on private equity, right, from both sides of the transaction. Like that's useful because you're getting the perspective of 2 people who are literally on the opposite side of the desk. But for glaucoma, not so much, and that's why I think we've tried to minimize this tag team stuff this year, as people can see. The only other times where we do it is when an MD teams up with an OD, because again, their perspective might be slightly different. So, and people are asking to see why we're going to be back in 2024. The answer is absolutely yes, and that's why we're talking about this now, sort of planning what we're going to do for next year as best we can.
And of course, it'll be better. Software will be better. We're trying to satisfy every need of the states that we can. So between the speakers, the content, and the platform, whatever you're getting now will be better.
Yep. Yeah. So we always strive to improve it, and I think we will next time around. Certainly, we know the minor issues with the software. We know exactly what we need to do now because I can tell you what's taking up like 90% of my support problems, and it's minor stuff, which is great. Things like making it a little bit clearer when you're earning credits or what you need to fill out with the surveys and, printable transcripts, how to get to them more easily. These are really minor things that are actually important, though, to make it easier for people to point things out. Once they know how to do it, then, of course, it becomes super easy. But we want to make it so people don't even have to ask.
Yep. And Paul, that email of somebody that you sent me was the same thing. They probably had 2 tabs open or another device open. They had to close it. That's why they were getting that error message. I get it here also because I have the lobby open. By the way, when you have the lobby open and a course open, it still allowed me to take the assessment for the course, and I got the transcript credits. So it'll give me a warning, sensing that I have 2 tabs open. But since they're both not classes, just so you know, Adam, it allowed the transaction to go through.
Right. So that's interesting, but it did give you that warning?
Yes, several times, but about 10, 15. It wasn't like, stop it, stop it, stop it. It was like 15 minutes apart a couple of times just to make sure that it knew that I knew that I had 2 tabs open, even
Right.
though one was not a course.
Right. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, what else do we have here? So yeah, so we'll be back in February, April, June, September, 4 times again, offering more glaucoma next time, more pharma lectures.
And some people have asked for neuro. We're going to have a few more neuro lectures.
Yeah, the pharma lectures are actually interesting. They, with ARBO, when you look at the COPE categories, they want you to be very specific. So let me see if I can pull them up here.
But they took away the word OP, which was oral pharmaceuticals, and they just lumped it under PH, which is pharmaceuticals. That was interesting.
Yeah. Yep. So they definitely have changed a lot of what they're doing. And let me see if I can actually find that on the ARBO website, the categories.
If anybody's listening from New Jersey, they'll just look at the COPE number pH. So for example, perfect example, at 4 o'clock, I'm giving 4 o'clock Eastern time, I'm giving my lecture on presbyopic drops, and it's classified as pH. And apparently New Jersey will count it as an oral because they have no way of policing it.
Really?
Because then they'd have to go into each individual course. They're going by the COPE suffix.
Right.
And pH is pH. Although you could be doing something on topical pharmaceuticals also, obviously.
Right. So let me actually pull up the list so everyone can see it, the COPE category list. So obviously available on COPE's website, but we need to make sure, I think, this year, the other thing, when we're getting the courses approved, sometimes they'll try to change the category, which drives me crazy. So we want to make sure, you know, if someone has the intent of it being a certain category, we got to make sure that the lecture actually reflects it. So here's pH, which is what we obviously want a lot of.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty broad. It's different than the PO categories you were mentioning.
Yeah. Now, somebody might do a lecture in systemic disease, but if I kind of review it before we send it into COPE, and I find they're concentrating a lot on oral medications, whether it be diabetes or whatever, I might ask them to reclassify that as pH, because then more people might watch it and it might satisfy more state board requirements. And it could go both ways. Some things have difference, like a Venn diagram of what they cover.
Right. So when we submit, you know, we tell them what category we want, and then they only give pushback if the reviewer is like, no, 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 it's got to be something else. And we can fight with them about it, but it's much easier if we don't have to up front. So we just want to be careful, especially because we're trying to load up on certain kinds of classes next year, like pharmacology. So, yep.
Okay, and so the NFL started, and we have still about the same amount of people, so it was a non-factor.
Yep, that's funny.
Let's do the browsing, count the amount of people.
You ever reach Mike Olson?
I reached him, that I sent an email to 2 of his emails, and he never got back to me. And he usually is very much responsive, so he probably is.
He's at a football game.
Something else. 400, 700. We're up to about 1,000 people. So the NFL definitely. So we have the most now because we have the convergence of the East Coast still staying here and the West Coast coming online.
Yep.
That's truly amazing. 1,000 people. And we typically, I don't know the exact numbers, but we should be up or over 4,000 or close to it. And we've had 3 other iterations of this, and still we get 1,000 people during the day. But unique visits, I bet you when you add it up, it's more like 2,000 or 1,500.
Yep. Yeah, I haven't actually done it yet for this one, but you're right. And yeah, we're up over 4,000 people for the conference. So kind of amazing though that we're still getting this number of people. It almost makes you wonder if we did this like once a month, how many people would show up each time? Not that I'm recommending doing this once a month because this is a challenge.
See my bald spot? It's going to get bigger.
But you know, because I mentioned it yesterday that where Steve Nelson had a suggestion, I should just come on weekly and do an hour a week on a Monday. And I'm like, are you crazy? Yeah. Like there's few things that are more difficult than having to set up and tear down for doing live stuff.
Right.
So
doing an hour a week is probably 10 times more time consuming than doing 4 16 hours, right, 20 hours, whatever we do.
Yeah, it's like revving up an assembly line to build one car. You don't really do that. So, yeah. So, yeah. And again, I mentioned before, we're enhancing the platform a great deal. You know, we already have, obviously, this year, if you compare 22 to 23 in terms of the speed and stability of the platform. But now we're going to shift more to some of the features that we need to make it even easier for people to use. You know, things like being more situationally aware of whether or not you've taken a class. because I just actually got another email of someone who's like, I just tried to take a survey, but it told me I took it already. And I looked it up and I'm like, well, yeah, you did take it already in February because you watched this class back in February. So you just repeated yourself. So we need to stop that kind of stuff from happening and make it really clear to people when they've taken a class.
Well, you're going to have the software actually prompt them.
Yeah,
correct?
so that's something we have to build though. So I was, talking to Identio, we were trading messages on Slack, when we were showing the videos, just, that they're waiting for me once this weekend ends I'll get together with them and I'll meet with them and present them what I think we need to do, and make it a priority to get those features built for 24. Because like I said, even though it's in February and it feels like it's really far away, when you start doing software development, you have to plan far in advance. So that means next week, that's when I get on their radar and we start talking to each other about how we want to modify the software in these ways to make it better. So, and I also actually have to see what they've done already with the platform, because like I said, there are hundreds of changes that have been made this year that I haven't seen yet, enhancements, and I want to see how those look and then figure out what we can work in to what we need in 24.
And people be reassured, you're not going to have the same courses, any courses in 2024 they're having 2023. It's simply a matter of time. Ours will expire in November or December when we got the courses approved. So February, they'll be out of whack. We'd have to reapply and everything starts from square one. So none of the courses will be the same.
Right, so that's why I always put on the CEwire websites, when I make them year after year, I always put featuring all new lectures. That's always a key feature. Because we don't want any repeats. That's why we run everything through Arbo, again, to generate new course numbers for everything that we do.
Sure.
Because we don't want to repeat year over year.
For two reasons. We don't want to do it, and we want the education to be of value.
Yep.
Is there going to be a new exhibit hall in 2024?
So I'm trying to figure out what would provide the best value. So exhibit halls, of course, can be interesting, but on the flip side, here's the thing. Most people who come to this during the day don't care about exhibits, right? They're here to cram in as many of these hours as they can get. So what we need to do is come up with a way to have something that can run like an exhibit hall, but have it on the side where people will visit it later and incentivize them to do it if we're going to do a true exhibit hall. So that's something I have to really think about. Because again, no one, and we can tell actually just by looking at the data of the number of people who are here, people want to sit in the classes, right? I mean, you're looking at the lobby right now, there's 10 people here.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to get people to do stuff that's not class related. Now, for companies that do free CE, it's different. They don't have as many classes as we do, and they intersperse ads in between, right? So that's how they engage their companies that they work with. So we just have to come up with little different ways of doing it, because the thrust here really is education.
Could you have an exhibit hall open a day before and keep it open the day after?
I mean, you could, but who would really show up is the question. Just to go into a little space where you can see stuff that you could see.
If the vendors offer deals, they would show up.
Sure. So if you time limited a deal to a particular time that people have to show up, then possibly I could see it working. But I'll tell you, the large trade shows in many industries, not so much in eye care, we still have the expos and stuff, but in general, the idea of the trade show has really fallen out of favor. You look in other higher tech industries, like shows like E3, they don't exist anymore. Because if companies wanted to make announcements and generate excitement, they have other ways of doing it that don't require an actual trade show where you're together lumped with other companies. They have their own stuff that they do. So it's become very different. And if we do something like that, we may have to do something like a time limited event that people can get into, on a Friday or a Monday, before or after, because I don't anticipate people taking time out from these classes to go do something else. This is what we've seen, right? When people come, you look at I look at their transcripts and I can see they like to sit in for several hours at a shot. There are very few people who will come and just do like an hour and then leave and then come back later and do another hour. Most people like to sit through.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if you could do it like Vision Expo, isn't Vision Expo free for the exhibit hall?
No, I mean it is.
Yes.
They get desperate and they do some free passes, but it's a time limited thing.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, would it be possible to have the Friday, Monday, and open it up to all the ODwire people, even if they haven't taken courses, to visit the exhibit hall, to give it value to the exhibitor, so we can get some money out of them? That's
So,
my goal.
well,
Even during the on-demand portion, Paul, the exhibit link is open, and people can go there and then click on the link to the website for the vendor,
right,
whoever it might be.
right.
Am I correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I see what you're saying, Dad. However, what you're asking for is a real event style thing, which is, again, we can do it. The question is, what would the response be, and will the vendors see value in it? Can they see value? They'd be taking a risk. I mean, we could try it and see. I just don't know how many people we could actually get to show up into it.
One thing I could think of, since we're doing 4 tracks possibly next time, just to have all tracks closed for half an hour at some time, some convenient time, to go to the exhibit halls. That would be the only thing I could think of.
We could do it, but it makes the day longer, right? That's the other real problem. But maybe you're right, like a half hour somewhere might be a good idea. But if we do it in a little event before the conference, the day before, and maybe the day after, I could see if the companies might want to do it. Remember, they have to staff it, which is another consideration.
Well, but it's virtual staffing. I mean, they're not staffing it on.
Yeah.
No, I know, but people still have to do it, right? So again, you're committing somebody's time, so you want to provide value. That's the critical thing. You need to provide value, and just doing it because you think you can do it is not value for them. You need to actually figure out a way to provide value, and that's what I worry about the most.
One thing we could do is actively promote, as the lectures are, for the people who've signed up, that the vendor discounts. And if you're really interested, some people might be interested in OCT or whatever else the vendors are selling. They will know to go there and be more interested, just because we'll market it a little bit more.
I mean,
ferociously.
Yeah, we could do that. I mean, the other problem with doing time-limited deals, which again we could offer, the problem with doing it, of course, is the difference between the kinds of items that we have here. So for instance, you have punctal plugs. It's a very low commitment to actually order some on a special deal. That's very different from ordering a Solix, right? So the sales cycles are different. You can't say we're just going to have a one-day blowout on Solix and expect people to drop 80 grand on this thing. So it's hard to know what to do.
No, but on the other hand, you can get punctal plug type of vendors to be advertising as well.
Sure, sure. So we'll figure it out as we go for 24. Again, I don't want
having 27K people as a potential market. Got to have value.
Sure.
I can't imagine that some vendors wouldn't be interested.
Sure. I want to just make sure that whatever we do, we're providing value to the sponsors that we have. That's the most important thing to me. So we'll go from there. But the traditional exhibit hall, as far as I'm concerned, in a conference like this, is dead as a doornail, because you cannot convince people to leave the classes, right? They want to get their credits in. I mean, and I know this just because I'm staring at the screen right now, seeing how many people are in the lobby, hanging around watching us BS, versus how many people are actually in the classes.
And the answer is none versus 1,000.
Yeah.
So then the question comes up: how is it that the ones that are offering free CE are paying big dollars?
So again, stop for a second. They are very different conferences than this. They're offering maybe one track of classes. They stop in the middle. They are interleaving their sponsors' messages with the classes, which we will never do, ever, because it's against Arbo's rules. Okay, so if you want to run a crassly commercial conference like that, you can. I'm sure there are ways to do it, but it will not fit in a conference like this, where you have 3 or 4 educational tracks running at once, continuously throughout the day.
I'll get announcement, Paul, for there's 2 or 3 biggies, that the conference starts at 11 o'clock. I go there at 11 o'clock, and there's 2 infomercials of 1 hour each, and then a real class starts at 1 o'clock for an hour, goes off for 2 hours. So it's like that. So it pisses people off to come to something, and it's not really an event until 1 o'clock. And when you try to put it into the Google Calendar, just the courses, it won't let you.
Right. And again, during the pandemic, as you remember, Dad, I produced a lot of conferences for Zeiss that had no CE credits attached to them. And in the beginning, it was a novelty, right? People did it because they were trapped at home. They did it because it was a novelty, right? We hadn't really done stuff like that before. Remember the international one I did where I came on the air 1 in the morning. But now the novelty is kind of spent. And if you are just offering infomercials to people, they kind of just shrug their shoulders. It's like, oh, okay, it's an infomercial. The novelty is just not there. Who wants to sit through another Zoom thing if they don't have to? So that's why I'm saying we just need to be really careful about how we do it. Now, can we make an exciting kind of thing the day before? I bet we can. It's just a matter of thinking about how to do it in the most fun and exciting way possible to get people to show up.
Yep.
And you need a critical mass of vendors also. You can't have 3. You have to have 15, so people will actually show up and do some shopping.
Right, exactly. So we need to have like a critical mass of vendors. We need to have an exciting space for people to do things in. Just doing the same old is not gonna cut it, at least not for me. So we just have to figure out what we can do. And our partners at Audentio are standing by ready to help too. They've told me that if we want to engineer something interesting and weird, they're always standing by. It's just it's a mere matter of time and money. So.
Well, it'd be interesting once you're at Vision Expo, if you could have just a personal focus group with some of the marketing managers and ask them
Yep.
their opinion, from their point of view, what would they like to see?
Yeah.
No,
I'll definitely ask them, for this.
a better way to do it.
Yep.
So,
Well, we still, it's not bad relying upon the attendees to keep the lights on.
Yeah, no, I think it's critical that the attendees are our focus, right? And I think people appreciate it. The fact that everything that we're doing for them. We're tailoring the conference to them, and the sponsors, they have to understand that. But if we can give the sponsors their own day, it might be interesting to see if we could do it, as long as we could provide some really interesting stuff, but not infomercials.
And with all the other platforms and conferences starting again, our attendances haven't dropped off, so people are still coming to us for C, and most people feel it very convenient.
Yeah, that's definitely what people are coming here for. They're coming for the classes. They're not coming for us, and you can tell that's because there's 10 people in the lobby right now. They're coming for the classes.
Yeah.
It's what they like.
That's all my family, by the way.
That's hard for a vendor to have a booth and to keep a show running all day, to be available to answer questions and having their infomercial.
What I'm saying is it's not hard to do. We've had exhibit halls before. What I'm saying is if you do it during this weekend, very few people will actually go.
It's agreed. So what I'm saying, day before, day after, and just have a very grown-up type of exhibit hall that looks like an exhibit hall.
So again, yes, no, I agree with you that doing something the day before. Where I disagree is doing something that's, quote, like an exhibit hall, doing an online analog of what exists in reality. I think you need something better and something different. The idea of doing like a fake exhibit hall that looks like it's in the middle of the Javits Center, I don't think so. This is not what people are looking for anymore. That might have been cute 10 years ago, not so cute now.
Okay, so I think then you ask the marketing VPs what they want.
What they want and what their salespeople want are sales, obviously. So the question is, right?
Half the optometric community.
No, right? But you're saying that. But again, you need to give people a reason to show up. And if it's just going to be the same old, I don't think you're going to get that. And that's why I'm saying we need to come up with something really interesting.
Yep, absolutely, I agree.
To get people to want to go. So.
Sure. For sure.
So yeah, I'll meet with folks at Expo just to ask them what they might want to see, because again, we can build anything. I just want to make sure we're providing value. And we should obviously even ask some of the people who are attending the conference right now, right? What would actually inspire them the day before to jump online and actually look around and see stuff? I mean, one thing that would be inspirational about it would be a good cheap way for them to test their accounts. right? Instead of coming to our little rehearsal, they could just jump into this thing where they actually have something to do.
They also seem to love Starbucks coffee, just to reward visiting.
Well,
Yeah.
that's almost like a Bitcoin. You could always, it's money. You could either use it or give it away, and people rather have, for some reason, a $10 Starbucks coupon than a $10 bill. I don't
Yeah.
know why.
You know what it is? I was thinking about it this morning as I was driving through Starbucks. I think people, when they go to Starbucks, there's almost a psychological stigma if you go frequently because you're like, holy crap, I'm wasting all this money. But if somebody actually gives you a card that you can't use anywhere else, you know, it's like, oh, it's okay. You know, here's $25. You know, hey, I can't help it. I got to spend it here. It's the, you know, it's the card. So.
Yep. My good friend, the dentist, my best man, will not charge me for anything. Implants, no matter what. He won't charge me a dime. So we force him. We give him Amazon cards or
Yep.
American Express cards or Starbucks, whatever it is. He has to use it or whatever, or give it to somebody else. But at least it's not a check that he can rip up.
I was thinking about doing Amazon cards. However, they don't make it as easy as Starbucks does to actually generate the things. So, I'm always looking to see if there's anything new and interesting. Maybe they'll come up with a better interface to do it.
It's amazing to me when I speak to my friends how many don't have Amazon Prime, don't use Amazon. What they'll do is they'll have their kids buy the stuff and send it to them,
Oh, that's
which
funny.
is crazy. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Well, Paul, it doesn't matter if your daughter buys you something and puts your address in, you'll get it at the same time.
Well,
And
I want to show you one of the dangers of Amazon Prime. I was told that I need some more calcium. So they said you have to have 1 Tums, take a Tums before breakfast each day,
Yep.
a 7 milligram. So I went to Amazon. I was going to get a little bottle of Tums, and this is what arrived.
well, you have to look at what you're buying. That was your fault.
A year's supply.
Oh my God.
332 of them.
Don't take them off because your
Sometimes you get
cardiac
food.
score will go up. Your cardiac calcium score will go up.
And we'll
Yeah,
have more Tums for the tummy.
It's funny, you have to really look closely when you buy stuff because I think everyone who uses Amazon a lot, sometimes it does actually happen where you order the wrong thing.
But it happens all the time. People clothing in as well, but they have an extremely liberal refund policy.
Yep.
My wife goes to Kohl's to return everything.
Yep.
But if you
And
want to return
no
it,
questions asked, they take it back.
it's just too much effort to start returning. And so anyway, sometimes they send me 2 of things. I'm not going to send it back. I'll just wait, until I need it again.
Yeah.
So
And because I live in 2 locales, Paul, sometimes I blow it and I send something to Florida. And
Oh.
well, at least my son, you got some razors here. Can I use them?
That's funny. All right, so nothing seems to be really happening. I'm not seeing too many questions here. I'm not getting much in the way of mail. Let's see, 1 question.
Okay. I keep on scouting out the rooms and no fights anymore. We had 1 political fight a couple of events ago, and that has subsided. That was last year, if you recall. I want to discuss what?
you say political fight?
It had to do with COVID. Don't ask. It was totally out of line by the attendee, not the speaker.
Okay, so I just had a question here. This person had the one issue. They're new to the conference where the thing didn't start automatically. So they know now that they just have to refresh. So they get it. And hopefully next year that'll get even,
People are in good humor and
everything seems fine because,
respectful,
well,
no
Dad,
hard time.
yeah, Dad, most people have taken the courses at least once before or twice before or 3 times before. They've been through this, so they're not having any sort of hard time figuring stuff out this time. The platform has gotten to be stable enough where they're well aware of if it has any sort of ins and outs, they know what to do, and so next year again, next February when we come back, it's going to be a learning curve a little bit again when we start because it's going to be mostly looking the same, but there will be many enhancements and hopefully it'll be even easier for people to use.
But the questions are respectful. There are not too many opinion questions.
Oh, to the speakers? No, they're
No,
very
no.
respectful. Yeah, people are, and people are interacting. It's really funny depending on the actual type of lecture it is. They ask some pretty insightful questions sometimes. I'm really impressed.
Mhm. And I find very few gunners,
Yep.
people who are trying to trick the speakers because the speakers is just, they know the field so well, they're really walking up the wrong tree.
Yep. Okay, so
I'm looking at the, but I go back and forth between the three rooms.
yeah, so that's another thing. Next year we'll clean up the survey versus quiz because Arbo hasn't changed their rules, thank God. So it looks like 2024 is going to be the same thing as 2023. Before we start doing any software development, I'm going to confirm with them that,
Right.
that things have not changed. And this will allow us to even enhance the user interface of the surveys and the quizzes much better, make it much better.
I would like,
yeah.
I would like the left-hand side, instead of saying assessments, to have quiz/asynchronous, survey/synchronous. So it would be pretty clear where to go.
Right, on the left. So, I mean, what would ideally be even better is when you click on assessments, yeah, you could actually have, well, what I would probably do, to be honest with you, is on the days of the live events, those quizzes would be completely hidden.
Right.
And when they do assessments, it would just be the surveys. And then during the off season or off times, then have both of them there. But just make it a little clearer as to what to do and how it works. The main problem with the platform in terms of flexibility was that we didn't have a lot of flexibility. Let me see if I can show people what I'm talking about here. We didn't have a lot of flexibility to add stuff. So like on the left side of the screen here, this menu, this is mostly fixed and programmed by Audentio. The idea, though, is that we're going to have more control over what's shown on the left side of the screen. So I'll be able to add menu items, remove menu items, change this
That's great.
as I need to, right? Because this stuff is mostly fixed. So that was a planned feature. I'm not sure if they've implemented it yet or they're going to. So it's either finished or will be, to be able to have more flexibility here. Again, the ability to put more messages out, like you saw those useless messages about what was starting. It's going to be much more flexible, and I could push messages in real time to remind people of things much more easily. So there's a whole bunch of stuff.
Steve, do the other companies that offer online offer handouts?
Handles, yes, they do. You can print them out, or that's the way you have to print them out yourself. Yes, that's become pretty standard. Yeah, and you can print out the handouts actually before the lectures rather than during, as we have it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that doesn't Arbor require that now, Adam?
I think handouts are strongly recommended. I'm not sure if they're required. I have to look it up, but I think they do want handouts, and people want handouts. So we're always going to insist on them.
Any rule about quizzes given to the person prior to the course?
They don't like you to do that. Yeah.
There's one platform that will, no, not before, but during the course, with a synchronous one, which is silly. If you take a quiz and fail, it'll show you your answer that you failed with. So when you take it again, you know not to pick that one, the wrong ones, and it'll also show you the correct ones. So let's say you get 6 right and 4 wrong, and you have to get 70%. Well, you know the 4 questions you have to do. Don't pick the same answer. So pretty much you can get it the second time or the third time, and definitely by the 4th time.
Oh, that's a no-no. They shouldn't be doing that. That's terrible.
Now, I told you, but they're doing it under the purview of a course that doesn't need a quiz anyway.
Right.
So they're violating every law you can do, even the ones that are in.
That's really funny. Yeah. So in medicine, at least, in most of the platforms that I've seen, they do it like we do, where they'll show you that you got like 70% or whatever. They won't actually reveal answers to you. You know, so when you retake it, you legit have to retake it. That's funny.
The only other time that occurred in optometry was I was certified for CRT to do for orthokeratology, and they made you take a quiz to be able to order the lenses, which is kind of cool. And my partner did it, and he couldn't pass. And but they showed him where he got wrong and what the right answer was. So take it again. But they wanted to sell their lens. That's okay. I mean, that was their internal philosophy of taking a quiz to give you education. So now you knew the right answer, and therefore you could now buy their lenses.
That's really funny. And so, by the way, people are asking, why does it take so long to get credits into the OE tracker and the process? So I brought it up before. It takes about 2 weeks from the time you take a class here live this weekend until you're going to see it in your OE tracker. And that just has to do with Arbo's process on their end. And our process here of making sure that everybody's filled out a survey, because without that survey, the system won't generate the credit for you. So you'll get a NAG email from me tomorrow to fill everything out by Wednesday. And then by Thursday of next week, I'd like to send the credits into Arbo. So then by the next Thursday-ish, they'll get the credits posted. So we hope they can get them up in under 2 weeks. So that's how that works. And in the future, maybe we can do it a little faster, but who really knows?
You think it would save you aggravation if you sent out an e-blast to all the participants today, telling them exactly that, so they don't bug you?
I'm going to send it out tomorrow, actually, because by the end of this day today, nobody wants to hear another word from us. So
That's correct. So just email to everyone that took class.
I'm going to do it tomorrow. I'm going to do it, yeah. So tomorrow morning is when it's going to go out. And we'll go from there. And most people are pretty good about filling out the surveys on time because they want their credits. And by the way, the vast majority of people fill out the surveys right when the class is over. So, you know, it takes like a minute or two. So most people do it then.
Somebody asked the question that we have gone over, but we have to say it again. And they took a course previously. Well, they took an on-demand course and they took it live, and they're wondering if they can get credit for both. And I said no. You can't take the same course in 2 different modalities and expect to get credit for it because it's just silly.
Right.
Because let's say you take it on demand and you do the quiz and it's fine. Then you take it live to do a survey. It doesn't sound like you got twice the amount of education.
Right. The system will not allow it, actually. The way the system is represented internally inside the system is that the course is known by two different COPE IDs. However, it's still the same course. And whichever one you earned first is the one that we send in to Arbo. If you earn the synchronous one first, that's what goes in. If you earn the asynchronous one first, that's what goes in. But it won't allow you to do both. So, yeah.
It doesn't. So they know that should be obvious because once they get it into Arbo, they're not going to override it.
Right. So yeah. And in the same vein, you can't take the same class twice and earn 2 credits for it. So we ran into a situation with Arbo years ago where they got really mad, where the software we were using at the time when we were just starting out was not as good as this, and it sent duplicates in. And they read me the riot act. They said, you know what? You're not running another conference until you fix the software so it never does this again. Because they do not want people trying to claim the same credit for the same course just because they took it twice. So.
That was the year I got 3 million credits because I monitor all the courses and I got credit for every one 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Which was, well, I didn't need it. I obviously, with my state board didn't audit me. If they did, they'd say, wow, that's really, really amazing. But we've corrected that problem.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to upset Arbo, that's the way to do it. Do something that will aggravate their staff, and you can get on their bad side really quickly.
But that's an example of IT in general. Most people know their field. It could be optometry, it could be finance, it could be accounting, it could be anything. When you're describing something to an IT developer, you've got to be really specific.
Oh, I was.
Like,
Let me tell you, I described it in a way that a 3rd grader would understand over and over and over again. And this particular developer, I guess, or the development house that we were using back then, they just couldn't wrap their minds around what I was telling them. and it was amazing. I'm like, how much, I can't describe this any simpler. So yeah, it was a challenge.
That's great. Well, if you ever saw this show, Are You Smarter Than Third Grader? You understand why.
But that's what's been great about working with Audentio. They understand the issues very clearly. I don't need to really explain it to them because they get it, right? They understand how this is supposed to work.
But now by the third or fourth year, they're talking our language, we're talking their language. Now the tweaks should make sense to them.
Oh yeah, and they can see what I'm seeing, and I think that they appreciate whenever I tell them what I want in terms of a tweak. It's not necessarily coming from me, it's coming from all the user feedback I'm getting, right? It's sort of like the 90-10 rule or the 80-10 rule. We're gonna hit the things that 90%, that's causing 90% of the problems. And it's so few issues at this point, right? And it's mostly just user interface issues, describing things for people so they understand what to do. It's not really actual core technical issues. The platform has proven itself to be incredibly stable.
Just looking at everything, and if you see me turning my head, it's because I'm looking at the various rooms and making sure everything's going smoothly. Nobody's punching each other.
In fact, what class are we up to right now? What time is it? It is 11:15 my time, so.
Viola Kornitsky's class on what do you call it, contact lenses in kids, incorporating pediatric context into your care. Let's see what the other one is. Well, we're still on the glaucoma one, I'm sure.
Yep. So yeah, that's coming to an end actually. Where we have Tammy Petrosian and brain injury and one of the glaucoma ones. So those are coming to an end.
And she could combine them together, mechanisms of traumatic brain injury and makeup in the eye, I think. So I would ask people back, but we have so much need for real didactic stuff. We had a Jennifer Lyerly talk about things like that with makeup and hygiene and things like that for Lib. But I don't know if we just have room in the schedule for
Yeah, well,
all the other things we want to put in.
I think we'll just have to, we'll play it by ear and see. And if we go a little bit more than 60, that's fine too. I mean, Tammy's lecture actually on makeup, as I recall, was that her last minute one? Like we needed a last minute replacement, and she came up with that one, and I was like, yep. And it was a hit. So I'm like, yep.
And she's becoming very prominent nationally now in terms of being a speaker, not just local and regionally. And with 4 kids, it's not easy.
No, I don't know where she finds the time to do any of this crap. It's really amazing.
Must have a good husband.
And so then your class is coming up.
Yeah, a couple hours.
Yeah, a couple hours. So yes.
In fact, it was actually 3:25. It was 4. Okay, it's on that 4 o'clock little thing on the side. So
yeah, so 3:25.
I have plenty of time.
Yep.
Okay, but that I could, I've heard myself so many times. I could keep that window open, answer questions as well as be here. I don't have to leave now.
Now with your class, you alluded to the problem with your class, fields that are rapidly evolving, right? You recorded that back in January, I think, and the first showing was February. Things have changed, right? At least a little bit since then.
Yeah, nothing's been approved, but things have changed, and I actually go into the room and talk about it. For example, Novartis's product has been canned, things like that.
Yeah. And that's frustrating because we can't change much about the lecture. We can't change the quiz either for people who are watching it on demand, which is another frustrating thing. So if anything happens, it's like it is what it is. We literally can't go back and change it.
Well, I'm attempting AI this time in eye care and give it a general overview. Also, it's going to, just look from November of last year, which is only now 9 months when ChatGPT came out, how things have changed and how much. Every day I go to Flipboard and I have 10 plugins I could use with the AI to improve what they do.
So I was sitting in on Murray's class just before, and somebody was asking him about AI, and he made a really good point that it's not clear who's going to make the first step to do a lot of really AI heavy stuff because of the liability. That's going to be the issue in eye care. So you may find that as you're researching it.
I think they're going to have to do clinical double-blind studies first to prove its effectivity. Whether it be, I'll give you an example, analyzing visual fields versus a human. And they'd have to do many, many, many thousands and see the outcomes down the road, because you can't, a visual field doesn't tell you it's a snapshot.
Right.
So things like that, or an analysis of the nerve, an OCT or a retinal imaging, which is more accurate, a glaucoma specialist or the AI, and that's pretty much, that could be done right away. So, but they'll have to prove that it's effective and accurate to the same degree, at least, as the professional of the highest grade, and maybe even more than the highest grade.
Yep.
They've done that in radiology already. They've done that with mammograph screenings and a few other, very common things. And AI has been proven to be proven to be superior. However, they're going to find more tumors and more cancers and more non-cancers and treat people that probably never needed treatment before.
Right. So I guess
might-
the issue is going to be then there's two steps to this, right? So let's take fields again, like you were saying. So Zeiss has to go build an AI tool into their perimeters or whatever it's going to be. They have to build it, internally validate it, then do a clinical trial to see if it's actually meeting real world needs. So that's going to take a while,
Right.
I would imagine.
Well, just think of the OCTs and when they first came out, what they do now. When they come out, when you get a picture now and it's red and green,
Yep.
it's really AI. It's saying, instead of just giving you a number and having you analyze that number of thickness or whatever the parameter is, it's saying this is abnormal. And it's doing it from a normative database. So they're kind of doing it now, but to a low level.
Yep. Yeah, that's an interesting point. So
Yeah.
I wonder. In fact, when I go to Expo, I'll start asking some of the vendors, like, "Hey, you're working on AI? Are you putting, any of these tools, embedding them, and are you validating them somehow?"
Well, like I told you, there's 3 or 4 imaging companies now for retinal imaging and some other things in eye care.
Yep.
And it's now it might be a gateway where you're in a small town, there's no doctor. You go to this clinic with a technician running everything, and it'll screen who has to be seen, which is it has some value there, I think.
Yeah. No,
But
absolutely.
But let's go 10 years down the road where it's been proven, and it could look through a slit lamp. It could do even minor surgical procedures. I don't know what it might
Oh
be,
boy.
but forget about surgical. But if it could do anything that an OD does, even I'm trying to think, diagnose uveitis by looking at the various things and putting a gonio lens on.
Right.
I could see it being able to do most of that stuff.
And they should be able to do 90% of it easily, because 90% of stuff at least is routine.
Well, the biggest thing it could do, which is really easy to write the algorithm for, we were talking about it yesterday, is refraction. I mean, you're just asking questions that it could ask. It
Right.
comes up with an answer, but then the answer of what lens gives the best vision isn't necessarily what you're going to prescribe. But you know that you have your own algorithm in your head, Paul, to change the prescription based on what the person came in with, what the needs are, etc. That can be written, and can be written by, the brilliant refractionists in the world, or you might go with several approaches. Do you want the aggressive, the moderate, or the mild approach? But I think refraction would be the first thing that can be taken away, and I don't think that's such a litigious thing, Adam.
Yep.
You could set up the rules that they used to have in the schlock houses. Never change anything more than a half diopter, plus or minus, and never more than 10 degrees on axis.
Well, that's what I mean. And you don't get that many rechecks.
Exactly.
Okay, so it looks like those 2 other classes are about to start.
Oh,
I remember my first patient out of school, and my was with an older OD, and I found the person came in with like +1 spheres, and I found +2 with a 2-cylinder. He said, "What are you prescribing?" I said, "That." He said, "And I'll redo the glasses next time." And he said, "No, you don't overplus. You don't give all the cylinders first, all the things that you supposedly learn in school, but you don't, because you have 17 different opinions about what to do."
All right, so I'm going to, I think what we might want to do here, since as long as this class takes off okay, we might want to take a little break here afterwards, because nothing's happening.
okay. Maybe I'll go visit. Today is a special day for grandparents. So
Oh,
maybe be social and visit grandparents They've set up canopies outside today. So it's a grandparents' fair.
Wow.
Yep.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, Charlie's here. Charlie's in the lobby. He's saying, "Looking good, Paul."
I'm looking good, huh?
He must have his lecture coming up soon also.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Charlie's right after me with his associate.
Yep. Oh, that's funny.
And so, right, well, I'll come back because I'll be able to, as I said, monitor my lecture as well as be here at the same time.
Okay.
I can
Yeah.
multitask.
Yeah. I think we can just take a break now. I'll run one of the videos in, and maybe who should I do here? Dr. Gerson's talk was actually really good. His webinar, but
Do you ever do Maria's?
no, that's just a little interview. So we're trying to find a piece here that's long. So actually, Nate Lighthizer did a webinar for us the other week. Let me see if I could find it here, because that would be a good one to use.
Yeah, we'll definitely have him back, and we'll have him do diabetes in some other way. Maybe the oral medications used in diabetes and what we should know about them.
Yep. Okay, so here.
That'll actually be pretty good, yeah. Have him talk about metformin and its life extension properties. There is some thought about metformin doing something with your telomeres and making people live longer with if they take it. So I don't think
interesting.
It's not a whole lecture, but he might.
Right.
I might be able to get an oral out of him.
All right, guys. So what I'll do is I'll start this up. One of Nate's webinar all about the Solix with glaucoma. So an interesting talk, and we'll reconvene here in about 50 minutes or 55 minutes, and we'll go from there. So otherwise, everything seems to be going along, and we'll see you in a few.
Okay. I'll shut off my little
Sounds
video.
good. Thanks, Adam. Good evening, everybody. Hope you all are doing well. It's my pleasure to be here on ODwire for another a webinar this evening on revolutionizing glaucoma management with OCT and OCTA technology. I want to thank the folks at Visionix. I'm sure most of you know who Visionix is. If you don't, I'm sure all of you have heard of OptiView before. OptiView and Lenovo Technologies, they kind of merged and formed the company called Visionix. So this will be all on OptiView's new Solix OCT and OCT angiography, and I'll tell you a little bit about my history in just a little bit. Like Adam said, I'm at the Oklahoma College of Optometry in Tahlequah, Oklahoma, where I serve in a variety of roles, one of them being our Chief of Specialty Care Clinic, which is where we do our advanced diagnostics, laser procedures, et cetera, et cetera. So we are talking on glaucoma management with OCT and OCTA technology. I've been very fortunate. And before we get into that, we're going to see some polling here in just a little bit. So I'm going to get to that polling in just a second. I've been very fortunate to have a long-standing relationship with OptiView. I've had a number of their OCTs, and back in 2018, late 2018, they contacted me and said, "Hey, we've got a device called the Solix OCT, and we have to do normative database trials." And so we had to recruit a bunch of normals, and obviously being at an optometry school, we've got a bunch of students and residents and faculty and staff and loved ones of all of those students, residents, faculty, and staff. So in the spring of 19, we got to be of one of 5 sites to establish the normative database or the reference database for the Solix OCT. Obviously, COVID then happened in 2020. They contacted me again in 2021 and said the FDA is asking for another study, basically a repeatability and reproducibility study. So I got to be involved in a second study with the Solix, comparing it to the previous version, the Avante, which we had for 5, 6, 7 years at that point. So bottom line is I have been familiar with the Solix since early 2019, and I'm super excited that it is now FDA cleared on the market, because we have been just shaking our heads going, wow, is this device phenomenal, and it is going to just revolutionize how we manage OCT angiography. I know all of you are familiar. I bet most of you have OCTs. There's probably a smaller number that have OCT angiography. to now have FDA approved metrics for OCT angiography is a game changer. To be able to measure that peripapillary capillary network, which we know is affected in glaucoma. It's just been an amazing ride, and seeing this device from the first trial to the second trial, and now having it in our clinic and scanning it on actual patients, not subjects anymore from the trial, but for the trials, actual patients. So it's been awesome to see. Really excited to talk with you guys about the Solix and specifically glaucoma management. So if you've been to my lectures before, you know I like to poll the audience. I'm going to go through at least one case tonight, maybe two if we have time, and I'm going to ask you guys various questions. And nobody likes to raise their hand. It's obviously impossible to do on a virtual lecture, but I like to kind of see how the audience is thinking for these various answers. And this is completely anonymous. Nobody will know what you put. I won't even know what you put. But it's a nice way to see which way the group is leaning. Again, no individual answers. So let's open up that first poll, Adam. And my first question is an easy one. Do you see, manage, or treat glaucoma patients? And the answer is yes or no. So let's go ahead and see what you guys think here for that. Do you see, manage, treat glaucoma patients? And I think the polling is open. Adam, I don't need to do anything for this, do I?
Nope. You just tell me when you want me to close the poll, and I'll close it, and we can get the results.
Okay. So obviously, many of us see glaucoma patients. When I asked this question, I just asked this at a meeting in California this weekend that I was speaking at, and asked the question, and it was 88% of people say they see glaucoma patients. So usually it's between 85 and 90%. It's not going to be 100% because all of us see and have different interests, whether it's ocular disease, whether it's low vision, whether it's vision therapy, whatever it is, and that's awesome. Optometry is a nice broad profession. So let's go ahead and do you see, manage, treat glaucoma patients, yes or no? And Adam, let's see if we can see our results.
Yep, and so let me, if you guys can't see the results on the screen, I'll actually just verbally tell you. So 89% of people said yes, 11% said no.
Pretty darn close to California this week. And again, that answer is always between 85 and 95%. My point is the vast majority of us see glaucoma patients, manage glaucoma patients, and probably treat glaucoma patients as well. And I always start with this slide. You know, glaucoma is truly a puzzle. We are adding up a puzzle and putting a puzzle together from both a diagnostic perspective and a treatment perspective. I wish there was a perfect treatment for glaucoma. Is there a drop, a laser, a surgery that's going to cure glaucoma? The answer is not. We cannot cure the disease. We manage the disease. We try to prevent progression. We want to try to delay progression as much as we can. What's the ultimate goal in glaucoma? To prevent vision loss, to have the patient die at 95 years old or beyond with usable vision still. So we have a lot of different tests, whether it's visual field, whether it's OCT angiography, obviously our main modifiable risk factor, which is IOP, corneal thickness or pachymetry, corneal hysteresis, family history, ERG. We add up a lot of different tests. I'm guessing every single one of you, when in your glaucoma patients, asks about family history. You check their pressure. You're doing visual fields, which are standard of care, and I would argue OCTs are standard of care as well, probably pachymetry, again, as we talked about. So you're adding up a bunch of different pieces, and OCT has certainly become standard of care over the last 15 to 20 years, and it's revolutionized how we look at retina and how we look at the optic nerve and glaucoma as well. So it's a puzzle, and we've got to add up all the pieces. Well, the pieces are getting better and better and better, more advanced, more efficient, better scanning, and that's what we're going to talk about tonight when it comes with this Solix. So if you haven't heard of the OptiView Solix OCT, next time you're at a conference, whether it is your state association, a local meeting, a national meeting, AOA coming up here in June in Washington, D.C., the Academy in New Orleans in October this year. So whether it's a national meeting, a regional meeting, a local meeting, next time that you see the OptiView or Visionix booth, go take a look at this Solix device. Again, I've had my hands on it since January of 2019 with the trials, and it is so slick when it comes to scan acquisition. the ability to get in through undilated pupils better prior to compared to previous versions of OCTs. It is just slick as can be. And you're going to hear me to say this at the end, but also at the beginning. It's now nice to have kind of a one-stop shop. What do I mean by that? We've got OCT. We've got OCT angiography. We've got fundus photos in this. We've got anterior segment photos built in, meibography photos. You can take pictures of the meibomian glands, and you've got your pachymetry, your corneal thickness, epithelial mapping for dry eye. You got a lot of different things in this instrument. Again, I'll show more pictures of that in just a second. So when it comes to the glaucoma protocol, obviously, we want to detect glaucoma. There is different ways that we can manage this from the wellness perspective. You cannot treat glaucoma until you diagnose glaucoma. So we've got to be able to detect that sooner. We'll get into wellness in just a second. We will get into the ways that this is more efficient, more accurate, more effective in scanning our glaucoma patients. And then obviously, as you see these patients visit after visit after visit after visit, and you scan them again and again and again and again, I want to know, is there progression occurring? What's the definition of glaucoma? A progressive optic neuropathy, with the main modifiable risk factor being IOP, and we're looking for visual field changes, OCT changes, as well as structural changes on the optic nerve. But in the definition is a progressive optic neuropathy, and we need to be able to easily detect progression. These new advanced scans with the Solix, just a great way to detect progression. So let's go through these very quickly, each one of these. The early detection, again, the wellness or the angio wellness. Again, we're talking about both OCT as well as OCT angiography. So your wellness scans, what does that mean? These patients are not your pathology patients. They are not your diagnosed with glaucoma patients, diagnosed with diabetes patients. You're your primary care patients. Again, you're doing a wellness exam and you're trying to detect earlier, detect sooner. Again, you cannot treat glaucoma until you diagnose glaucoma, and earlier diagnosis is going to lead to likely better long-term outcomes for these patients. So in these eye wellness scans and angio wellness scans, you are looking at a nice picture of the retina, which gives you your ganglion cell analysis. As we all know, RNFL changes now precede visual field changes. Gone are the days where we rely on visual field defects to make our diagnosis of a glaucoma. That was 25 years ago. We know that there is pre-parametric glaucoma. Before your patient has visual field defects, they have defects on the retinal nerve fiber layer. Now, let's take it another step further. RNFL changes are before visual field changes. We now have ganglion cell changes before RNFL changes. That is supported by the literature as well. Probably an earlier change. Before they have RNFL defects, many of your glaucoma patients will have ganglion cell defects as well. So it makes sense on these wellness scans, trying to pick up the earliest signs of glaucoma, you've got ganglion cell analysis. So a quick retina scan, you've got ganglion cell analysis. Does everything look good, or are we showing early changes? And at the same time, we've also got the the vessel density in there as well. So is there any early changes from diabetes, diabetic retinopathy, which is obviously not the topic of tonight? We talked about that more last fall, but some of your earliest changes seen in diabetic retinopathy can be detected on OCTA, enlargement of the foveolae vascular zone, dropout of those macular capillary beds. You get capillary dropout. Those can be detected before MAs, before hemorrhages, before cotton wool spots. So my bottom line point is your early diagnosis here. We're looking for glaucoma as soon as we can get it with those ganglion cell changes, and we've got those retinal scans as well. Your eye wellness, your angio wellness, the goal to pick it up as soon as possible. Earlier diagnosis leads to earlier treatment and better long-term outcomes for those patients. How about efficient assessment? The Solix, compared to previous versions of the OCTs, it's got a new reference database. Again, I was part of developing that reference database, and these newest OCTA vessel density metrics, again, the only one that's FDA approved at this point. And this is much more efficient and accurate than before versus previous technology like the RT-View or the Avante, which we have the Avante and have had it for about 7 years now, 8 years. You would take 12 radial line scans, and 13 concentric rings. So you're scanning and scanning and scanning in this radial pattern with concentric rings, which was awesome. But now you're talking 512 B scans, the resolution much better, 3 times better. And here's a picture to drive home this point. You know, when you talk on these 12 radial line scans and concentric circles versus all of this efficient and more accurate scanning, there is a picture of a shark and Nemo, and I think it's Dory, I think her name is the blue one, on both of these pictures. Which one can you see better? Which one are you losing some details? Well, obviously we are seeing the shark and Nemo better on the right one, where you're scanning more efficiently, you're scanning more accurately, the resolution is better. There is just more scans, so you're going to get more data and you have it more efficiently, versus, again, nice technology over here. You can see portions of the shark, but you can't see the entire picture. The entire picture becomes more apparent when we have more scans and better resolution. That's kind of what's going on with these scans here. And I'm going to go through this printout in just a little bit. But the take-home point is the resolution, the repeatability, the reproducibility, the ability to see subtle changes is 3 times better. It's went from like 2.2 microns down to 0.7 microns. It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Back in the days of the earliest OCTs, like in the late 90s, when it was just being developed and studied, it was like 20 microns. And then it got to high definition OCT, and then it got to like 5 to 10 microns in the late 2000s over the past decade. And now it's down to in the 2-3 microns down to 0.7 microns. The resolution just getting better and better and better. The R&R 3 times better than it was compared to previous OCTs. And again, it gives you, going back here, it lets you see the complete optic nerve picture or the complete macula picture that much better, and it does it in even more efficient manner. So that's what's going on here. We'll go through those printouts in just a little bit. There's enhanced metrics. You know, we are all familiar with with green, yellow, and red, the stoplight pattern. Green, generally speaking, good. Yellow, borderline. Red is bad. The green, yellow, red, they have now added in an additional color or two. Instead of actually having 5, you can see we've got red, yellow, green, blue, and dark blue. There is now an additional color, orange with lines and light blue with lines. And what that is it gives you another color in between yellow and red. You know, red scares us. When we see red, it's like, what is happening? Why is there red on this? It could be normal, but the chances are very, very low. It's called red disease. But it gives you a better opportunity to say, you know what? I don't want as much red. We've eliminated some of the red and some of the yellow and combined it into orange. So it gives you 7 different colors now. It basically gives you a more enhanced normative database or reference database. So if you see orange, it's in between yellow. It's a little worse than yellow, which was in the past I thought of as borderline, and it's a little better than red. So orange is in between yellow and red. And in glaucoma, so it indicates green is normal, yellow may be borderline thinning, again, generally speaking, and red is more significant thinning. Orange is going to be right in between that. So it's going to be in between the yellow and the red. In glaucoma scans, optic nerve head scans, in your retina scans, the scale is going to be blue, because as the retina gets thinner, you go from green to light blue to dark blue. So blue with lines means in between the light blue and dark blue. So the bottom line is it's a more efficient, more accurate color scale. Instead of 5 colors, there's now going to be 7, which helps to reduce red disease, which means the OCT is red, but it's not disease. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. So it gives you really better intervals and enhanced reference database metrics there. So again, it scans more efficiently. It does this in a better manner, and it's got better progression analysis. So be able to look at these scans and going, is this progressing? Is it not? Give me an idea if this glaucoma is progressing or not. So again, advanced scanning of the optic nerve, looking at, is this changing over time? We'll go through some printouts here in just a little bit. The bottom line is these scans are less affected by scan position. They're less affected by eye movement. They're less affected by tracking speed. The device now, it can just easily track and lock on going, okay,
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome back to another edition of ODwire TV. And today it is all about dry eye and the Keratograph 5M by Oculus. And for those of you who've watched the show before, you sort of know that we're all about gadgets and technology and how you implement them in practice. And as you may also know, Oculus is a longtime sponsor of ODwire and of CEwire. And I'm grateful for them, not just for their sponsorship, but also because they allow us to do stuff like this, where they don't just sort of put out, advertisements and commercials for their products. They let us actually come in and talk to experts about their gear, so you can get a sense of what it's like in practice to actually use their instruments and how some of these instruments can actually be rather transformational. And, just like every other time, today we have an expert. Dr. Thomas Washevsky is the owner of Carolina Forest Family Eye Care in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And for the past 3 decades, he's specialized in contact lenses, including specialty lenses and lenses for myopia control. He's lectured extensively on the subject in both the US and abroad. And critically important for today's discussion, he's recently built a successful dry eye component into his practice. And today he's going to share with us how he's made it work. So Tom, thanks so much for being here today.
It's my pleasure.
So I guess the first question I would have is, how would you describe your practice, and maybe talk to us a little bit about dry eye and how you've sort of worked it into what you do?
So I have this is actually sort of a redo of my practice. I practiced in northern New Jersey and the New York metropolitan area for 20 years. And 16 years ago, went on vacation to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, bought a house with no expectation of ever leaving the New York metropolitan area, because let's face it, we all know it's the center of the universe. And you can't believe that there's life elsewhere. But thinking about slowing down, I wasn't sure. I thought I might retire. And it was fun not working for a couple of weeks. But by the end of the 3rd week, I was getting itchy. And by the end of the 1st month, I was climbing the walls and decided to open up another practice cold. Now, I've had a couple of cold starts in my career, but this was really cold because I didn't know a soul in the entire state of South Carolina. That was 16 years ago. Grew the practice, and 5 years ago built a 7,000 square foot building and moved my practice into that. Currently, we take up about 5,000 of those square feet. We're looking at taking the rest sometime in the next 6 to 12 months. And the practice has just taken off. I have an associate, and I no longer do any primary care. My personal practice is only dry eye, ortho-K, myopia control, and sclerals. Really all anterior seg stuff. And so that's what most of my background is in.
So basically, you get to do exactly what you want to do now. One of the advantages sort of starting up again and getting an associate to do everything else.
That's it, exactly. She does all the primary care. I'm not particularly fond of doing glaucoma, among other things, but doing the things that I really have honed my skills on over the past 36 years, really it's changed the game for me. As someone who's treated dry eye the entire time, but it was always very frustrating that you couldn't get results. And in 2019, I decided to get serious about dry eye, and I went all in. I bought the Keratograph, bought an IPL, bought LipiFlow, took a course, the Dry Eye Institute, Dr. Crystal Breimer's Dry Eye Institute, and which was very helpful, and really jumped in with both feet. Towards the end of 2019, I was amazed at how well it did, and my whole concept of dry eye has really changed rather dramatically in the past 3 years.
Where did you actually find the patient base to do this, right? Because a lot of people think, oh my gosh, I want to try this, but I'm not going to be able to actually spin up a practice fast enough to be able to get enough dry eye patients.
Well, getting the dry eye patients was actually the easy part, because they're already in your chair and you just have to know how to look for it. All these advanced treatment modalities like IPL or tear care or low-level light therapy or radio frequency. There's a ton of technology out there, and it's kind of interesting. I see a lot of talking about how great one device is or another, and they'll go out and they'll buy a device thinking that they're going to set the world on fire. And a lot of times what will happen is they're kind of disappointed because they can't get the patients to want to buy in to their treatment program. For me, the keratograph is the answer to that. I mean, yes, it's great to have all these technologies to provide all these treatments, but if you cannot educate your patients and show them exactly what's going on with their eyes, no one's going to say, well, gee, doc, my eyes aren't, I'll do that $1,000 treatment. They may just say to you, well, my eyes aren't that bad. I can just go out and buy another bottle of artificial tears.
Well, why don't we just back up a second then and talk about the keratograph 5M, or I guess let's call it the K5M because let's make it nice and short, right?
Okay.
So we'll talk about the instrument, because starting from the beginning, how do you use it to actually screen patients, right? Because you can use this device throughout the entire sort of life cycle of the patient, but let's start at the very beginning. So let's talk screening first. How do you actually use it?
Most of our patients come from screening our comprehensive eye exam patients. And we use the K5M exactly for that. And we screen every single comprehensive eye exam patient every year. I've spoken to docs about, well, why would you want to screen everyone? It's a low yield. And I know some of the quote unquote experts have said that in some of their presentations, that there's a low yield to screening everyone. And I would completely disagree. It's very easy to see an end-stage dry eye patient, the one who's coming in and is miserable. But why would you want to wait till someone is end stage? Why do you want to wait till they're miserable? We know that this is a chronic condition. We know that it gets worse over time. Waiting till someone's lost all of their meibomian glands is probably not the best idea. So we screen everyone. And yes, it adds about 3 to 5 minutes to our comprehensive exam time, but it's well worth it. And the tests are tech-driven. I don't really touch the K5M. Like I said, it adds about 3 minutes to the pre-test time and another 1 to 2 minutes of doctor time. We capture 4 images. We look at the tear meniscus height to determine whether there's a true lack of volume of tears. We look at the lipid layer. We're looking for the oil layer, right, to test meibomian gland function. We're looking for redness to give us a clue about inflammation. And we're doing meibography. And we don't even do the upper lid meibography because it's a little bit time consuming and the techs don't really enjoy doing that. So they're just doing the lower lids. But from those 4 images, we can get a really good idea as to where this patient is. And it only takes a minute or 2 for the doctor to go through those 4 images and say, look, it looks like you've got an issue here. Let's look a little deeper. Let's do some advanced testing for dry eye. And then they get scheduled back for a comprehensive dry eye evaluation.
And what impact do you think that has on the patient actually showing them the pictures? Is that really what sort of gets them to buy into what you're trying to do?
So absolutely, Adam. It's one thing for you to say, Mrs. Jones, you've got dry eye, and here, I want you to do this IPL, and it's $300 a treatment. You need a series of 4 treatments. And Mrs. Jones is going to say to you, well, I don't think my eyes are that dry. They don't bother me that much. Just I'll take another bottle of artificial tears. But if you show Mrs. Jones that she has no lipid layer in her tear film, if you show her what her meibomian glands look like, and then use the comparison scale to compare what a normal set looks like, and she gets to see, wow, I've lost, 50% of my gland tissue. They get it. And it's true, it takes a lot of time to educate the patient, but the education is what gets the buy-in for those advanced treatments that you want them to have. And that's what's really giving you the results. If the patient doesn't buy in, you can have all the advanced technology in the world, but you're never going to use it. So that 5M is really kind of the centerpiece. It's what drives all of our patients into our dry eye treatment program. And the best part is that I didn't have to go searching for a single extra patient. These are patients that are already in the chair. You're uncovering a problem that you might have just glossed over in the past. Maybe they weren't that symptomatic. one of the things you discover is that as people get older, they just naturally assume that their eyes are supposed to be drier. All right. They think that dryness is a normal consequence of aging. I explain to them all the time that it's true, it's a common consequence of aging, but this is not a normal consequence of aging. It is a disease process, and it doesn't have to happen. Yes, it's true, it's chronic, and we can't cure it, but we can sure manage it and make you feel better.
Right. So you're really using the K5M as an educational tool with the patient in the chair, right there, to really explain to them what is happening.
Absolutely. It's show and tell. It's like being in kindergarten, and really try and put it down on very basic levels. So even, the most uninitiated, can understand what you're talking about. I don't use any jargon, no technical terms. I don't even use the word mybography with them. These are pictures of your glands. And, if you can put it on a level that they can comprehend and they get to actually see it, they buy in. And it's kind of interesting. The redness score is something that usually more women are sensitive to than men.
And it's funny, the K5M also creates this thing called the Crystal Tear Report, and I'm putting up on the screen right now so everyone can see what this report actually is and what it looks like. And maybe you could take us through what this actually is and how it was created and who created it and what it's all about and how you actually use it.
Okay, so the Crystal Tear Report is really something the doctor sets up in advance. He determines, for, let's say, an aqueous problem, what his treatments of choice are, whether it's a mild case, a moderate case, a severe case, whether if it's a lipid layer problem, again, what his treatment plan is. And you go through looking at all the patient's images, and the K5M will auto score some of these things and automatically fill it out. But a lot of it you have to, click on, and you'll decide what the level of severity is. And it does this great printout that you have there that you hand out to the patient. It's an educational piece. It explains a little bit about each issue. And what the report does is it looks at your tear film and the eyes in a certain way. And it breaks it down to the level of water in the eye, right? Is it an aqueous problem? Talks about the oil in the eye. Is this a meibum issue? It looks for inflammation. It looks for allergy. It looks for lid function. It also looks for bacteria. Is there blepharitis here? And it provides specific treatment recommendations that you've already predetermined. And of course, you can change those treatment recommendations on the fly with a simple click of the mouse. But it just flows really smoothly, really quickly. You don't have to do a lot of typing, or, there's no typing involved. You're just clicking. And we hand out this educational piece at the end to the patient, and it does a great job. When they get home, very often you'll have told, your patient, Mrs. Smith, all about this, and you're going to recommend that she does LipiFlow or whatever. And she gets home and she has to explain to Mr. Smith, who's going to ask her, well, and it's how much? She now has this take-home piece that she can talk to him about and show him and say, look, this is what's going on with my eyes. And yeah, this is what we need to do.
Right. And what's interesting too, you mentioned the report actually sort of shows you, the different etiologies of dry eye, right? Back in the old days, people just got drops and went home, right? You didn't really differentiate the different kinds of dry eye, but now we can. And so the instrument does. And so I'm sure that's led to sort of different treatment modalities that you use in your practice based on what the report's telling you.
Absolutely. What I tell them is, using the K5M, it allows me to hone in on the root cause or causes of their specific problem and attack those directly. And that's exactly what the Crystal Tear Report does. It basically details all of those exact issues.
And we mentioned how you're sort of using the instrument to educate the patients. how does it play into follow-up? Once you've actually decided on a course of treatment, you've initiated it, then what happens? What's the next step to keep the patients compliant and coming back?
So after I explained to them that this is a chronic condition. So after we've completed their course of treatment, typically we'll see them back at some time period, depending on how they're doing. It might be 1 month, it might be 3 months. But most of these advanced therapies need to be repeated periodically at some interval. So with LipiFlow, they typically recommend a year, but not every patient can go a year. For things like IPL, typically we recommend a booster at around 6 months. And, if we can get somebody feeling better and get them on an even keel, we want to keep them there. We don't want to let them slide and go back to the way they were. So that's how we follow up with them. And again, we will scan them again at a later date when they come in for their follow-up. We'll look at their glands, we'll look at their oil layer, we'll look at their aqueous layer, and we'll compare them to the prior images. And you can show the patient, well, you're still doing great. We can just watch you for the time being, or no, you seem to be slipping. Your breakup time, went from 5 seconds, and then we treated you, and you went up to 20 seconds, and now you're back down to 12. It's time to treat you again because you're sliding back, and this is a chronic condition, so we're going to have to retreat you. So it's really, really important. It's just probably the best way that I've found to be able to track exactly how they're doing.
So Tom, I have to ask you the multi-million-dollar question right now. People, who actually make the investments in instruments like this, they always ask, what's the ROI? Is it possible to compute? And what does it mean for my practice? So, obviously you're a super user of this device, and I'm kind of curious, what is the ROI? And it sounds like you've made it the centerpiece of your practice, but is this something that you've actually been able to quantify in terms of the return on the investment?
Absolutely. So I paid my keratograph off, the K5M off, within 2 months. And now I realized that I didn't buy just the 5M. I actually was into dry eye diagnostic and therapeutic technologies for almost $100,000 on day one. And I have a patient base that's largely geriatric. Most of the patients here in the Myrtle Beach area, this has now become a retirement community for people from the Northeast. My average patient is somewhere north of 60. So, and if you're seeing 20 patients a day, the vast majority of them have some dry eye issues. So once we go past the screening and I bring them back for a complete dry eye workup, typically we're charging a $99.204 or $214, actually it would be, because these are previous patients. And there is also another fee for the crystal tear report, which is a non-covered service, and that we charge around $100 for that. The 99214 is $125 roughly. And so when we look at that, if we're screening 20 patients a day, and at least 40% of those are going to have dry eye. And I mean, in my patient population, it's probably closer to 60% actually do have some dry eye issues. If only half of them return, so if I get even only 2 patients coming back a day for dry eye evals, and let's say we're averaging around $225 for those visits, at the end of a week, we're over $2,000. So in 10, 12 weeks, you'll pay off that keratograph. Now that's assuming you don't do any treatments. That's just the evaluations. Now, if you start adding treatments in there, and depending on the treatment, like LipiFlow, depending on where you go, it's going to be anywhere from $800 to $1,500 for a LipiFlow treatment. For IPL, it's probably going to be somewhere in that same range. So just adding a few treatments in there, the return on investment is just incredible. So we did quite well. And my first full year, I mean, we started our dry eye program in November of 2019. Before the end of the year, we had paid off the keratograph.
Wow.
You know what happened in 2020, all right? And yet, even though we closed for, how long? We closed for 6 weeks for COVID. We still had a record-breaking year. It was all due to the dry eye. I mean, it was just, the numbers that we do in dry eye are just really quite amazing, and have been totally game-changing, because most of the dry eye revenue is for non-covered services. And so these are out-of-pocket payments. There's no insurance payments for most of them. Virtually none of the treatments have any insurance coverage. And it's really changed our gross and our net, had the biggest change on our net, because this is all high net services that we're offering.
Right. Well, Tom, thank you so much for sort of sharing this all with us. And I just had one more question. You're obviously an advocate of the instrument. You use it. It actually has transformed the way you work. For someone who's looking to dip their toes into the water of dry eye, where does one start? I know you went whole hog. You just told me how you went all in from the beginning. But if someone's just looking to sort of incrementally get involved, how would you actually tell them to do it?
I don't think I would say dabble in it. I would say go in all the way. You'd have to go in with some way of being able to diagnose and demonstrate to the patient what their diagnosis is. And for me, that's the 5M. It's just hands down the best way. Then you need some form of treatment. Now, you don't have to have every treatment platform on the market. I mean, we do, well, except for one, but we have IPL, we've got low-level light therapy, we've got LipiFlow, we've got radiofrequency. I've got a lot of devices. You don't need all those devices. I mean, you can do it with something as simple as the keratograph and even just BlephX to be able to offer in-office lid microblepharal exfoliation. And that's not an expensive device. It's fairly easy to get into it. If you have a very low amount of disposable income, Tear Care is a great option because it works very, very well. It's a small investment, I think, up front to take it in. It has higher ongoing costs because the consumables are expensive, as opposed to something like IPL or low-level light therapy, where there's very little, if any, consumables. And those are the things I would tell you. I mean, even if you do nothing other than just screening your patients and offering complete dry eye evaluations, the average practice can easily do $125,000 to $150,000 a year if you're only doing 2 dry eye evaluations a day. So if you're doing 10 a week, it adds up over the course of the year.
Right. And you actually brought up an important point that I think we should stress to people, because, obviously in your community, you have sort of a wealthier set of people who are willing to actually spend on these treatments. But, obviously people in different parts of the country have different demographics that they're dealing with. Sure. And their patient base may not have that disposable income. But despite that, you can find ways to introduce treatment modalities into your practice that are not like IPL, right? That are not that expensive, to try to help people, even if it's not sort of the Rolls-Royce approach, right, all the way up here. There are things that you can do now that are effective.
Yeah, the other thing I would say is get yourself educated. And that's probably the single most important thing. I like recommending Dr. Crystal Breimer's Dry Eye Institute, because she does a phenomenal job. And she'll show you how to put all this together and give you really the nuts and bolts to it. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to offer all these treatments up front. Eventually, you probably will. And we've talked about money so far. What we haven't talked about is what you're doing for your patients. And so many suffer in silence, and they don't say anything because, they just assume this is a normal consequence of aging. They may be in pain, and they're just thinking they don't have a choice. And if you can help them out, you can really improve their lives. And, I know that dry eye is acutely connected to depression. If somebody's eyes are miserable all the time, they tend to be very depressed individuals, and you can really change their lives if you can improve that condition. And I think we've all gotten so accustomed to just handing out bottles of artificial tears and realizing that is only providing temporary relief of a symptom. And we're looking to go beyond that. And the treatment paradigm has really changed. You want to go beyond just treating symptoms. You want to hone in on those root causes and attack those directly. And that's where you really start making differences in patients' lives.
And I think that's a really great point to end on. So Tom, thank you so much for sharing your story and being with us. And in the comments below, I'm sure people are going to have questions, so I hope you can come on back and answer them as they watch this.
Thank you very much, Adam. It was great doing this with you.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another edition of ODwire TV. Now today we've got a sort of different one for you. So as you may or may not know, the Oculus Pentacam turns 20 this year. That's right, it is now 20 years old. And in that time, it's sort of become the gold standard of anterior segment tomography. Oculus, they haven't been sort of resting on their laurels in 20 years. The device has undergone evolution throughout the entire period, and not just the hardware, but the software side as well. And I frequently mention, I call it the Swiss Army knife for anterior seg, right? Because it really is. You can do so many things with it. But today we're going to focus on a very specific piece of functionality, and that would be the using the Pentacam to fit scleral lenses. They have this piece of software, and I'll put it up on the screen so you can see it. It's called the CSP Pro, and I don't know that much about it, right? So as usual, I have an expert here to help me out. Dr. John Gellies is the director of the Specialty Contact Lenses Division at the Cornea and Laser Eye Institute in Teaneck, New Jersey. And Dr. Gellies is a world-renowned expert in specialty contact lens design, fitting, and management. So John, thanks so much for being here today.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Adam. Really appreciate it. You guys do, a phenomenal job with CEwire every year, and talking about one of my favorite instruments here in the Oculus Pentacam. I think we'll have a pretty good time.
Excellent. Well, before we get into the Pentacam itself, why don't you tell us a little bit about your practice? I think people might not know, other than what I just told them, all about you.
Yeah, so our practice is a tertiary care center up in northern New Jersey. So we're in Teaneck, New Jersey. It's myself and 3 other ophthalmologists, a cornea refractive surgeon by the name of Peter Hirsch founded the practice, Peter being one of the principal investigators and first authors on the approval of LASIK. And our center has been the forefront of many high impact approvals for FDA clinical trials, like the approval of corneal collagen cross-linking, and work almost entirely in the space of cornea refractive, and have a subspecialty research center within the center dedicated exclusively to keratoconus, where I direct the division on specialty contact lenses and work exclusively in specialty contact lenses. So yeah, this this is really our bread and butter is cornea, and more cornea. So.
Excellent. Well, 20 years ago when the Pentacam came out, if you had told me 20 years down the road that scleral lenses would be a thing that people cared about, I would have been shocked. I never saw this coming, and I wonder if the instrument itself actually sort of helped push scleral lenses into the forefront.
Yeah, the ability of this device, if we even look back, even now, but let's look back 20 years ago, this is entirely revolutionary to the idea that we can understand just about everything structurally about a cornea. We can understand the anterior surface shape, the posterior surface shape, the thickness of these corneas. And just knowing that is so much more information than, let's say, a corneal topographer with Placido rings, where we have to do projection onto the surface, and all we're getting is data about the surface. Really where this instrument comes into its own was in the prevention of iatrogenic, ectasias for refractive surgery, right? But what's the worst thing that can happen in an elective procedure? That you induce a problem, right? So you need something that's able to give you a greater amount of detail. And this is just a mind-blowing device for 20 years ago. It's still a tremendous device. And, that comes with the evolution that's happened over the last 20 years, right? So it's phenomenal. The software just continues to evolve and evolve. And, I really think that our ability to track these diseases like keratoconus or, post-refractive corneal ectasias with this really helps us to, not just find the right treatments for these individuals as far as like cross-linking or, other interventions for trying to improve corneal contour, but also in saying, this individual is continuing to get worse. This individual is having problems with their contact lens. This individual is probably better served in a scleral lens. And when you look at the way that the technology works, it's pretty, pretty logical or intuitive that eventually you would use it to map beyond the cornea and get to kind of the scleral mapping.
Right. So let's pick that up. Let's talk about scleral lenses. I guess that's what we're here to talk about today. This CSP Pro software. So you can see a picture behind me, actually. I think people can get a sense of what this looks like. But why don't we talk a little bit about that? How does it work and what does it do?
Yeah, so they, with the Oculus Pentacam, originally with the Pentacam HR, they had a software program that they had developed a couple years back. And the way that worked was by using the Scheimpflug camera to be able to get an image of the cornea and then stitch to it the superior nasal, temporal, and inferior scleral shape to that cornea, so you could get the scleral topography, or rather the profilometry of the ocular surface. Now, with the CSP Pro, which is the evolution of this CSP software, what they've done is on the Pentacam Wave AXL, they've given it a much wider sensor. So what you're able to capture in this is, instead of what used to take five images, you can now get that all in one image. So it now becomes a very, very quick and efficient way to get the data that you need for these individuals. And the coolest part about this is, not only is it going to help you understand the scleral shape, right? Like, think of like fitting contact lenses, prior to a corneal topographer, right? You're putting a lens on, you're looking at it, it's all trial and error. You don't really know what's there. But once you have the corneal topographer, you have something to help you understand the shape and select a lens that's more likely to be helpful on that eye. Well, now, if we were fitting scleral lenses before the CSP software, it was basically that same guess and check. But now, if I can look at the mapping that's there, I can understand the scleral shape and say, hey, this individual seems to have a very toric scleral shape. Let me go ahead and grab a toric fitting set and put that on the eye as my start point. And then I'm much closer to an endpoint. The other cool part about it, though, is that data can be transferred out of the software and into external softwares where I can design lenses based on that elevation data and be able to create these geometrically complex lenses for these patients to fit eyes that maybe I couldn't even have fit with a standard fitting set. So it's a really, really amazing software.
Sure. And I guess the one question a lot of people have is, how long does it actually take to sort of capture an image that you can then use and manipulate in the software?
Yes, yeah. So if we look, at the CSP Pro, this, I can do a bilateral case in just under a minute. Each one of these eyes, really the only thing that takes the longest period of time on this is not actually the image capture, it's the little bit of processing time that happens afterwards. So it's a very, very efficient way to do it. And the cool part about this is, because the Pentacam just as a device has so much utility to it, I don't need to take them to another device and, do other things like add fluorescein to the eye or other things so that I can capture profilometry. I can just go directly into profilometry while I was getting their other scans. So like the Pentacam Wave AXL has, the ability to get corneal tomography data, but it also has a wavefront aberrometer in it and a biometer in it. So I can do a full sequence scan on this individual where I'm collecting all that data in one shot. And then I can go and open up their lids all the way and capture the scleral data all while they're sitting there. I don't even have to go to another device. It's really amazing.
Right.
Especially when you think about like the older CSP software, that would take a couple minutes per eye because you had to get several quadrants scanned and they all had to match up well.
Right. In fact, I had my own OD actually create a pair of sclerals for me just as a joke, just to play around. It's not like I need it for any sort of medical necessity, but I wanted to see the process. And the funniest part about it was, the actual scan itself was really fast, and then he started fiddling around trying to create a lens, and he's like, no, I don't need to actually have the patient here while I do this, but you can sit here and watch me. But he's like, in reality, I have everything that I need, so we can go about the patient's business, do whatever they have to do, but I can create the lens in my own time.
Yes. Yeah. That's the really, really cool part about that is, once you have the base data of the eye, and this is, I'm very much guilty of this, but the ability to tinker on these external softwares,
right.
I mean, man, you could really spend some time there if you want.
Right. And just so everyone should know, when you put sort of scan the patient, do they need to be prepped in any other way with fluorescein or anything else before actually using the Pentacam?
No, and that's the great part about it. In fact, if you were to put fluorescein on the eye, fluorescein would actually illuminate under the Scheimpflug, which would actually cause flare in the image. So don't use fluorescein on this one. But the great part about this is it requires no prep. It's not like one of these where you gotta pre-prep them so that the image can actually be seen. Like if you look at some of the raster stereography devices that are out there that utilize fluorescein, essentially they need the fluorescein as a photo activator so that you can actually pick up the depth of the eye. Without that fluorescein on the eye, you're not going to get the image. So, a lot of these suffer from issues where the fluorescein is just not covering the full surface, or it drains really quickly. So now you got to put even more drops on them, and then you got to take more and more scans. This one is very, very efficient. I've used actually all the profilometers out there, and at this point, this is the only one that I continue to use. So it's a winner.
Excellent. And we touched a little bit on workflow before, where you get the scan and then you start fiddling around trying to create lenses for people. From the patient's perspective, how does this work? Do you still use trial lenses? How does that all work?
So yes, yeah. So you still have to get your over refraction data on the individual. So I'll still put a trial lens on the eye just to see what do I get on my over refraction, what's the base curve that I'm using, what's the power of the lens and the over refraction, so that if I'm going to use this to export the data and create a lens in software, such as like the Wave software, I can go in there and then I just type in the data so that I have the optics on the first lens. Now, on the other side of this, though, some people have the misconception that these devices are only good for, transferring to, third-party software or to Wave software to be able to create lenses, but you can use it to guide your own just diagnostic scleral lens fitting so that you can understand the ocular shape better and where the obstacles of the eye might be, where there might be a pinguecula, how wide it is and how tall it is. And you could modify your diagnostic lens based on that. So, you could just say, okay, yeah, I'm still going to put a trial lens on you and I'm going to go the diagnostic fitting route. Or you can go the more complex route, which is export the scan itself and then create the lens in those third-party softwares. And then that's the other thing too, is that there are multiple different third-party softwares that you can export this to. It's not just Wave. It's not just you can use pretty much any one of the favorite softwares out there, as long as they accept the format that the file is in, and almost all of the popular ones do that. So it's it's a very, very strong platform to work with.
Right. So you're not locked in at all.
Exactly. There's no, oh, well, you have to use our software or anything like that. It is, truly they're just a remarkable company in that way. They're very free with the data, ready for you to use it how you will. So it's really wonderful.
Right. And I'm going to put up on the screen right now so people who've never seen the software before can actually see it and get a taste of what's going on in terms of what you can fiddle with and how it all works. So one question, looking at the stuff on the screen is, does the CS Pro software allow you to customize the haptic design? What are the parameters you can mess with when you're actually playing with the software?
Oh yeah. So absolutely. So when you're using the CSP data, you can export it into Wave, and Wave contact lens software has a variety of different control points and a variety of different designs that you can start from as your base design, right? So you can create a radially symmetric lens, which essentially just means that it has a spherical haptic on it. You can create a geometrically symmetric lens, meaning that it's basically a toric. It's got a steep and a flat meridian to it. And then you can create their freeform lens, which is essentially 8 submeridians that you can independently control. And along each one of those meridians, you have 4 different control points. So you can control the central vault, the limbo vault, the the haptic, and then the edge. So you can create all sorts of different cool alignments and shapes out of it, and your ability to customize is really only limited to your imagination, which is very, very freeing. But also at the same time, you got to know what you're doing. So
yep. That's always the catch, isn't it?
Yeah, but the nice thing is that they've recently revamped the Wave software, so it's actually really, really user friendly at this point. The ability to plug in a lens, run the software to it to create an alignment fit. Those lenses, they are really, really good. So in some cases it's very minimal modification. We'll probably look at a study sometime in the future here comparing my ability to do diagnostic lenses versus our ability to do scan-based lenses on this software specifically, and see which one is better. And I have very little doubt that the software would beat me on that.
All right. It's funny, a lot of people are getting into doing scleral lenses right now. Some people are dipping their toes in the water, they're just getting started, right? Other people like you have deep expertise, but I'm kind of wondering, everyone looks at instruments, they go to the various trade shows, they kick the tires. Maybe you can speak to us a little bit about the ROI of an instrument like this for someone who's now trying to really get into scleral lenses in their office.
Yeah, absolutely. The ability to kind of save time with a device like this is immense, because not only can this device, well, let me put it this way. So this device, if you wanted to make it the most bare bones simple device, right? The Wave AXL has the aberrometer in it. So you could use this as just a glorified, very complicated autorefractor, right? But why would you use it just as an autorefractor when you could run the full sequence on them and get all their corneal data, their axial length data, and their aberrometry data, right? And it takes such a little period of time. So now so much about these individuals, right? You can look at angle structures for your glaucoma suspects. You could look at axial length and track that for your myopia management. You can track this for your complex cornea patients, like your keratoconus and your ectasia patients. You can find all these variations, and then it can be used to fit various different types of contact lenses. I know what we're talking about here is mostly the use case for scleral lenses, but that doesn't mean that you can't make corneal gas perms from the software and this. You can make orthokeratology lenses based on this. So there's a variety of different things that you can do with this software. And the great part about this is it's not 3 different devices, right? You didn't buy an aberrometer, you didn't buy just a tomographer, you didn't buy just a biometer on this. You bought one device with a small footprint. So, even even those individuals who work in New York City can can have some space back,
Well, great. Well, John, thank you so much for this information. And I'm sure if people have questions, there's going to be comments right down in the thread below, and hopefully you can stop on by and answer them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay, and we are back. Or should I say I am back? I don't know if Steve is back yet. He has his class going on, so... Oh, there he is. Hey, Steve. Oh, wait, let me unmute you. How's it going?
Good. I should look at my class again. No questions so far. Oh, there's actually a few. Let me just read this.
So I'll remind everyone that your class is going on right now, all about presbyopia drops.
Yeah.
I saw a wonderful, good sport. One of the staff members was sitting on the edge of a big pool, and they were throwing balls at something, and they hit the target. She falls into the pool.
So is this a way for people to get out their aggression on the staff?
The kids had a good arm. No, the grandkids here.
Oh.
But some of the folks did it too.
That's funny.
Yep.
People are saying actually have more experience now using the drops, and there was one drop approved, Vuity by Allergan, and there were a lot of commercials at the beginning. Do you see the commercials, Adam and Paul?
Yeah, I remember there was a big marketing blitz.
Nothing for 6 months, and people tried it at the beginning. This is what they're saying now online, and pretty much my experience. They tried it at the beginning, limited success, stopped using it. So there's a lot of stuff in the pipeline, but that might be a dead end until somebody comes up with an accommodative drop rather than a miotic drop.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's they thought it was be a big moneymaker, and the what do you call it? Marketing suggested, hey, get rid of my glasses. That's great, but then the reality set in that it doesn't last long. It doesn't do that great a job, and there's side effects.
Yep. And so as we can see here, we still have a whole bunch of people in the classes, despite this late hour. People are hanging in there. Yeah, it's kind of amazing. So you can see you got about 300 people in your class right now.
Yeah, I'm answering questions. They're all saying the same thing. Just to read, I tried it as an early presbyopia, helped depth of focus a little bit. Worse side effects was dimming. Stopped using it because it did help very little. My husband and I, both LASIK patients, 25 years. There was no improvement with the drops. My sister, also presbyopia, only found they helped a little bit. All of us used it for 3 or 4 days and stopped using it. If it was free, people wouldn't use it. It costs $80 a month.
So I guess the question is, how significant a result do you expect or do you need for people to continue using it?
It's got to be convenient. So you got to have a drop that lasts 8 to 12 hours, and you have to have a drop that will really do something. The point is, I've been a KOL for several pharmaceutical endeavors. I won't mention names. Maybe I'll mention one because they don't have the drug anymore. Shire for Azidra, and they flew us out to Chicago. They read all the studies and how good they were, and the side effects and how limited they were. And clinically, we don't find that. So I just don't understand our system where the data given to the FDA is by the drug companies doing the testing. Now, there's some ethicalness to it, but I just saw a report online about in general, any doctor who's doing a study for a drug company or otherwise always has positive results. What does that suggest? So I mean, it's happened all over the medical field where things aren't as successful as they would be, or things had to be taken off the market because of the dangerous side effects that were not observed at all.
Right.
For example, in their studies, they found no cases of retinal detachments or tears, and the literature is replete with it. And that's significant. That's not just, it doesn't work.
Right.
So, but it's not just that's just a very small niche area. It happens, I think, in every area where you promise something, you use it, and you find out it's not nearly as good as you thought it would be.
Well, I think some of the problem is that there's a sort of a selection bias, right? So when they're putting these studies together, they very tightly control who's actually getting the pharmaceutical. And I think out in the world, you don't necessarily have that kind of control, right? So you're giving it to everybody, and they can really tightly scope who they want to get it, and that might shape the results sometimes, depending on the drug.
But they give the profiles in the demographic way, which seems like it has a wider expanse than it would, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
But you're right. If you give a new diabetic drug to everybody whose A1C is 6.8, they're not going to have any diabetic retinopathy.
Right. Right.
In the phase 3 studies, the people that are selected to do them are working for the company. The company selects who does the phase 3. So there seems to be a bias to get good results.
The phase 3 requires thousands. I mean, it really is a large amount. And we're talking about let's not talk about eye medications, but all these systemic medications and the side effects. The statins are really good, but there's a lot of bad side effects that I looked at the initial studies of Lipitor, and 2% had muscle aches and pains, and that's not the experience of internists. So, but that's the government does not have the resources to test each and every drug that are going through trials, so it's got to be done that way, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, the even academia doesn't, right? Although you would think once a drug is approved, at the very least, someone in a university setting would try to replicate the studies that they've done.
Sure. Yeah. And they always are double-blind studies, but these scientists are being paid for by the drug company. I mean, the perfect example is Theranos. Do you know what that is, Paul? That's Elizabeth Holmes. She's in jail now. She had a device that she invented, but she really didn't invent the device. It didn't work. And so they were using old devices. You're supposed to take a little tiny prick of blood and not have to draw blood, and it could tell you about 1,000 different diseases. And it was all a scam. And they were using older equipment that existed. Yeah, so she at first she was worth $9 billion at some point, because she had people like George Shultz, you know who he was, the Secretary of State, and a few other billionaires invest in her because she was pretty and very, very influential as a speaker. She even changed her voice to talk like this, so she wouldn't be so feminine. I'm not kidding. There's a whole. Did you see the Netflix on her with, I forget who played her, but she looked exactly like her.
She definitely has something going on upstairs. I think there's a psyche eval is in her future, because I mean, but she held out for a very long time, insisting that this was legit, and just through the power of persuasion, she convinced people that it was.
I wonder if she was an ugly guy, if it would have the same time span.
Good question. Who knows? But she got away with it for quite a while. I mean, ugly men get away with stuff all the time, of course.
Sure, yeah.
So,
well, she's in jail for 9 years, and that's not bad. And she lost all her money, so.
Right. I mean, if you want to look at ugly guys who are in trouble, look at the guys, behind the latest Bitcoin implosions, right? These are some ugly guys, and they I think are going to meet the same fate as her, if not worse.
Right, but you didn't really see them. You saw the.
That's true.
The results.
So looking at what's going on here for the rest of the day. So Steve, your class is going on right now. And wow, we actually are moving along here because we don't have anything at the very last hour of the day. So that's all gone. So we got Charlie.
Just for the audience, I'm going to read some of the things because it's really interesting. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
I tried it on a weekend. I'm 42 years old. My distance vision crashed from 2020 to about 2080. Glad I didn't try it when I was driving. Near vision was slightly better. Why would distance vision crash on a myotic? But and the next person asked that, but it did. Anyway, enough about that because that's a minor niche. What you were saying, Adam?
Sorry, I'm just trying to help somebody here now.
I have to answer a question here also.
Amazing to see these cancer drugs that are advertised. That's going to be life extending. And with all these people having such a good time taking the drug, no side effects.
So, yeah, there's a whole new class of drug, of course. You know.
Well, there's a couple of things. You remember my lecture on epigenetics?
Yep.
There was one. Epigenetics is your genes don't change. The sequence, the ACTG doesn't change, but they get methylated or unmethylated in various spots, and the gene expression changes, and they could count the methylizations, and that's a sign of aging. But now they have drugs that could potentially reverse those methyl groups and therefore make us younger. In addition, both metformin and the statins, you know what telomeres are, I'm sure, Adam, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. They're garbage into our chromosomes. Every time our cell divides, the telomeres get short. It's like a clock. And after a while, after many divisions, the telomeres get so short the cell doesn't divide and it ages and dies. Well, apparently statins and metformin reduce the amount of telomere shortening in each cycle, so it extends life. And between that and a 1,000-calorie diet and some other things, the biggest thing is if you could reverse the methylization where genes are expressed like a 19-year-old, we all might be out there playing pro football.
Yeah, that's
Oh, yeah.
interesting. So I wonder if people are going to start chugging statins and metformin as they're so cheap.
Yeah, just Google both of them. You'll find, anecdotal, but they're doing studies in mice, obviously, and a lot of things that happen to mice and other animals don't transfer to humans. But
Right.
there is the science is valid, I think.
Well, my nephew is writing a book now. He's trying to get an editor. That he found the secret to extending life and actually reverse aging. He's now approaching 80 and he's much younger than his friends, he says. He does all the active things. But so we found out the secret formula that he's taking, he's using magnesium. That's his secret. So my nephew Barry, that's his brother, said, isn't that what's in milk of magnesia? Says, yeah. I says, don't you crap? He says, yeah, I go to the bathroom about 8 times a day.
Well, maybe that's the secret. Get the poop out.
Put it on top of the toilet. It'll just seem
I
like
thought it's magnesium that you have to titrate with calcium, or else it causes an imbalance in the gut.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you take too much magnesium, as you guys alluded to, you're not going to have to worry about that because it's all coming right out.
Yeah. By the way, we have the fellow wrote 2 articles for optometric management. So 2024, it's a very interesting subject. It's about our gut microbiology, or the flora in our gut, and how it affects vision. And it's in the latest optometric management journal. It's in a really interesting article. So I thought that'd be great for CEwire. I don't think I can get it to be orals or glaucoma somehow, or narcotics, but I thought it would be a nice subject to hear. And there is viable treatments where he's finding inflammation in the eye, glaucoma, etc., is caused by, or at least associated with certain. Do you get the journals, Review of Optometry, Optometric Management, anything like that? Well,
yeah, I get them. I don't read them, but I keep getting them.
yeah, I get them all and I read them all. And I mean, it's that's how I try to scope some speakers. He's a young guy, like 33 years old, working at a university, and I thought the fact that they had 2 consecutive articles on it, that it was a viable person to ask if he's up and coming.
Sure. So it looks like very few problems. There's one person who had a problem with the browser caching. I think caching his data, so then showing him an older lecture. So that's something that's also going to be solved for next time around.
I never heard of that one.
Yeah, so we'll take a look in that. The system, the way it works right now, it's again that whole problem where it doesn't update. Where I mentioned the whole MLB thing, right? Where their app is constantly drawing data in. So like for us, if we stay at this home page, and let's say I stayed here for the next hour, it wouldn't actually show me the next lectures available. It'll just be stuck with the same data, and that needs to change, right? It needs to constantly be updating itself as the classes change. So. This is something that I hope Audentio can address, because what ends up happening is if people stick around on a page too long, the data can get stale. And we don't want that. We want this to always have fresh data, just like MLB does, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you could park yourself on this MLB page all day, and it would just constantly update the scores. If a game ends, it'll show you that it's over. Right, if different people are on base, it starts pushing these things to you so you can see. These things change over time. That's the kind of thing we need for a system like this, where everything's happening in real time. You can't just have something that's static, that comes up once and then doesn't change. It needs to be dynamic and constantly change, even if you're just sitting there. So I think they've addressed it in the latest build, with the several hundred changes and improvements that they've made over the course of the year since February. But again, I haven't seen it yet because we're waiting to actually roll all of it out till Monday or Tuesday. Funny thing,
Just trying to answer some questions here.
Sure. Yeah, I'm glad that a lot of people are engaging you at your lecture today.
Yeah, because you know what, it's more and more, because my lecture in February, the drug was just approved 2 months before. Now people have a lot of experience to it. Luckily, other things weren't approved; they just were denied during that time period. I didn't think another lecture on that was necessary unless the floodgates open. So that's why I switched over to something else. I might go back to epigenetics if it's shown to do things. There was a study I read online about if we cured cancer and cured all heart disease and stroke, how long would the average human life expectancy be increased? And what do you think they came up with? The two major causes of death.
10 years?
7 years. Yeah. Between other things like accidents, just old age, things happening, bones breaking, other conditions, liver failure, etc. Something's going to break down at some point in time that you can't solve. So we have to do what that guy Ray Kurzweil wants. He wants to digitalize our brains and put it into a machine, so we're immortal. So all these zeros and ones go into that, and we interact that way.
You're doing you have 4 minutes for your course is coming up?
My course is going on now. I'm on it now. I have it muted because I know how I sound. But I'm answering questions as I go. People, when I kind of started to say who has experience with, so by starting it that way, I wish other speakers would do that also, if the subject allows, and then you get much more interaction at the very beginning. And people aren't shy; they just don't know what to say.
Yep.
But if you put yourself out there, it's self-deprecating as you're looking for advice from them. Sometimes it comes off better than being a highfalutin expert. So, Adam, if you look, we'll have to do things. I have all the new lectures and the amount of hours we thought they would do, and it's like 16. So, we'll have to make some hard decisions on who's not going to be speaking.
Yep. Yeah, we'll work it through and we'll see.
It's a good problem, though.
It's a good problem to have because, we're going to be having more of one type of lecture this year. Obviously, that means fewer of another type. So, for instance, I have a feeling some of the contact lens lectures are going to get thrown overboard.
There's a little bit too much keratoconus, I think.
Yeah.
It should be there, but not to the extent it was. Things like that.
Yep.
How much more dry eye can they talk about?
Yep.
I mean, how many more variations? I can't imagine. To come
Well,
up
the trouble is, Bausch & Lomb just came out with new products, so there always are new things coming out. But are they a panacea or not? I've always said if we never ever treated dry eye, if we never had anything except for lubricants, would the world be that much worse of a place? Except for the very there's a very small percentage of people that are very seriously ill with it. And the answer is you agree, right? Not too bad, right?
The only thing it was good for was billing. Everybody that came through for me, you always had a superficial corneal abrasion and dry eye syndrome.
Well, in fairness, though, you caused a lot of that. So
Yes.
You're right. As I call it, we were the original cause of giant papillary conjunctivitis.
there we go.
Us. Yeah.
Wasn't known until we used the Don Corb's lens.
Yeah, we invented the disease and we invented the treatment for it, and
Yeah, you can cause a disease, get the treatment, and you can be a hero.
I remember when I first went out into practice, I was really good at flipping lids because we learned it through Maury Poster. It was recognized when I was in school, and all the older ODs had no idea how to flip a lid or what GPC was. And I showed them with the, with the little Q-tip etc. And they were amazed at how much they were finding. And in those days, we couldn't prescribe, and there was a drug, it still exists maybe, called Optichrome, that helped a little bit with GPC. And my local ophthalmologist didn't want to see the patients. He would just call the stuff in for us.
Yeah.
You're not going to kill anybody with Optichrome.
And then when you flip the lid, during the vogue of Elizabeth Taylor and very, very eye makeup.
Oh, yeah.
All that crap was underneath it. Remarkable.
But we invented the disease. Then we cured it. Yeah.
Only in America.
We cured it first with salt tablets and distilled water, which created another disease because you couldn't use preservatives. And so after we found out preservatives were pretty bad for contact lenses, and it was better to heat lenses, so you had to use salt water. But people were cheap. Instead of getting the correct, purified versions, they would get a big bottle of distilled water and salt tablets like you use when you're a runner or something, and they would make their own, and that caused they can't amoeba.
Oh my God.
Although originally that's what you had. You distilled water and pills that you put together to sterilize post-Bausch lenses. There was a heat sterilizer. That's what you used.
I mentioned some names, Paul. It's going to get Preflex, Flexol.
Oh yeah.
Remember those names? And these things had like a large amount of thimerosal and chlorhexidine at them, and so 40% of people would get.
They all came in with red eyes, and again it was thimerosal. So you put them on unpreserved saline, and it was magic.
Or refit them with RGPs. I had. You had hard lenses.
Yeah.
So look how many diseases we've created.
So I got an interesting observation here, and hopefully people won't find it too offensive, or maybe they will, but hopefully not, because I'm not trying to be controversial or offensive. But as I've been handling a lot of the tech support over the past year, I guess, of this conference, one thing that I've noticed is that disproportionately, in terms of the tech support that we've been providing, people with AOL email addresses tend to make up a disproportionate number of the support requests. And I'm not sure if it's, the tech that they're using, if they're using browsers that are older or out of date, or operating systems that are older and out of date that the system's having trouble with, or the user interface is throwing some of these people. But it's, at first I thought, okay, I'm just, I'm hallucinating, I'm making it up. But, as I actually ran down the numbers and looked, it's the case. So I'm kind of wondering, as we plan for 2024, what we can do to sort of ease certain users who are having trouble with it. And I'm almost wondering if, more tutorials or whatever would be a good thing.
What? You know a bit more than I do, Adam. If somebody has or had an AOL account and they go to Gmail, Hotmail, Yahoo, whatever, Optima, could they get the mail forwarded, the old email address, to those new platforms?
They could, but I'm just kind of wondering, what is it about the AOL? Is it the, you hate to say it, but is it the age of the user? Is it, because, AOL users tend to be older, or is it the fact that someone who's keeping their AOL alive doesn't really want to deal with all of the latest tech nonsense, right? It's not like they're going to be watching this thing on their phone or iPad. So they might be dealing with operating systems and browsers that are way old, and that could also cause them some of the trouble. So I just don't know. But it is interesting to me that we have this sort of an issue, and I've just got to think about ways to work around it.
But you're right. We now consider any speaker who has an AOL account as an email account to maybe not use them because they have to do some technology with us.
Right. And of course, that's being prejudicial on our part, right? Because one of our speakers does, I'll out him, Ben Casella, who's a young guy, still uses his AOL email address. And it's hilarious because whenever we see him at conferences, I make fun of him for it. But it's just what he'd been using since he was really young. And he's like, I'll just keep it.
Does it have features like labels and things like that? Does it have what?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what it looks like.
I don't use it, but
1995,
but
1997.
But it's just an interesting phenomenon that I've noticed in terms of the support requests that I'm getting. Disproportionate number of those folks versus say people from Gmail addresses, which make up actually the bulk of all email addresses that people have on our system. So and again, when the software is being developed, of course, the people who are developing it are using, brand new, state-of-the-art, most current browsers, most current operating systems, and sometimes you have to wonder, since there's so many diverse devices out there, is there something about the older browsers? For instance, I know that on very old Macs, the software doesn't work as well, but those are, 8, 9, 10 years old and haven't been updated to the latest operating system. So this is just something that we're going to have to work through.
I shouldn't be using Netscape and searching with Alta Vista.
So here's the thing, though. We do have people who have Netscape email addresses who are here.
What?
So look, so we do have older users who kept this kind of stuff. But actually, people should not be using old computers, right? You should not be using an 8-year-old Mac that can't get the new operating system because it's a security risk for you. I mean, that's why we drop support for very old browsers that aren't updated, because they are frankly dangerous to use on the internet if you can't update them. So,
yep. I'll have to go into AOL and see what. I guess you have to sign up. I had an account probably 25 years ago, and to see what it entails. I have a couple of friends. They're older, but they're pretty tech savvy, and they do Venmo and things like that. So they know what they're doing, but yet they're using AOL accounts like Ben.
Right, and so it could be a problem. So I don't know. I just don't know the answer to this question. But I will figure it out over this coming year. But it's an interesting issue, and people using older computers, though, is another issue that people need to work there. It's not even old computers like age. For instance, the Dell that you have sitting in front of me right now, that I'm actually using to drive the slide deck that comes up periodically. Right when you see me pull up the schedule and stuff. This Dell that I have sitting in front of me is 9 years old. But the operating system's brand new. It's Windows 11. So I kept it up to date, so it's safe to use, even though the hardware is old. The problem is when people use old computers and they don't keep it up to date with the latest operating system, that can be trouble.
Right.
So
I have a 9 or 10-year-old computer that I have in the closet, and guess why I use it only for? And it has a CD player.
Right.
So for, let's say we go to the radiologist, we get a disc. I can look at the disc. Why did they eliminate the CD players from computers? Because people still play CDs in their car and things like that.
Really? I can't remember actually the last time I've seen physical media. I guess in my car I replaced it with the Android head, so it's a screen. But most people don't use CDs anymore. In fact, if you talk to most young people, they will have no idea what you are talking about.
When I brought my, I ripped my Achilles, and I brought my disc to the physical therapist. Said, "Let me take a look at it." And I said, "You have a computer?" He said, "Yeah, I got again a 10-year-old computer," and he keeps it just for that purpose.
So
how else would he do it?
Well, so here's how you do it. Actually, let me show you, because I have to keep legacy media around sometime. You go like this. And this plugs into your USB port. It's $20 CD player.
Okay.
So
that is a good thing to get.
Yeah. So that's what we do here. If I ever need to rip a CD or DVD, like you're saying, radiology is probably the primary use for most people these days. It's $20 on Amazon, it plugs into any USB port, and that's all you need.
Wow, I'm definitely gonna order that today because it comes up a lot.
Yep.
Including, I just found, again, we're cleaning out our house and I found some old, you're gonna kill me, but Grateful Dead CDs and so we have a CD player in the car, so we'll use, and for little grandkids, you'll find that they, all these other stuff is on CD.
Yep.
You know what, I know I had stored it, I have a Commodore 64 in plastic with the monitor, with the printer, and with the little drive on the side. So I'm going to set up in Florida and I have all the floppy disks and see if it works.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That'd be real interesting.
So this is the one, probably the one that you want if you want to get a reputable brand, even though it's $7 more.
Oh no, which one? That's that. Because not only that, but I could then download the stuff into a computer and put it on a flash drive or something.
Right. So that's what most people do with it. So you can see this one is USB-C, so it's designed to use the very latest computers. So. And again, that's what most people are doing now for their legacy physical media. If they need it, they just buy one of these things. That's what I have in a drawer, and literally, I use it like once a year if I need X-rays, right?
I have an unlimited supply of CDs. What can I do with them? I can transfer them over to the computer if I wanted symphonies, for example.
Well, sure. Yeah, you have an iMac, so sure. Right on the side, it should. I think yours still has a DVD player on the side. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen it, but if it doesn't, then you can just buy one of these $20 guys and hook it up to the computer, and you can transfer the discs into your iTunes or whatever you're using.
Because right now I'm listening to iTunes. No Classical, just do this from
Yeah,
iTunes.
so if you, and I don't remember if your computer has a DVD drive. It's been a while since I've seen it. It would be on the side. But if it does, you shove the disc in there. iTunes will open and ask, do you want me to copy this disc to your computer? And you just say yes. And it copies it into your iTunes.
Yeah.
And then you could throw it up into Google Drive or iCloud, and so it's now you can access it from anywhere.
Yep. So yeah, that's technology moves on for sure. It's funny, it moves on faster than you might imagine. You know, I'm looking around here, looking at some of the tech that I have. The actual main PC that drives all of the stuff that we use for CEwire when I create all the movies and stuff. It's a huge machine. It weighs about 50 pounds. But the reality is it's, you know, at some point it's more show than go, right? You don't really need a computer that weighs 50 pounds to do all this. Things have gotten a lot more efficient.
Okay, my class is, oh, no, it's still got a few more minutes to go. There was interaction at the beginning, but now people are quiet because I'm getting into the new stuff that they don't know. Let's go to here. Here's something interesting. The Yankees were no hit, but they haven't lost the game yet. So my friend just texted me. In other words, they're in the 10th inning, 0-0, with no hits.
Wow, that's crazy.
There was a famous game, I think it was in the World Series, yes, between Pittsburgh and Cleveland, where Harvey Haddock's pitch, just showing those they must have thrown 200 pitches. He pitched 12 perfect innings, and in the 13th, a guy named Joe Adcock, an old ball player, hit a home run with a guy on base, and he finally walked somebody. But the score is only 1-0 because he passed the runner on the bases because he was so excited. But that's a trivia question. 12 innings, perfect game, but he lost in the 13th.
That's terrible.
Yep. The Yankees suck, so I don't have to worry about it. I would think that the Commodore 64, it was interesting. They had something called, you were too young for this, maybe you were not. You ever hear of an NLQ printer, near letter quality?
Yep.
There's a dot matrix, and it would come back and offset itself a little tiny bit so that the little matrix would not show up. And I tell you, look, I wrote a magazine for my office called New Ideas, EYE, with a little icon of a light bulb in 1985 with that word. And the word processor was called SpeedScript, which you had to type in yourself. You had to basically type in all the code. And it worked great.
Trying to help somebody here in room 3.
Okay, some surprising games in football. The Buccaneers beat the Vikings. The Browns beat the Bengals. The 49ers killed the Steelers. This is all in my lecture today. Okay. A couple questions I have to answer here. Two people one saw a retinal detachment and had a retinal tear from fluidity
Oh my God.
in the audience. That's only 268 people. So, when it's 2% and it's a drug like that, you can't have 2% in something that's used cosmetically.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe when somebody registers, we should send out a little form. You can't take a course twice. You can take it on demand and as well as live, interactive, or synchronous. Well, all the things that they ask, so that, but people don't read. That's the problem. Once they
Yeah.
do something, they. So Adam, on that sheet that you see with the old speakers, which is the one we're using just that you put all the codes on, the COPE numbers, and the new ones, anything in blue, somebody who's doing glaucoma. So, so you
Okay.
can
So yeah, so
see how
we'll,
many. Some are
yeah.
half, some are. I didn't designate that yet because it's getting it's way too low. But at least we're getting them in the fold. We have narcotics in the fold and trafficking. Trafficking is the least important thing, but it's nice to get back to me. How's your mom?
I couldn't get through, so I'm not sure.
She's getting out of ICU though?
Yeah, that much I know, but I couldn't get through to her. So after we get off here today, I'm going to give her another shot and see how she's doing.
So the pneumonia's gone, or we're under control at least?
I think so. I mean, it's hard being so far away and not being able to, yeah.
Yeah. But you can't get through his doctor, so-and-so, to talk to the attendant?
Yeah, I tried to reach my sister actually, who was going over there, but I guess she didn't make it there yet. So yeah.
Okay. I guess Mike is not coming today. He would have been here already.
Yeah. So
I got
let me.
a lot of great.
So I can remind people again to check your transcripts. I'll be shooting out emails to everyone when all this is over. showing people where their transcripts are, reminding them to take the surveys, and so on and so forth. So.
See. Good. I went to do an assessment for myself. It told me I already did it, so everything's working. Okay, upcoming. Let's talk about our speakers. We have some really good ones finishing up the show. Right at 4:30. Well, the laser lecture still ongoing until 5:25, and the head cornea guy at Bullseye, who also was co-author of the landmark book with Mark Freeberg, Chris Rapuano, is talking about corneal dystrophies and generations, and he's a great speaker.
Yep.
Then Charlie McBride, your OD, with his associate, is talking about scleral lenses and
Yep.
the software needed to fit them correctly. He's a good guy, and she's great.
Yeah, so that's a really interesting talk. If people want to sort of dabble with sclerals and want to learn a little bit about how to fit them these days, so it's very much a software-based thing to do these days, right? I know in the olden days it was very low tech, a lot of actually sculpting. These days it's all software design, and you design the lens using software. You send that software model out over the internet, and then a couple of days later, lo and behold, you get a lens. So it's very different.
And then we're finishing up with probably one of the most well-received lectures, Neuropearls by Dr. Salcott,
Yep.
who was voted #1 OD in the United States. We're very proactive. We both got a laser lecture, and Tom Cheeson, who's a coding expert, doing documentation and coding of laser procedures, because we were putting this together in, let's say, November to December of last year. And California was probably going to get a laser bill. We thought it was very timely. Well, it's still timely for the states that have it, but unfortunately, it wasn't signed by the governor.
Yep.
And if you want to have a good time and learn something that you really should learn if you sell glasses, watch the last lecture, Frameboard Mastery, by Kayla Ashley. It's extremely well done. She's animated. She's let's say a video marketing expert. What would you call her?
Yeah, no, and so it was one of the very few lectures that we've had that actually had a professional production staff put it together. So you'll see that it wasn't just her. She actually, was in front of a camera for some of it, and she had her staff actually, put the thing together and mesh the PowerPoint together with her video. It's really good.
The timing is perfect.
Yep. So definitely check that one out as well. So yeah, so lots of interesting stuff still to go here. I'm just amazed at this hour how many people are hanging in there, especially on the East Coast. Because it's it's getting late for people. They've been sitting here most of the day, but they're hanging in.
Yep, let's see how many people are attending that. Wow, it stayed pretty much the same throughout the day, and like I've said, I don't think there's unique visits. In fact, 600, 800, about 900 people now, and I'm sure it's not the same 900 that were here at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
Except for us.
Yeah, so people come and go throughout the day. So yeah, it's been a very good crowd. I had no idea that so many people still needed to get their credits at this, because as you know, we don't usually do this in the fall.
Yeah, but you answered Lucia, that you can't take asynchronous and synchronous and get credit for the same course. So if you're planning and your state will allow synchronous credits and you need them and not allow as many asynchronous, try to plan it such that you take the synchronous credits. Because if you take asynchronous, then you can't take synchronous. You can't override it and say, oh, I'll take one versus the other. They could have called it live interactive and on-demand. It's so much easier.
Yep.
Which was the old enduring was another way of putting it. That comment brought back memories, Paul and Adam. When I bought it in 1985, I think my wife was so mad. I forgot what I spent. It was about $300 or so. And she said, "What is this? We're never going to use this." I said, "Wait, these things are the future." And by then the Mac had come out, but that was too expensive, and I wasn't really using it in business. But I was right. I told her eventually. I would have the kids use it for school when they were. I mean, they were just born at that point. I made something for like nursery school. So I'm actually going to answer something in ODwire because I know the answers. They asked Nate Lighthouser where they can take a injections course, and we're giving when we're getting injections hopefully soon. And there's a course. It's called Therapy by the Sea at the end of September in New Jersey, Atlantic City. And it's a whole course in lasers and injectables. So I don't know if the guy from Tennessee wants to fly up to Therapy by the Sea, but he wants to know where he can take a course.
So I'm just troubleshooting a problem right now with being in 2 rooms at once that one user is having. And I've identified the 2 rooms, and he's saying he's only in one. So I'm really curious as to what happened.
Try to give him a link to it.
Okay, so just trying to help people out here in room 3.
Okay, I'm almost done with my lecture. Okay. How do we get to be a presenter? How do you answer that question, Adam?
Contact us and
Yeah.
see if you got some ideas and talk to us. Talking to us is the way.
I think more important is to let these folks know that they need some experience being in front of an audience before we don't want them to be the first to offer a course without some experience giving CE courses. So I don't think they should be testing out their abilities in front of a local
Well,
organization.
luckily, they won't stutter because it's recorded, but still, you're right. I wrote contact us with your content and CV, and I give him my email. Will do. I will Google Lewis Binder. Lewis Binder. OD. He's actually pretty good, this guy. His last part has served as senior national board examiner in the clinical competency of fellow optometrists and a member of the International Society of Refractive Surgery. Has a whole bunch of other qualifications.
But he has to pass the test. And the test is he boring?
Yes. Well,
So
that's when you talk to him and you can see that.
Right. So we got to figure out. So because as you know, doing this is actually challenging. Doing it in front of the computer, keeping people's interests when you don't actually have an audience to balance off of, can be really hard.
Well, the whole idea is to like get his what does he publish, things like that.
Yep.
If he has nothing published, then he doesn't.
And it's hard. Like when you listen to someone, like Art Epstein, right? He was funny, and dry eye is like the most boring topic in the world, right? But he always managed to make it interesting and funny. And I think that's guys like him, or that was the reason why he was so prized, I think, as a speaker, because he could make it engaging even if the subject was as dull as dishwater.
I always said a comment to him, when you speak about dry eye, there's never a dry eye in the house. His anecdotes and stories, but it's a shame. But his wife is carrying on his legacy. She's speaking this year and next year at the conference, and she runs the practice very similar to the way he did. So you might lose some of the humor, but you're not going to lose any of the expertise.
Yep.
Oh, I can't believe we've done 8 days of this, plus the work in between is the hard stuff. This is the easy stuff.
Yep. Yeah. And I was just talking over with the engineers right now as we were here, because people were having problems with being in the 2 rooms at once. And I'm just seeing Charlie's lecture is in room 1, I believe. Is that right? Now that yours is done, so.
It won't start for a little while, though. You have that little buffer of time.
You getting any questions for your courses?
I got tons. Yeah, not questions, but comments and just discussions. Yeah, it was well received. I like it.
So do you answer them individually, or do you publicly?
The questions were coming through the public forum. Wasn't private. Almost nobody does anonymous posting. I'm surprised, because they tend to be pretty.
When you get the question, you respond immediately?
Do I respond immediately?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. As I was talking to you, I'm looking. That's why I'm turning my head all the time.
So, we respond publicly. He's asking a question of you publicly,
and I'll respond. Obviously, because people want to hear my answer to his question. That'd be hard to do. For example, a live thing where somebody asks you a question publicly, and the only way you can respond privately is we'll come up afterwards, and then you have to do if it's a political question or something that's off color or whatever. But that's, I've said it a million times. That's one of the beauties of this online presentation, is that they can ask questions at their leisure and not interrupting my lecture. And people are still watching it, and you can still watch it. And that is a big plus for online interactive synchronous, whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
compared to a live lecture.
Yep.
I
And
don't know how many times you talk out.
I was going to say, I just trying to help people through here. Everything's looking okay. I was going to make a comment. So we had, one person have that problem with the multiple tabs, and we had someone earlier in the week or on Saturday was watching in the office, left their computer running there, and then came back home and was trying to watch, and then they were in 2 different places at once, and it was a mess. What we're planning to do for 2024, just in case anyone's run into this problem, is we're planning to make it so that it's going to automatically kill those sessions if you're not active for several hours, maybe like Netflix does, but also the ability for the user to kill the session that they're not in. So for instance, we had a person who was just in room 3, but the computer also said he was in room 2. Now, I'm not sure how that could have been, but he swore up and down, I'm not watching, I'm not watching, I'm not in room 2. So if that's the case, he should have the ability to tell the system, I am not in room 2 right now, kill that connection. And so that's what the plan is for 2024, to give the users control over what can get killed and what doesn't. So if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
I'm sending you an email from a person who, this is what he told me. You might know the person, but I won't say it on the air.
sure.
Steve, I hope this message finds you well. I took a course in February, completed the assessment, but I never showed up my COPE transcript. I took it today and it showed I completed the assessment already. It was Dave Pinocchi's lecture on macular pigments. Could you take care of any highlighted? So I gave you who it was. You have it now, and that's why I can't mention his name because he's prominent.
Sure. Yeah, send it on forward. I'll take a look. And
You see who it is? Did you get it yet?
I did not get it yet. So
yeah, it's really curious. In my own house, I forwarded something to my wife. It took like 5 minutes for it to get there.
oh, weird.
I should have said, "Come over and read it."
So anyway, so my list of things to fix. There we go. I finally got it. My list of things to fix is, it's there's just a few tech things, and it's really more user interface things, and just a couple of actual tech issues. But again, as I said, I can't really dig into it until we roll the new platform out. Hopefully next week they'll do that, and then I can start to dig in and see what they've changed already, and then talk to the guys about what they can do going forward in terms of more changes. So interesting stuff. Yeah. For the most part, though, things are working pretty smoothly. People are here racking up a huge number of credits. It's amazing when I look at people's transcripts. You see in graphical form what the conference looks like, but it really puts it in relief when you actually see what it looks like on a transcript. Just the sheer number of classes that people are racking up.
Well, look at mine now. Now that I have 2 computers, I keep one tab open with a lecture. I generally go into the other 2, but I kind of go back into it. And if I didn't take it, I do the assessment at the end.
Yep.
I want to break the world record. I could, there's a board certification. There's still probably 3 or 4 of us out there that are board certified. It requires 100 credits every 3 years, so 33 credits a year. And for those people, it could be anything: practice management, ballet, anything, opera. But that was a big thing at the very beginning. Imagine, seriously, Adam, if half the field was board certified and you had 22,000 ODs who need 33 credits a year.
That'd be crazy.
We'd be living in, Florida and Chicago. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it looks like Charlie's lecture with Shana is up and running. That seems to work, so good. And Chris Rapuano's is going.
Yep. And Chris is there.
He's a good photographer. Wow.
Yeah. What's amazing is not him. He's so prominent, and we never have a problem with him with getting stuff in, with IT, with anything.
He's so reliable, it's almost scary.
Who's that?
Chris Rapuano.
Chris Rapuano. And I mean, Clark Chang works with the other group from Will's Eye. Clark has to kind of herd everything in with them, and well, he wants to just be independent. I don't need Clark. I'll do my own thing, and he does it. And he doesn't need the referrals, obviously. He works at Will's Eye.
He doesn't need us at all. I mean, he's one of the muckety mucks of the American Academy of Ophthalmology. I think he was the treasurer last year or something. Like, he doesn't need to do this. Truly, sometimes I wonder. I'm like, what are you doing here?
Well,
year after year. No, but I'm serious. I'm like, wow, this is incredible that you actually, care enough to come back out here year after year and give this talk. He really loves teaching.
Yeah, the talk an hour is not the talk. It's the preparation and the production of the talk, and it's always seamless with him.
Yep.
He would get upset because the aspect ratios wasn't to his liking.
Yeah, he takes real pride in his slides for sure, and you can tell by the photos that he takes too, and he does all of the work himself. He really takes pride in it. So.
Well, the reason I got him originally was that him and Mark Freeberg were residents together at Will's Eye years and years ago, and Mark is a friend, and I would refer all my retin to him. So Mark got him, and they obviously they can't lecture together because they're like Mark says, the only reason for the cornea is it keeps dust off the retina.
Yeah, so you can see I just put it up on the screen. He takes all these pictures himself, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So hopefully he'll come back next year and do it again because his lectures are always well received.
I believe he's been with us every single year, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so. He's been there, and Friedberg. They're like a dynamic duo.
I'm trying to think who else has been here everything. Maybe
Sue Resnick.
Sue Resnick, but that's easy. Me.
Yep.
I
was going to say Art, and
well,
he was. This is the first one he missed.
You see what happens when you become a CEwire speaker? Yeah, I can't think of many other people. But we rotate people through, and some. Oh, maybe Pismente Polino.
Yeah, maybe.
They were beginners.
Steinberg comes on and off, but I'm trying to think of who else. That might be it.
Well, Steinberg is busy this year, so he can't. He's on the golf course.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to want to do anything this coming year. I don't know if he's writing or lecturing or whatever, if he's just playing golf.
If anybody doesn't know, he's rated number 13 in the world in senior amateurs, and that's people over 50 years old. And won't give his age away, but he's much older than that. And that's not in ODs. That's in everybody, including British, U.S., Far East. And he's won
younger people, right?
Excuse me?
50 or older? How old do you have to start on the senior tour?
50.
50. So he's competing against 15-year younger people.
Well, you gave away his age, sure.
65,
And that's when your skills really start eroding in golf. I'm a few years older than that, and I'm a good golfer, but I can't hit the ball as far as I did when I was 35 with inferior equipment. Not even close. Maybe my short game is just as good and stuff like that, but I'll be happy to shoot a 79 on a great day, and he'll shoot a 69 on a much more difficult course. But at least if I played with him, I wouldn't embarrass myself, but I'd be very good assistant. I played 9 holes with Annika Suriston, who's literally the best female player. There was an outing that we got into last year, right before I hurt my leg, and we played pretty well. We were keeping up with her. I mean, we played 9 holes. I parred 4 and bogeyed 5. She parred 7 and birdied 2. So she beat me by like 6 strokes from the same tees. But she said, "You guys are good golfers." She said, "But you can't beat a girl." And she's like 55 years old also, but she's still, I mean, she was the best female golfer pretty much in history in terms of the amount of tournaments won and majors won and things like that. Sweetest lady, and not Swedish, but also sweetest lady.
I mentioned to Barry when I spoke to him the other day about Craig, and he said, who was the optometric golfer? Gil somebody?
Gil Morgan. Oh, he was on the regular tour. He won probably 9 or 10 times, and he was in the top 10 occasionally. Gil Morgan.
He played with him because apparently in those days he was very tight with Johnson & Johnson. So yeah. playing something with Bill
He
Morgan.
never practiced. Went from University of Houston. He was a golfer there then. Decided to try out the tour first because when you graduate, you're already 26. So yeah, you really got to get going. And if you Google his name, you'll see he was just not. I would say if there's 125 people on tour, he was in the top 20-25% for many years. I think he came in fifth in the U.S. Open one year. I mean,
Is he
really.
in the 70s somewhere now?
Oh no, let's just think. It was. I'll look now. I think he's older than me. Bill Morgan. OD.
76.
I mean, yeah, that's about right. At Southern College, excuse me, I was wrong. He was also one of the most consistent top 5 finishes during that period. Besides winning 7 events, he's posted 21 second places and 21 third places in a 13-year span. He won the 1978 World Series of Golf, and he was on the Ryder Cup team. You know what that is? That's where we go against Britain or Europe. So he literally won a tournament almost every year. Craig is not as good as him, at least at that age.
That would be interesting.
College, right.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I'm sure Craig could beat him now.
At 76, he is, you said?
Yep.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so let me just make sure everybody's okay here. So it's 1:45 here, so 1:45. Let's see. So Richard's lecture is getting started at what time? That's getting started at 5:30. So these 2 lectures are still going. Just want to make sure that everybody's in the room and doing okay, and there's no disasters brewing.
No, everything seems fine. We're still getting this amazing at almost 5 o'clock at night. We're getting the same questions we got at 10 o'clock yesterday morning. And my wife is back. I have a guard store. My wife does murals. She used to do like doctors and dentists' office where she can make a picture that looks just like the picture they give her. And
Yep.
she just did one of my nephew's house, and it came out great. Let me see if I can show it to you. Well, it would be up here. She made a picture of a hand. You probably can't see it. And there's some prose that can go afterwards. But I told her she really wasn't allowed, when she was doing dentist's office and doctor's offices with murals, she was doing pictures of like Mickey Mouse and other characters. And I told her, you're really not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to create those images. Luckily, it's a local office, and I don't think anybody walks in. But if she did it online, that would be. Did I ever tell you the story that my daughter she was IT, she's still an IT person, and she built my original website, and she put a lock in for the security page or security whatever link that she pulled off the web, and I get a letter from this place I never heard of called Getty Industries suing me for $25,000. I said, this got to be bogus, and I researched Getty Imaging, and they pretty much license and copyright everything. And so my daughter, the attorney, said, write a check for $1,000 and give you some prose to write on the back of it, which would obviate any further action on their part. And they cashed the check, and that was it. Just for a lock meaning an image of a lock that she pulled off the web. So I guess there's bots now that can detect that, Adam, when you pull something off.
Well, so when you use something online, so for instance, like if we tried to put something in this presentation, you want to always get a license for it. You just don't want to. So this is actually a good example. So for before our lecture start, right, you hear the piano piece going and the countdown timer. I could have taken a piece of music from somewhere and paid for the rights for it right? And every time you do that, you have to, when you download it, you pay for it, however much it is, and then there are rights attached to it as to what you can do with it. And I'm like, this is bogus. I don't even want to deal with it, which is why I had my son actually play the piece. I'm just like, you know, it's a classical piece. It's hundreds of years old. Play it for me. I'll record it and just use that because I don't even want to get involved with a problem with rights. And what's even worse about this is that human beings aren't the ones who actually look for violations anymore. It's the computers themselves, whether it's a piece of artwork or a piece of music. If you start streaming it, there's AI out there that looks for copyright violations.
So if I put something into my PowerPoint presentation, which is really not going online, it's going into this form, it still could be detected.
So it can't be if it's private, right? So if scanners and bots can't look at it, then they can't detect it. But for instance, we had a talk given here, Laura Perryman did it a couple of years ago, where she started including popular music in her slides, which could have been a complete disaster because, you know, if we streamed that, any of it publicly through YouTube or whatever, they would have flagged it straight away and they could have stopped the video. They could have just said, we're going to remove this. But because the streams here are private for the lectures, no scanners actually saw what was in it. But you have to be super careful if you're doing anything that's going to be publicly facing like that.
But if you right click on it and save image as, somehow the bots will know you did that at least.
No, you can save all you want. It's when you reuse things publicly, that's when you get into some trouble. So, and again, music is a really easy one in videos. Like I never, ever, ever use music unless you license it properly from wherever you downloaded it from, which usually involves money, or they say it's royalty free. So some music archives say royalty free, use it however you want, we don't care. Or you just make it yourself. Like I enslaved my son to start playing piano for me and do it that way, because that's safe at least. The algorithms won't pick up on his playing if he's playing an old classical piece. That's not going to be violating anybody's copyright.
But I kind of researched it, and the first thing I saw was on ESPN. The image on the front page was licensed by Getty Imaging. How much does it cost to do a picture? Is it super expensive or relatively
It's up to the artist actually who creates it. So it can be, you know, cheap, like $50, or it can be thousands depending on what the image is.
So I shouldn't use a Banksy.
No.
You know what Banksy is, Paul?
Oh, no.
We actually have a copy in our home in Florida. It's really a nice picture of a girl with a balloon. He's super famous, probably the most famous painter in existence nowadays, and nobody knows who he is. He produces a lot of regular work, but he also does a lot of graffiti where I don't know how he does it and he's not known and doesn't get caught. There's a group of people who do know who he is and they won't divulge it. And his paintings have gone for millions and millions, and he's very productive. You've seen some of his work. It's very unique, Adam.
Yep.
I mean, anonymous.
Banksy.
He doesn't, no one knows who he is?
No one knows who it is. Well, some people know who he is. A very small group of people know who he is, and they're keeping his identity secret. And so it could be a graffiti on the wall of, a subway, or it could be a regular big 8x10 mural. We bought a copy of one, and it looks beautiful. It's very, just Google Banksy and look at images, and it goes on and on and on. When he dies, it'll get more. I don't think he's that old. I bet you he's probably 50 years old, if that. Okay. Looks everything's quiet. Lectures are going on. It's amazing. These lectures are about keratoconus, and especially this is really complex. The one that Charlie's giving, people don't ask questions.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, when the subject is really difficult, I could see people, if it's way out of their comfort zone, not wanting to ask too many questions.
Yeah, Lewis is asking about it's 1 of 1. That's got to be changed because it's 2 of 2. It should be.
Yeah.
No.
Again, so the 1 is referring to the actual class itself,
Yeah.
not the number of hours. So it's just,
Well,
again, it's confusing, right? So these little user interface things that need to be totally changed. And that's why I keep pointing people to go to the official transcript page on ODwire so they can actually see
Right.
where it shows the 2 credits.
The amount of time to correct it is far less than the amount of time that we have to explain.
I mean,
that
I've
it's not
explained it
correct.
literally 100 times.
Yeah.
Literally.
Which if I was an attendee, I'd be asking the same question.
Yeah. So
I'm stupid,
this
but
is
I'm not dumb.
this is high on my list for things I need to fix because I'm tired of typing it over and over again. You know, and it's the small things like that that aren't really errors. They're just user interface problems that we just need to clear up.
Mm-hmm.
Also, things like where do I go to get the surveys if I missed one. You know, that again, we need to make that more prominent if we could. And then once I have control over the left side of the screen and I'm able to include stuff like that, that becomes much easier.
Yep. Well, this is really. I'm watching Charlie's lecture the first time. It's really high tech and extremely
Well,
mathematical.
It's important though, because if people want to get it into sclerals these days, this is what they're going to need to do, right? You're not just going to take an impression anymore and you know, and send it off to your local lab. This is how it's done. It's all done with software.
Did you ever do a stone impression, Paul? Or the big scleral lenses?
I had to become a diplomate. In those
Really?
years, we had to take a mold of each one another's eyes for the test. So we all smuggled in some ophthane to numb the eye. Had to put they're called the dental stuff.
From my understanding, those lenses were pretty comfortable. They just suffocated the eye after a couple hours.
Yeah, it was horrible. It's horrible. Huh.
We saw them with the
Mold
we saw
eye.
the
Mold
What?
eye. It was a dental something soft. You squirted it in.
Yeah.
And then it got the mold. Yep. I took the diplomate exam the same year that Boris did. He was my clinic partner.
Wow. You shouldn't have. And you know how many people who are ODs now or in school don't know who Boris is?
They don't know who Don Korb is. It's remarkable.
That's true.
Well,
Yeah.
Korb, you know, he's a modern guy. Like you could just
I mean, he's very bad. You know, he was talking just a couple of years ago.
yeah. No, he's been yeah.
Or I mean, the ones that really surprised me is Norman Hafner. Many people don't know who he is.
Well, but he was more of a politician and administrator. He wasn't. He didn't produce that much science or academic work.
Meanwhile, he was responsible for a lot of stuff. The medical optometry is
Sure.
is his baby. You know, he did it in '68.
He's kind of equivalent to, but not maybe even better. Sure, better. But Ken Lawanda, they flew below the. But he was very prominent in New York State. He was the head healthcare person, not just in optometry for a while.
Who's that?
Norman Hafner.
Norman Hafner founded
Left the
Metric Center of New York.
when he left it then to be upper level state stuff.
His president, he was very, very high as he was part of the state, but not the state board, the state education department of some sort. But then he became president of SUNY.
And I believe he was gay.
Well, that was the big secret. That was the big problem. As many of the faculty, optometric faculty was gay. Single men were
Really?
gay, but they didn't talk about it.
I'm trying to think who was there then. No, not the guys I was, not Jerry Sherman, that's for sure. Not the beginning guys. I think you know, Jesse Rosenthal, does that name sound familiar? He was a SUNY guy at the very beginning, and he was telling about how he went into prison in the military because he refused to do things because he wanted to be a lieutenant, not a non-com. And eventually they made optometrists, I think Norman Hafford led that way to make optometrists become lieutenants.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was a tragic time. I mean, you know, being gay, you couldn't come out of the closet. You know, it was a terrible life to live this way.
Well, sure. Now you come out of the closet as a girl, and tomorrow you come out of the closet as a guy, and there's no more closets.
Oh boy, so here we go. So do you guys have a, oh crap. Okay, I'm trying to answer Andrea's question. I'm trying to find a description of the class, the Pearls class. Wait, I think I have it. I'm trying to actually cut and paste it in.
You have it because I can get it for you if you don't. It might not take, it takes a certain amount of characters. You might have to divide it up.
Yeah. See, that's another irritation. I just did something that was more than 250 characters and it's scolding me, but this error message is hanging around forever. I'm like, what is this, guys? There's no reason that has to stay around that long.
And why can't it be, there's no, except for them putting a criterion, make the criteria 10,000.
So yeah, I think the reason it's so low is actually for high volume chat. When you have a lot of people chatting at once, it can become a train wreck if too many people. But I mean, for us, obviously, for our application, more characters is fine.
I'm letting them know that was very well received. Or very.
Any more questions coming in? Why don't we wind it up? It's getting late.
Yeah, so we're getting a few. And yeah, I mean, the questions here are actually quite minor, which is good. One thing that I'm just chatting with the engineers about is the whole idea of, you know, being trapped in more than one place with more than one tab. And we are going to make changes to that so it's easier to dismiss old tabs that you might have open so the system doesn't get confused. You know, there's a whole bunch of these small things, but now that we've all used the system for quite a while, it's pretty obvious where these little changes can be made. So I'm happy about that. So, because there are so many points before you worry about, is the system going to be stable, is it going to work properly? And it has. Now we're just trying to sort of tighten up these little user interface things. So, but yeah, I agree with you. There's no reason for us to stick around much longer if everything here is quiet, and it looks like it is. You know, we could easily just put on a little film and I could continue answering questions.
I'll stay here till at least the 7 o'clock time in between the last lectures.
Yep. Yeah, and I'll be around too just to answer questions. But yeah, I mean, what we can do is just play a video in rotation, maybe those webinars again with Dr. Rodman. Or even, we could even do our little contact lens museum thing, which was always fun.
Yeah.
I don't even know if the museum's still open.
That never ages because
yeah.
it's pretty...
Okay, so why don't we do that? And yeah, so other than that, I think we're pretty well set here. Because things seem stable.
Yep.
And hopefully what we can do, you know, as we start planning 2024, I'll send out an email to everyone asking them for more feedback about what they want to see for next year. You know, I'll send out the sort of final survey, and you know, people will give us more feedback, and we'll try to cram in as much stuff as we can. So I guess that's it. So guys, thanks for doing this again.
Yep.
And yeah, so we'll play some movies here. I'll keep them going. And other than that, if anybody has any questions, feel free to type. We'll be around. So see you guys on the road, I guess.
February, but believe it, there'll be a lot of work done between now and February.
Yep, absolutely. All right. Well, take it easy, everyone, and we will catch you later.
Night.
Pat, would you tell us how you came about this idea? What prompted you and Craig to start a collection?
Well, you know, like most collections, you start collecting things one at a time, and then one day you wake up and you find you've got a museum sitting in your home, in closets, garages, and we found ourselves in that situation, and then decided that we were just going to open up a contact lens museum.
How long did it take you to curate the collection in here?
A long time, and that's an ongoing endeavor. You know, trying to do something of this magnitude while you're working full time and everything else, got full curriculum, and back there it's been very busy, but as you can see, it's just such a joy. It just brings so many smiles to so many faces when you bring older practitioners through here, because
another relic in.
Yeah, right, really, it's so true.
Why don't you involve me?
Because,
I have to get a few more years. You can take
yeah,
me,
that's
stand me
right.
up.
We'll put you in the chair.
There you go.
That won't be creepy at all.
No, it won't be creepy at all. But no, you're so right. It's just so many memories then come back to all of us that were touched by contact lenses. You know, it's when you think about how contact lenses have changed so many people's lives and changed their lives. All those keratoconus patients, irregular cornea patients. It's humbling, you know, to be a part of having this history. So we felt that,
Adam was one of the younger patients. Where did you get your lenses? You were 9 years old?
9 years old. Yeah.
So
yeah.
Probably one of the younger contact lens wearers.
Yeah, you know, they're in so many millions of people's lives have been changed so much with these.
Now, if practitioners have anything lying around their basements or garages or the back room of their practices, would you be interested in hearing from them?
Yes, we'd be very interested. That's where we pick up a lot of these relics. Every practitioner, literally everyone out there, has one or two items that have been given to them by an elderly patient, or they took over a practice that had been established back in the 30s or 40s. And somewhere in their archives are these treasures, that they've not known what to do with them. They hold on to them because they don't take up a lot of space, but they don't know they know they can't throw it out.
Right, of course not.
But they're looking for a place to send it. This is the place. This is the place to send it. So there, it can be archived, taken care of properly. Craig and I have spent, hours and hours learning about curating an optical museum like this. It's there's a lot that goes into it. We had to then apply for a nonprofit organization, a 501c3 with the government. We got that, so we're official.
So not only are you accepting items to be displayed here, you're accepting financial contributions to support the museum.
Very much so. This has been totally funded through gifts and so on, and by Craig and myself.
Oh, that's a good charity for next year.
That is, it really is. It's a lovely charity for individuals in the eye care profession that want to see, you know, the history of contact lenses preserved. So you can see here we encourage donations, and so we love it. You know, when people can, when they win the lottery, you know, send us some of that, and so we have fun. But it's, we get, believe it or not, our biggest support from patients. So they feel this incredible emotional, you know, tie to these lenses.
Sure.
Now this is actually just part of the collection. A lot of it still is in storage right now. We need a bigger facility. When we opened this up in July, we opened it up with the knowledge that we've already outgrown it.
It's a good problem to have.
Good problem to have. And so we're just going to keep raising, you know, funds as best we can, and hope to move into a bigger facility as time goes on. And then this is, like I said, part of the collection. The other collection I'm going to show you is the collection of antique glasses, spectacle lenses. Probably one of the finest in North America right now, and that's across the street at the school. It's this has been just a passion for Craig and I, you know, this collecting. And fortunately, we have wives that understand the insanity, because that's what it is. It's insane to be doing this. But you know, Craig and I have been blessed so much, like you have, like we all have, by the eye care industry. That
very much so.
Yeah, that it's just been a humbling experience to be a part of it. So this is our payback, or this is our legacy that we'll leave. You know, so.
And it's a beautiful one.
It's a start. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful start, and so we're real happy, very, very happy with it all.
Excellent.
So many, many years ago, as you can imagine, it's really myself and Craig Norman who kind of put this all together. The story begins over here. I'll sort of walk you through. This is kind of the evolution of contact lenses. All of these lenses here are made of glass. And so these were the earliest contact lenses in Germany and Zeiss. So they were the three making glass scleral lenses at the time.
When did Oberg come in?
Oberg came in the 1940s. How do you know that name?
I used to live with him.
Oh my. I was just reading a book this morning, his textbook from 1945 on contact lenses. It's really one of the earliest.
Yeah.
And that is, what a coincidence.
Oh, yeah.
So
Are these companies related? It's
no,
Muller-Sohn
they were
and Muller-Welt?
No, they were different families.
Okay.
Yeah, they had no relation. And so these, like I said, it's the largest collection of glass contact lenses in the world. So it's they're hard to find, very rare, wonderful to feel because they're incredibly heavy.
Can I touch one?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you can touch the one that is yours. We wanted, Craig and I wanted you to have this. This is a glass
Really?
scleral lens.
Wow.
And it's all the contributions you've made to the industry. You deserve that.
Oh, you are so kind. Thank you.
Yeah, it's,
Look at this
it's
thing.
kind of neat to have. You can see kind of how rough the optics were.
Very rough.
And, but, you know, they got better with time. That's a real early one.
Would you like
What
to see?
year?
This would have been probably early 1900s, so between 1900 and 1910. But you could feel how smooth the glass
The workmanship
was.
was wonderful.
But yeah, it's that's definitely one we wanted you to have.
That's very nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
This would be a real challenge to apply and to remove.
Yeah, it really is because of the size. These were about 22 to 24 millimeters in diameter, so they were pretty big.
And then I see that they're fenestrated as
Some
well.
of them were, and that's kind of unique, the number of them that were fenestrated. You can imagine drilling a hole in glass can be a little challenging. And,
A lot of breakage.
Yeah, but I'm always surprised when I'm going through the lenses, the number of them that have actually been fenestrated.
And that would have been a challenge as well, not only drilling the hole, but making sure that the edges are smooth enough.
Oh,
Because
yes.
that would have been quite painful had you applied a fenestrated
Yeah.
lens that wasn't smooth.
But then you look at these Zeiss lenses, the optics are absolutely perfect and they're incredibly thin. And I always wonder how many of those broke in the eye. You know, it wouldn't take much trauma
That would have been
to
a
shatter
really big problem.
those, yeah. But that was unique of the Zeiss lenses at the time. They were incredibly thin.
Do you know who made this one, the one that you gave me?
That one, yes, I do. That one was from the Mueller-Weld company.
Wow.
Yeah, that one.
Look
from
at these.
there.
And then
So
those are the molds right there?
Those are the molds.
So that is
and let
brass,
me,
and
let me
then-
take you through how, let's
looks like a
say
shell.
it's 1920 and I'm gonna fit you with a contact lens. It would all begin over here.
May I sit in the chair?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You sit in the chair again. That's where I sit. You know, I get comfortable in here.
Gretchen's gonna do the
And
good
now the molding process began by just simply mixing this compound. It's called moldite. And we would mix it in one of these containers. And then it would be placed into a syringe. And this mold then would be placed onto the eye and the moldite compound injected through here. And then it would take a perfect mold of the anterior segment. So the molding compound would harden in about 90 seconds. So you had to be real efficient with your time. You had to load this, inject it, and be pretty efficient.
So you have to do that on a board exam, right?
Absolutely. 1950s.
Jeez.
And then what happened next was when you had that beautiful mold, you would mix this next compound called cast stone. And that cast stone then was just like a concrete, but incredibly fine, powdery concrete. And then you would let it harden, and then you would have this beautiful impression of the eye. Now, back in the day, before World War II, a second mold would have to be made of brass. And the reason for that is that when the lens was actually turned into a contact lens, It was made of glass, and the glass would just simply, the heat of the glass would destroy the moldite, so it had to be turned into a brass mold. Then it was taken over here, and this is probably the highlight of the museum, and the fact that we have the only remaining glass contact lens making apparatus in the world. This
Really?
is it. This is the only one left.
Does it work? If you
It
wanted
works.
to create a lens,
Oh,
you
yeah.
could?
Yeah, we've had it fired up, and you could see we've destroyed part of the table from the firing it up, and it makes a lot of pops and noises. And now there was this vise was on the stand. We don't know what its function was, but it must have had some function. The problem with this instrument is that nowhere can we find anything written on how to manufacture the contact lens or how they were manufactured. So we're having to piece it together little by little. Now, the
If I push this, is something going to happen?
yeah,
Oh,
push it.
Push it?
Yeah, push both of them. This one.
Oh my
And
God.
it still works. That's the amazing thing. We fired up these motors, and they were still working.
This is incredible.
So, now, the way it worked was you attach the mold, the brass mold of the shape of the eye here. Top two, I think. Perfect. Now, that bottom, yeah, no, you got it. You got them both. Good. And what would happen is you had natural gas and oxygen that were mixed together. Those were, it wasn't propane. Propane hadn't been invented yet, so they actually used natural gas back in that day. And so the gases were then mixed up here to the appropriate concentration, and these valves controlled the amount of oxygen versus the amount of natural gas.
It looks like it's a very non-precise process.
Exactly, very non-precise. Then they had these 2x2 wafers of glass that were set right here. And then this was just simply brought around once the glass had been molten, and this just brought down and an impression made of the contact lens.
And that's the mold right there.
That's the mold
So you would
of the
swap
eye.
that out depending upon the
Yeah.
patient you're creating this for.
And then in this little container, when I got the instrument, it was just filled up to about here with asbestos.
Oh, excellent.
So that made it all complete. So then you would bring it back here, drop this mold, and because it was flaming hot from being in contact with the glass, and it would fall into the asbestos where it would be cooled. And now with these little tools here, the residual glass would be broken away. And then you saw over here how the edges were rounded, and then the power placed on the front of the lens with this. Now, the only thing we can think of here is that this was actually operated by hand to oscillate the application of the power on the front side of the lens. That's all we can actually kind of surmise. We don't know how else it was driven. And but everything came with the unit. It was intact. And it's actually from, of all places, Perth, Australia.
Don Ezekiel.
Yeah, Don Ezekiel.
And if anybody would have something like this, it would be him.
It'd be him. And you'll see as you go through the museum, many of the pieces are from Don's collection, and it was probably the largest in the world. And he gave it all to us, so we're really super fortunate to have that.
And he got his basement back.
I'm sorry?
He got his basement back.
Yes, and his garage. He had it in his laboratory, but when he sold the laboratory, it moved into his garage. So he was kind of grateful, but again, sad to see it all go away. And but to have the only one remaining, now this is for this.
A mechanical tool then, nothing to do with creating the contact lens.
No, just strictly for changing out the gas.
If you wanted to, is there gas in there? Could you make one?
No, we keep the live ones in my garage at home, but these are actually empty. And
So you have filled ones if you wanted to? I mean, I don't know that I'd put asbestos there, but you could create a glass lens?
We're the only ones in the world that can make glass contact lenses if you need one.
Have you tried it?
Oh yeah, we've tried it and it's incredible. Just, there's a lot of experimentation, getting the temperature right, getting just the exact amount of natural gas and the exact amount of oxygen. But you could see that it would be very easy to accomplish. Now, when PMMA came along, things changed rather dramatically because now it was possible to just simply use the mold itself rather than turning it into a brass mold. And what was used at that time then were these PMMA wafers.
That's actual PMMA?
Yeah.
I thought it was cardboard.
No, it has this protective coating on it, and you just peel this away, and then there's this beautiful piece of acrylic plastic.
Wow.
For scleral lenses.
That's really cool.
Very cool. And now, it didn't take any temperature at all to melt that. That was not like melting glass. So I think we even have one here that might be, yeah, there we go.
Oh, so that's it.
That's it.
So Darren asked the question, when you were in school, did you ever see anything like this?
Yes, well, with the way it worked in school, our contact lens course was one person with keratoconus that was handed down from class to class. And we had it was at Columbia University, and we had Isidore Finkelstein was the professor, a very bright guy, but that was it. And he had this one guy, and every time they had to do something to wash the lens or something, there was no sink. The Fink used to walk in to the bathroom and wash it and try it on. And this guy never succeeded, but he kept coming back from class to class.
Oh.
And that was the contact lens course in the 50s.
Oh my gosh. That's so interesting you mentioned that name. I read his name for the first time last night. Finkelstein from Columbia University. And the reason I came across it, I was doing a story, as I'll show you down here, on Dennis England, who helped invent the first corneal contact lens. But I came across an article written by Hank Knoll from Bosch & Lowe on this gentleman from Columbia University. And it was the first time I had seen his name, and so it was really
Yeah, so that was the
kind of neat.
That was the contact lens course.
Oh my
Period.
That's
End
so
of story,
cool.
and then whatever you learned happened afterwards.
Yeah.
It happened afterwards. But the academy required, in order to become a diplomate, you had to be able to fit a scleral lens and using moldite. And what happened, is basically we smuggled in some anesthetic because there's no way you can put that shit in your eye.
Yeah, no kidding. And say, stay still now. Because you can imagine if the patient's eye was moving during the molding process, you have a pretty bad mold.
Yeah, I mean, so.
What year did you earn your diploma?
In 1965, I think.
And so that was
67,
being required at that time?
Yeah, it was a very large class. the word was, you better get it now because it's going to get much tougher to do. But that particular part was separating the men from the boys, because you had to learn not only to do it, but then to adjust it. And I was always very unhandy. I figured I'd cut my hand off with the bars that they used.
Oh my,
So,
wonderful.
So we have glass lenses.
Glass lenses, and then,
really, in fact, we,
oh boy.
Boris and I suffered.
Oh my.
So here we go to PMMA sclerals.
PMMA sclerals, and you know, it was very, plastic was very slow to get involved into the, evolve into the contact lens industry. It was only after World War II that plastic really did replace glass.
Yeah, that was
as
from the
World
Air
War
Force.
II. Huh.
The plastic first started on airplanes.
Mm-hmm.
I see up there Ernst Abbey.
Yeah, Ernst
Does that have
Abbey.
anything to do with the Abbey value?
Yep, it sure does. That is it right there. He was the mathematician, the brains behind the Carl Zeiss Corporation, and he was a brilliant mathematician. He developed this machine right here. This was
It's like an early lensometer?
It looks like an early lensometer, but it's called a refractometer. And what it did is just measure the index of refraction of the glass. And because they were manufacturing glass at the time, they could never control the index of refraction of it. So each piece had a different index, and so what they had to do is read the index of refraction, and then they knew what radius to put on the front to create the power.
There was a lot of math involved.
There
back
was
then.
a ton of math involved back in those days.
Wow.
And, but he was the one who really kind of was at the forefront of that.
Now I see back here there are corneal lenses as well as scleral lenses.
Yeah, it's just like CDs and VHSs. You know, there's that time in space where the two cross over, and this was really it. In the 1950s, it was unsure which of the two modalities was going to really take over. Was it going to stay scleral, or was it going to go corneal? And so you see a number of these fun sets that have actually both in them. Now here's the Theo Olbrich sets out of New York. The one in the back was the original Theo Olbrich scleral lens set, and then the one in the front is one of the later sets.
I like these glasses down here. The world of contact lenses. That is really cool.
Bizarre.
So WJ made them.
Well, Newton Wesley was the man responsible for kind of bringing contact lenses into the mainstream. So in the early 1960s, he marketed everything to get contact lenses out to the masses.
God bless him.
Yep, and he appeared on the Steve Allen show, and he was just this incredible kind of showman, but yet incredibly ethical. And
He was keratoconic.
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you have any stories?
Well, yeah, he had a partner, George Jessen,
Yeah.
and George was a glad-hander type of salesperson, and Newton was the front guy with the research type of thing.
Right.
And they did everything, and they not only market glasses, but I remember they used to hand out ties.
Oh, I've got
Christmas.
one.
It says contact lenses on it.
Yes, it's so funny you should make that. You're the only one I've ever known right there from the Newton Wesley company, and but he was just this incredible marketer.
Yes.
And it was just so cool what he was able to do.
That's good. Somebody needs to get the word out.
Well, you know, and little known fact, it was Newton Wesley who founded Pacific University College of Optometry.
Is that right?
I didn't know that.
Yes, it's a rather kind of long and sometimes sad story because he founded it, but then had to give it up and sell it because of World War II and the internment camp. So his two sons and his wife ended up in an internment camp throughout the course of World War II. And it was here in Portland where the internment camp was. And Roy Wesley, his son, is still alive, and he is on our board of directors of the museum because he's this incredible historian of that era of the internment camps and all the kind of injustices done back then. So kind of a fun story to just hear him talk about.
Oh, I bet.
About his life growing up as a child in the camp.
Right.
So, and then over here, we have a couple other items. One is the Micon. This was the first commercially available contact lens solution that went into the back of a scleral contact lens.
What is Micon?
And, you know, it's, I'm not sure, I think it's a sodium bicarbonate system. What does it say there? I looked it up.
2%
there we
sodium.
go.
You were
Yeah,
right.
I was. Sodium bicarbonate solution.
So where did the name Micon come from?
Now, that I don't know. It was manufactured by House of Vision in Chicago.
House of Vision.
And House of Vision, yes.
It sounds like a sketchy place.
It does. It's like a haunted place. Now, next to it here is another one of those Wesley Jessen things. This was a research lens. And patients were losing their lenses pretty easily when they switched to corneal. So what they did is they impregnated the contact lens with little graphite particles. And then you would just pick it up with a magnet or find it.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, so it was a magnetic
contact lens.
and that's what it's actually stuck to, is the magnet right there.
Oh my
Did
gosh.
that affect vision by having that into the plastic?
It's sort of like putting fenestrations in the lens. They never really affected acuity very much, and just a clever idea. So, but they never marketed it or anything, but it's just kind of cool to have
A
one of
magnetic
their...
lens.
Wow.
Some patients
Magnetic.
may like to have that option available to them.
Oh gosh, I thought it was so clever, you know, but it just shows you, you know, you've got a problem, you know, this is how we're gonna fix it.
Who was the optician that brought the, I forgot his name, that made the corneal lens popular? Remember his?
Oh, Kevin Toohey?
Toohey, yeah.
Yes,
The Toohey lens.
Kevin
That was
Toohey.
the first one.
We've got some of his early things over here as we evolve from...
It took lids of steel to adapt to those.
That's for sure. Then we went from the sclerals into the...
Oh, we have a TUI contact lens fitting record back there.
Yes. Now that's kind of interesting. That's
Robert
Ryan. Now,
Is that a HIPAA violation, Pat?
Yeah, it's a definite HIPAA violation. Now, he was a famous actor.
Oh, sure.
Back in the 50s. And
another famous person was Ronald Reagan.
Ronald
He was highly
Reagan.
myopic.
Yep.
Having more contact lenses.
Wore contact lenses. So we had some pretty interesting things.
Oh, so here's the little scandal, I guess, with Dennis England. He applied for the first U.S. patent.
In 1945, I've got the original patent. Craig, I've got a Xerox copy, but Craig has contacted the patent office, and we're going to see if we can get the original patent, that patent application.
And Kevin Toohey preceded him.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
yeah,
sorry.
Followed.
Okay.
He followed him by 2 years, 1 month. Was 2 years later, Kevin Toohey took out his patent, or applied for his patent.
That was in the 50s, I think.
Yeah, 1950.
And then Bill Feinblum also got involved with scleral lenses.
Yeah, and there's Bill's diagnostic set.
Yeah,
You'll notice those green lenses there, and apparently someone told me that those were actually developed for treatment of an nystagmus. Now,
Did it work?
That I have no idea.
I didn't know why it would work.
Again, I wish Bill was still alive, and
You know,
I've got
there's a Yiddish
questions.
expression, it worked like a Teutonbankus, like a leech on a dead person.
Yeah.
So did you know Feinblum?
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, we used to work together.
He was the man.
Yeah, he was, Bill, what happened towards the end, he couldn't handle the contact lenses, so he referred to us. But he was a tremendous promoter, and his main specialty was low vision.
Yeah.
And he was able to get his face on Life magazine.
Yeah.
And he ended up having a tremendous practice on Park Avenue. And again, the low vision didn't work. But but people kept coming in.
I've got that Life magazine with that's his story, the Feinblum story. It's actually one of the really earliest
He knew how to promote.
publications. Yeah.
He was, well, actually, there's a direct link between Bill promoting and me. Afterwards,
Oh, my.
so I shouldn't knock him.
This machine, the Compumatic.
Yeah, it's the only one I've ever seen. Again, another WJ product from the 1960s, and you turn those dials, and it would you would build your contact lens. Each one of those dials put on a different radius of curvature.
Wow.
So you design both the anterior and posterior surface of the lens with that little, they call it computer, but it's just roller device. And a very, very cool thing. But
Did you ever use one?
no, never used one. It's the only one I've ever seen.
Yeah, those tinted lenses are also very interesting.
Yeah, those are from England.
Change your
Yeah,
eye color.
yeah, Caprice PMMA
We had looked
lenses.
at- Oh, God. Somebody needed his eye color changed.
Yeah.
I forgot his name already.
Well, I recognize something down
George
there.
Siegel,
Oh,
the actor, yeah. So
George
he came in, you know,
Siegel.
he was young and he had to play an Arab. He had blue eyes. So he had to play an Arab in some sort of film he was in. So Columbia Pictures sent him in. He was in New York in those days. So we had to give him one of those lenses. So I gave him the lenses and I gave him a bottle of anesthetic. So we were shooting because he suffered with those. They were thick and they were terrible.
Oh,
So he had to have dark eyes for the shoot.
Did you see the movie afterward?
No,
No?
maybe it didn't even come out, I don't know.
Yeah, it could be.
Who knows, many
Yeah,
of
maybe
them
don't
didn't.
make it.
I see a bottle of Playa-Gel down there. I haven't
Yeah,
heard
Oh my gosh.
that name in a long time.
Yes, Playa-Gel, and the ones behind it, the yellow ones are called LC65. They were big items back in the 60s for PMMA.
And what happened in the 50s and early 60s, these lenses were very thick. And somebody came up with the idea of what if we fenestrate them? And they put 4 little holes in, and they called it the vent air contact lens.
Yeah.
So vent air, and then became a marketer for the thing. They did a tremendous amount of advertising, and they ended up with offices all over the country.
Wow.
Ventair was one of them. There was one other company from Chicago that also.
Yeah,
stores.
there was a Spirovent,
Spirovent had one.
and
Just happen to have some of it right here.
yes, yes. Here's an original TUI brochure, and let's see. I don't know if I have my Ventair out there.
See,
No,
and
I
then
guess I
After
don't.
that, the lenses were so thick that the people were terribly uncomfortable, and that's when I went into practice. And Ted, my partner, worked for Ventair down the street.
Oh, boy.
And he sent people over to me.
Yeah.
And then we came up with the bright idea, says, hey, if they're so uncomfortable with thick, why don't we make a thinner lens?
Oh, boy.
So we formed a company called Micro Thin Contact Lenses, and we got one Orthodox Jew to work in Brooklyn in a lab, and he was the micro thin maven. He was the one that did it, and we had a thinner lens, and because we had a thinner lens, we were able to succeed where Ventair failed. So we built up a very large PMMA practice in those years.
How did Ventair feel about Ted?
They didn't know he worked for us. And then after that, he left there because the practice got big enough that we were able to.
Now, over in this cabinet is the early evolution of soft lenses. Soft lenses were developed by that gentleman there, Otto Wichterle, in Prague, Czechoslovakia. He started working on the material in the early 1960s. He actually started producing contact lenses in 1966, and those were the first soft lenses. They were called SPOFA, S-P-O-F-A, SPOFA lenses. Right there, right in front of you, is the first soft contact lens brochure ever produced. That was in 1965. These lenses here really do represent the first key mount for soft contact lenses. I've got one hydrated there. The rest are stored dry.
Wow.
Very kind of neat to have those as part of the collection. These were the original SPOFA cases from 1966. And about the same time, a company in upstate New York and Toronto started this Bionite company, which was the Griffin lens.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that was the high water content lens. It had about a 55% water, but you see it goes back to that same time frame as the Otto Wichterle lenses.
Oh, and there it says they were purchased by AO.
Yep.
And then became SoftCon.
Yep, and then became SoftCon, exactly.
And then B&L marketed them very differently. They had salespeople, and the first sales manager insisted that all their salespeople come in dark suits. So they were very formal,
very unique,
very businesslike.
Yeah.
With the Bausch & Lomb lens.
Oh,
And now we're into the salt tablets and heat units.
Salt tablets and then heat units. This is the
scepter unit.
Range of the scepter units. The first one you see right here was the original Bausch & Lomb one, 1971. The FDA had no idea on how to disinfect these soft contact lenses, so this is what Bausch & Lomb came up with. If you look kind of closely, that heater unit there was actually a baby bottle warmer. They purchased them from Gerber Baby Food Company and then modified the top lid to hold a contact lens case. So you filled that up. You remember the distilled water that you put in there and push a button.
And actually, it was a marvelous way to sterilize lenses because after that, the cold sterilization came in, but unfortunately, they put thimerosal into the solution.
And that was this one right here. This was the first.
And the red eyes started.
Red eyes started big time. So you'll love these names here, Paul. The normal, Flexol, and Preflex. That will resonate with you. Those are just so cool.
Alcon Swirl Cleaner.
Yes.
That sounds like toilet cleaner.
Well, it does sound like
Sorry,
The
Alcon.
scepter unit was something that the patients had individually. However, the office had very large units.
Right.
So you can
No, right
sterilize
down
the
here.
lenses, there they are.
I remember
And
those glass vials, cutting my
And that
fingers on them.
particular one ended up with a short circuit over a weekend, and our office burned down.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy,
The staff
yeah.
forgot to turn it off before they left.
They lost
So
many
we
an
had a
office
fire.
with that unit.
Wow.
And,
That was when you met me at the door, said, Dad, you can sleep late tomorrow. And when I came back from the lecture, I said,
you know, this was, you'll notice that a lot of different cleaning systems were developed because at the time, we had to make soft lenses last a year.
Right.
They were replaced on a yearly basis, so a lot of heroic things were developed to try to extend the length of time.
Matter of fact, we had one scheme. We met the developer, a woman who developed the contraceptive sponge. You remember this Seinfeld Spongeworthy?
Right.
It was a contraceptive sponge.
I remember that.
And it was FDA approved, and it had the ability that if you would rub a contact lens on it, you could clean it. And we say, this is what we're gonna do.
So how did somebody come up with that concept that this is a contraceptive sponge, I'm gonna put my contact lens on there? I mean, where did that come from?
Say what?
I mean, who would think of that?
So,
And the chemicals, because it was a spermicide,
Yeah,
right? So,
but-
I mean, wonder what the chemicals would
yeah,
do
so-
to
so
the lens.
We started dealing with this crazy woman who had some company in Europe and Germany, and it cost us at least 6 figures by the time we figured out it's not gonna work, and then she conned us. And so that, another scheme.
Okay, so I'm glad to hear that
You
that
talk about
was,
my West Indian land, that was even worse.
but, so that actually, nobody ever really did that, so she
No,
took
we
you for a
didn't.
ride? Okay, I'm
Yeah,
glad to hear that.
absolutely,
I mean, not that you were taken for a
No,
ride,
no,
I'm
I-
not glad,
I
but that
have-
nobody
I
was
haven't
cleaning their
taken for many
lenses on a
rides.
contraceptive
That was
sponge.
only, that was only, that was only one of the many rides.
I see CSI lenses back there, and now
Yes.
what else did I see?
Yeah.
Lens Plus, now we're getting into things that I remember.
Yeah.
Those terrible vials that you cut your hand on.
Yeah,
Yep.
and do you have there it is.
The crimper.
The
the
crimper,
crimper.
I remember those things, and those
Oh,
very
yes.
light, the caps.
Caps that
They were light, and then you
aluminum.
put it on, and then when you
Yeah.
try to pull it off,
Yep, there goes your finger.
yep.
And so it's just so much fun. Then lenses that never made it, the 3M lens called the Advent lens, lasted in the marketplace just a few months, and it was a pure fluorocarbon contact lens, very oxygen permeable. They teamed up with Allergan to promote that lens, but it never made it. The Epicon was another one that never quite made it in the marketplace. And then the Nike Maxite
I
down
remember that.
here.
You have any So Soft in there?
Silsoft is right here.
Yeah.
Another one that worked beautifully, 100% oxygen permeable, but
Yeah.
way too thick. So
Yeah.
it was terribly
And so
uncomfortable.
hard to remove
Yes.
too. It was that rubbery
Yeah,
thing.
it was Dow Corning owned it.
Yep,
and they
Dow
gave-
Corning, way to go. Man,
can
this
ask
has
Joe.
gotta be weird for you.
Yeah.
All these things
I
coming
love it.
back and
Yep.
just, you wonder where all that garbage is being stored. You know, I always ask myself, where
Well,
is
are
it
you
being
kidding?
stored?
I mean, I've got these Gilbert and Sullivan operettas up here that.
Oh, my.
You know,
Oh,
so-
that's, yeah.
But I can't remember what happened to them yesterday.
Yeah, me either. That's the truth.
Oh, you've got a DMV in there,
Yeah, we do, and.
and it looks like you have a designer case.
Yeah, we do.
There was a short period where Revlon bought out one of these companies.
Hydrocurve.
Bought out Hydrocurve.
Fort Barnes
And they
Hind.
got themselves a really serious PR firm in New York, and they sent me around the country to talk about their particular product. They were interested in tinted lenses in those days and changing eye color. And but they got me on morning shows all over the place by using a great PR firm.
And that's when you did Phil Donahue.
You know, Phil Donahue came through that as well.
These you'll remember. Now these were
I wear
called
contact lenses.
medical alert bracelets, and they were developed for PMMA lens wearers who had been involved in auto accidents and maybe in a coma, because what was happening is people were wearing PMMA contact lenses. They'd be in a 2-week coma. They'd finally look at their eyes and find a huge ulcer sitting there. So these medical alert bracelets made everyone aware of the fact that they were wearing contact lenses. And then these old Shiatz tonometers, you'll remember those. Both you and I were trained on those back in the day. And,
Wow.
Really beautiful instruments, and obviously replaced by applanation tonometry. And so...
You know what you need? Oh, you do have it over there. I see, you need I was looking at this trial lens set. You need a lens cabinet.
Oh, yes.
I have a friend at one of the practices where I worked, and she had one of those old, it was a big piece of furniture with the lens. It was beautiful. I wanted it.
Oh, no, I wanted those are, they sell for a lot of money now, as you can imagine, because they are just beautiful. And read this Barbie doll thing.
I saw that. Why does it say looking for Ken?
Yeah, I just put that in there.
It's a little sexist,
yeah,
Patrick.
a little bit, but
Oh wait, on loan from the Craig Norman Barbie doll collection? That's totally awesome.
Yeah.
We need to find out what other Barbie dolls Craig has in his collection.
We really don't know.
And you've got eclipse glasses in there.
Yeah, it's part of our history. 2017.
That was really interesting that we had done a story about how to protect your eyes during an eclipse, and there was so much interest drawn during that very short window of time of people talking about that and vision and blindness and looking at the sun. So it was a great news hook and great PR for all of eye care.
It was a wonderful opportunity for eye care to tell the story. And then we have a collection of eye cups there, and this was kind of the original treatment for blepharitis. And I don't know why it went out of vogue, because it's still perhaps one of the better treatments for cleaning the lids and lashes, and very popular in the 30s and 40s. As you can see, a lot of different styles came out. And
well, maybe it will come back into vogue, because neti pots are coming back into vogue.
Yeah.
Similar concept.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, that looks like patent medicine, though. What is that, McElroy's lotion? What is that?
Some of these were mixtures that you would put into the eye cup, and not sure what some of these actually had within them, but you'll see in the forefront the bicarbonate of soda tablets. That's what was usually used.
Baking soda?
Yeah. And
this is really cool. And I see some instrumentation up here too.
It starts over
Placido
here.
discs.
These are all from the early 1900s. These are all keratometers, ophthalmometers.
They look like satellite dishes of today.
There were still some in my school.
Yeah, just like that. And,
position, you had to get the axis on.
Yep, and they rotate, and I swear that they could still be used today. They're the electronics would just have to be redone, but other than that, they're fully functional.
Yeah, there's the old slit lamps too.
Yeah, the old slit lamps, and you really realize that very little has changed in the optics of eye care. Optics are just such a fundamental thing.
So this says circa unknown for this clock, and I'm guessing 60s.
Yeah, you know, some of this stuff I'm still trying to track down, you know. I need to get out to Bosch and Lohm. So much of the history of optics in this country originated there, and I've been in contact with their curator there, and a lovely person, lovely woman.
American Optical still do?
You know, that's the other one. American Optical in Massachusetts, are they still around? That I am not sure of. And if they're still around, AO was a big, big company. And then back here, we have some interesting things. One, this is our little humble library. What we're trying to do is also get all of the books ever written on contact lenses, and any articles, brochures, anything related to contact lenses, we're trying to archive and save as well.
Does the AOA library have?
You know, I'm surprised the AOA does not have a very complete collection. I've always been kind of a little taken back by the fact that they haven't taken their kind of the history of optometry a bit more serious. And
in Indiana, also, they have the Historical Society.
Oh, yeah.
They should have.
Yes, and so we need to get involved with all of those folks. Now this, here's a company you'll remember, Milton Roy company. Here's, it's American Optical, and this was the original inventory system for fitting contact lenses. And they came in two diameters, 8.2 and 8.7 diameter lenses, all PMMA. And then, but still a fairly complete set. So not many of those.
Your mother wore them.
Really?
She wore PMA for a lot of years.
And then, of course, this is the bathroom, but of course we had to deck it out with all of this antique stuff. And so this is really quite fun. And so really anything historical related to eye care, we jump on, Craig and I. This is something you might remember too, the old Leslie Jessen photo keratoscope. PEK is what it was called. And again, that was another WJ product.
And these are the projectors I used for many, many years.
I know. I know.
Sure.
See, the thing is that back in those days, that equipment never wore out.
No,
It's like these
Those
old,
chairs?
all these old Greens refractors. You know, they still are 100% functional today. The workmanship that went into all of these instruments was just unbelievable. And then the other thing that was always amazing to me is how heavy all of this stuff, because it was all made with cast iron, especially this chair. This is pure cast iron, and from the 1950s, and an old B&L keratometer.
What do you think, Dad? Do you think you could still work it?
What's that?
I bet you he could. It would come back to you.
This is a slit lamp, it's not.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not a
just
keratometer.
the
And there's the Burton lamp.
Yeah,
Used
the
to
Burton
put
lamp.
Black light.
Yep.
People used to use
This one I
fluorescent.
thought was very unique. It was on a mobile stand, and you would wheel it around, and
Fluorescent in and lit up the lens.
whole lot.
So this is the phoropter? Look at how tiny it is.
Yeah, that was one of the real early
That's an early one.
phoropters. Now here's one of the original phoropters, these Ang phoropters, and what you did here is you use your loose lenses and you would put them in here, and then your auxiliary lenses, the prism, would move into position, Maddox rods, all of these things. So this was the earliest of them. And then they evolved into that one there.
Wow.
So,
This had a joystick already.
yeah,
So this is a
Yeah.
newer model.
that's a newer 1950 Zeiss.
Newer.
So yeah,
Newer, yeah.
That's what I had.
1950.
As a matter of fact, most optometrists didn't use one. I remember
Yes.
when I was in the 60s, I joined the, they put me on the committee, the contact lens committee. There were very few people that limited their practice, so even though I was very young, they put me on there. And basically there was a problem because opticians in those days were the leaders in contact lens fitting, you know, and delivery. But the optometrist said, no, they didn't like that idea. I said, well, you know, one thing you could do is make it the state of the art that everyone has to have a slit lamp examination when they wear contact lenses. And then the AOA in their wisdom says, we can't do that because many of our members don't have a slit lamp and you'll estrange them. So not only didn't they have sinks in their exam rooms to wash their hands, they didn't have a slit lamp to examine eyes. But people survived.
Yeah, they made it somehow. Goes back. Hey, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
See you tomorrow.
You betcha. Sounds good. I love it.
So is this yours or is this the school's?
No, this is mine. Mine and Craig's. Completely. And now the story here begins actually in all places, China. China was the first country to produce spectacle lenses. And these are some of those early spectacles. Many of them are made of tortoiseshell, and some made of brass. They found their way to Europe, and they think through the adventures of Marco Polo, that he actually then kind of brought back the concept. So they were introduced in the late 1200s.
So Marco Polo brought the concept of eyeglasses, spectacles, in addition to spaghetti.
To spaghetti, there you go. And both have had a big impact. And then here are some of the earliest glasses made in this country in the early 1700s. These were made by blacksmiths at the time. And so they're made of iron, but they were shaped, and these are all from the mid 1700s. So
What are wig eyeglasses?
wig eyeglasses had these little extenders on them. You'll notice the little bars, the second bar.
To stick in the wig, to stay on.
stick in the wig.
Interesting.
So they were just referred to as wig glasses. And then in the late 1700s were these models that were available.
So we're moving away from the entire round shape. We've got some rectangular shape.
Yep, we
Oval.
sure do.
Interesting. So even then, we're getting into different lens shapes.
Yep. But still, the jewelers didn't get involved. And you can tell as soon as the jewelers got involved, because the frames got incredibly elaborate.
They're rimless.
Yeah,
that
they
rimless?
were rimless, but
Wow.
they were glass. They're all glass. Plastic hadn't come about until the 1920s. So very, very slow on the uptake.
Oh, and there's Franklin's bifocal.
Yeah, that's an original 1700 Franklin bifocal.
Where did you find that?
Again, been collecting my entire life, and
That's incredible.
yep. The only thing that I miss about these glasses, and same thing with the contacts, you just wish they could talk.
Oh, of
And
course.
just tell us your history and tell us where you've been. Would be just so absolutely fascinating. And then what happened then, pince-nez, and then the Oxford frames, very similar. The Oxford frame used a little spring to hold the glasses on the eyes. And then it was in the 1920s that plastic first got introduced.
Tortoise.
And
Horn rim.
tortoise, and beautiful, beautiful. You know, you look at some of these from the 20s and you go, I would wear those. I mean, those are very cool. I mean, they're just incredibly cool glasses.
Wow.
And then we have the 30s, and then these were glasses that were called inventory glasses made by American Optical. The doctor would buy them in these boxes like this, and then he or she would put them together. The frames are right there, and you can see the different bridge sizes. And then the bows that went around the ear were what are called gold-filled material. What they were...
Expensive.
Yeah, and you could see these are all gold-filled as well. And
you don't have these cases locked?
No.
All right, we're going to edit that part out.
Yeah, I don't have these locked.
When did male, female glasses start?
You know, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. You know, that's a good question, because they were the same for many, many years. These are just old ads, and then aphakic spectacle lenses. You remember those? Remember the old aphakic spectacle lenses? How thick, heavy, and
People just couldn't,
you know.
couldn't get around.
So here are some of the old optics books. We have the Irv Bosch refraction book that you and I were raised on. And that one's actually signed by Irv,
Oh, wow.
so kind of special.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another edition of ODwire TV. Now, as you know, if you've watched any of our programs before, technology is sort of what drives us. It's why we get up in the morning. It's why we do what we do. We love talking about it. Whether it's diagnostic instruments or products you dispense to your patients, you know, like contact lenses. Technology is really why we do the things we do, particularly technologies that help you in your practice, and today is no different. We're going to be talking about permanent water surface contact lens technology from Alcon. And believe it or not, if you've cracked open a copy of Tyler's Quarterly lately, you may or may not have noticed that these lenses represent their own category of lenses, like hydrogels or silicone hydrogels. So the three permanent water surface technologies are scientifically advanced and have some important characteristics and features. And so today we've decided to invite two clinical experts to talk to us a little bit about these lenses. Dr. Susan Resnick is a principal at Drs. Farkas, Castillo, Resnick & Associates in New York, New York. Fitting contact lenses has been her primary focus throughout her career, and she served as an advisor to industry and as an investigator in the contact lens and pharmaceutical industries. And Dr. Michael Slesky is the president at Chicagoland Vision Consultants in Schaumburg, Illinois. In his practice, he also emphasizes cornea and contact lens management, and he too has worked closely with industry to help consult on the latest contact lens technologies. And just to remind everyone, this episode of ODwire TV is sponsored by Alcon, and both Drs. Resnick and Slesky are paid consultants for Alcon, and were compensated by Alcon for participating in this discussion today. And so, Susan, Michael, thank you so much for being here today.
Pleasure. Having us.
So I guess, we should probably start off from the basics, right? So what is a contact lens surface technology? Susan, maybe you want to step us through it.
So a lens surface technology is something that we look at that's obviously very important, because what we're looking to do is ensure that the contact lens has certain key features and benefits that make it as compatible as possible and consistent with delivering the comfort and the vision that the patient wants. So there are a lot of different factors we can talk about when we talk about lens surface technology. And that would relate to how soft the lens is, how wettable it is, how smooth it is, and even how well it resists bacteria and surface deposits. So these are all things, as we know, when it interacts with the eye, that can contribute both to visual and physical comfort when patients wear their contact lenses. And they can be different for different types of lenses. We think about a daily disposable and what are we demanding of a daily disposable lens, but not every patient wears a daily disposable. And what about the patients that are in a reusable category? We're going to look for other things, and we're going to be getting into that in just a few minutes. So these are things that we want to ensure as comfortable an interface between the contact lens and the ocular surface.
Right, and this can be pretty important to patients, right? Michael, what's your experience been with it?
Oh, true. I think of the surface technology as being the primary thing. It's the first point of touch. It's no different than really putting on a shirt. You want that shirt to be comfortable all day long.
People define success when wearing contact lenses in a variety of different ways. That would be one way, I guess. But Susan, what's your own personal definition after doing this for quite a while now?
Is the wearing experience greater than whatever little kinds of annoyances that they may have attributed in the past with contact lenses, whether it's difficulty handling it or end of day discomfort or less than adequate vision. So if we can get them over any little obstacle that they previously associated with lenses, we've made a big improvement in the wearing experience, and that's the value that a good contact lens will bring to the patient and to the practice.
Right. And so in your mind, the issues that come up are, comfort is probably primary to a lot of people. Michael, do you see the same thing?
I certainly do. I really find that with 1 out of 5 patients dropping out of contact lenses, even new wearers, there's a substantial amount of them that are not going to continue in contact lens, and even worse, they're not going to tell the practitioner that they're not going to continue with their contact lenses. So it's quality of life. We're giving somebody the opportunity to enjoy visual freedom without their corrective spectacles, and that really follows an obligation. So if I make that commitment to my patient, I got to use a product, a device that's going to substantiate that so that they can enjoy their life with the contacts on.
Right. And, as patients feel discomfort or have problems with their lenses, it can be due to, as everyone knows, a wide variety of factors. But is there any sort of commonality that both of you have sort of seen when, people are having problems with their lenses in general? How about you, Susan?
So I think it all goes back to the tear film. We all know that while the cornea is the main refracting surface, it's the tear film that covers the cornea. And so if you have that first layer that's compromised, it's downhill from there. And so we know when we put a lens on the eye, it's basically splitting that tear film in half. You're going to have half your tears behind the lens, half your tears in front of the lens. And, with a soft contact lens, it's the tear film that's closest to the air that would be most likely to become compromised at some point. And we all know that environmental factors, evaporation, not blinking, staring, medication. So all of these things, some of which are modifiable, some of which aren't. But if we can get a lens that has the least negative effect or the most positive effect on tear film stability, patient will be more comfortable, the vision will be more stable. And to Michael's point, we often forget that, some studies show that 20% of new wearers will drop out of lens wear for vision or, comfort or handling reasons. And half of our patients, or more than half, aren't even telling us. So it really behooves us to not just say, how's everything, to probe a little bit more. And what I like to do is I like to ask the patient, how many hours do you wear the lenses per day? And then I follow it up with, how many comfortable hours do you wear the lens per day? Because if there's a mismatch there, it tells me that I can make some changes to make things better.
And the lens itself, as you mentioned, can disrupt the tear film just by the sheer act of putting it on one's eye. But what about other factors as well, besides contact lenses, that might be compromising the tear film even before you do something like fit a contact lens?
So many aspects affect us in that statement. First of all, it's our general health. There's medications that we may be taking. There's the environment. So many individuals are spending time on digital devices. The blink rate goes down. And what's interesting to me about it is it's become second nature. It's not something people think about. And oftentimes we have to remind them to simply blink, but more time spent staring. And when you disrupt that tear film, that has to have an impact. That's man-made. That's not a natural process.
And I mean, these factors are unavoidable, right? You're not going to tell people, no, you can't use your smartphone. No, you can't sit in air conditioning. No, you can't do these types of things. So you as the clinician have to kind of work around these limitations that you're dealt with.
Yeah, Adam, I've learned that unless my patient's truly harming themselves, I don't necessarily want to change their lifestyle. My job is to understand their lifestyle and try to find a solution for their lifestyle. And that truly is the key word, is a device that can provide them function throughout what they want to do, their needs and their wants.
And so when choosing a contact lens, right, you have to kind of think about this as well. What, when you look at a patient, what are their wants and needs, and knowing their lifestyle and getting a sense of it before you actually try to put them in a certain material.
Now that brings me to something, and I've kind of said this to over the years to many individuals in the hallways or in lectures or even to my own partners. It's so easy to look at a lens or a lens design and just say, okay, this looks good, I'm going to fit this to all my patients. I really believe that the lens has to be fit to the patient versus the patient to the lens. And now that we have choices, we can very carefully and methodically evaluate that ocular surface prior to fitting and choose, to our best of our knowledge empirically and through diagnostics, what's going to be the best match. It doesn't mean you're going to get it right on the first shot, but we at least know that we can go to these advanced technologies, and that's the beauty of having permanent water surface technologies, is we have this family of lenses that enables us to just take a look at the category as a whole and meet not just the wearing schedule, but the physical and visual profiles of the patient as well.
Right, and so let's get into it a little bit, right? That's what we were here to talk about today, is the sort of permanent water surface contact lens technology, and trying to find the best fit in terms of a lens that you could fit your patients with. And why don't we just dive in a little bit and talk about where this permanent water surface technology is actually being used and the lenses that actually contain it. So maybe, Michael, you could dive in and tell us a little bit about it.
This is fun for me. So let me break that up into two parts, share with my colleagues, and then what I share with my patients. So for my colleagues, you've heard Adam mention that this is a separate category in Tyler's. We know that already. Alcon has a portfolio of products. There are 3 distinct lenses. Each has a different property, even though they share some similarities of water surface technology. But these are not repurposed lenses, and each one has a specific purpose for a patient's need. And here's what I tell my patients. It's always been the same thing. It's always been lids, tears, and your cornea. And then I go ahead and I put a piece of plastic right in between. That's got to change something, right? But imagine, what if I can take that piece of plastic and change the surface as close to a liquid as possible? That's a philosophy I think about when I think of water surface technology.
And just taking a look at the lenses themselves, I know that Alcon has done a bunch of studies, showing breakup time, but maybe you could step us through just real briefly, what they've looked at and what this means, at least in an in vitro setting.
So I think I just need to preface this, Adam. When we talk about in vitro, we can't actually make a connection between what happens in a laboratory setting and what we can see on our patient's eyes. But what it allows us to do is look at relative differences between technologies off of the eye. And it tells us about the properties of the materials itself. And then that's what helps us make the match. So Alcon uses a very interesting video method of looking at water breakup time, lens surface moisture stability, and they call it the eye drop technique. And they actually soak the lens for a good amount of time in a phosphate buffered saline to get all of the solution off the lens that's in with the blister pack. And then they take the lens off on a dome, keeping the lens in its natural shape. And they take a video of when that moisture starts to evaporate. And, you know, we can see here in the graphic what the time frame is for the Dailies Total 1, the Precision 1, and the Total 30 relative to each of those, but also relative to other lenses in their respective classes. And we can see that the Dailies Total 1 is certainly the category leader, and I don't think any of us is surprised with that. You know, we've been working with these lenses for many years, and many of us know how that water gradient technology is so good in retaining the moisture. And we'll talk a little bit more about the polymer and the surface in a little bit. But we can see that the Dailies Total 1 lasts for about 39 seconds before that moisture starts to break up. The Precision 1 is next, and that's at about 30 seconds. And competitors range from about 5 to 18 seconds. If we look at both the monthly and the 2-week lenses, the Total 30, the moisture lasted for about 27 seconds before it started to break up. And that was followed by the Air Optics Plus Hydroglide at 19 seconds. And then, you know, the competitors in the categories came in anywhere from about 9 to 15 seconds. So permanent water surface technology lenses showed superior lens surface moisture stability. And again, just to reiterate, this is in an in vitro setting.
And if, you know, we're looking at the three different permanent water surface lenses, what's interesting to me is that it's not all the same technology, right? So we like to sort of group them together like you saw in Tyler's, but the technology that each lens is using is actually different. And maybe we can talk about that for a little bit. Maybe we could start talking about the sort of the granddaddy, right? The original, Dailies Total 1, and then work our way across the other two.
Dailies Total 1 was launched in 2013. It was the first water surface technology, but it uses something called water gradient technology. So let me explain exactly what that is. Contact lenses has traditionally been homogeneous polymer plastic. And Dailies Total 1 starts out with a 33% water content in its core. As it transitions to the surface, it gradually moves to nearly 100% liquid at the surface. But that transition, not only is it smooth, it also creates a thicker cushion of liquid. That is going to be your interactive surface with the eye and with the tears and the environment.
So the on-eye performance, if we wanted to compare it, let's say, to the AccuView Oasis One Day, Alcon looked at a lot of different features that we look in practice, and they looked at, you know, end-of-day comfort, lubricity after 16 hours of wear, tear film stability, and you know, tear film breakup. And they found that performed excellent in a variety of important outcomes, outperforming the One Day Oasis, which, you know, is a lens that a lot of doctors, patients might compare it to. It also demonstrated superior lubricity after 16 hours of wear. And to just tack on a little bit more of the science of what Michael was just saying, it also has something in there called smart tears, which is a compound called phosphatidylcholine, which is actually a phospholipid that's actually found in natural tears. So yes, it's that thick cushion of moisture, but it's also that extra component of the phosphatidylcholine.
From your perspective as clinicians, Michael said, again, that these lenses have been around since 2013. I'm actually wearing them right now. Tells you what I think of them. But what do you guys have actually seen in clinical practice, you know, with all the thousands of patients that you've had? How has Dailies Total 1 performed for you over that period of time?
Looking at the feedback from my patients, I ask them questions. Is there anything about the contact lens that I prescribed for you that you wish could be better? And that gives that patient the opportunity to speak freely. They can judge me. They can tell me if I'm doing the right thing for them. Consistently, I'm finding that patients are saying, I love these. All of those aspects that I mentioned earlier and Susan followed up on, especially with the smart tears technology, those are the key elements that provide vision, comfort, and consistency over time. Again, it's going back to, I want my patients to feel like I feel by not wearing anything. when they're wearing their contact lenses. I love the clinical performance.
And we've spoken a lot actually about the way the lens feels, but how does it actually perform visually, particularly over the period of time that people are going to be wearing them, right? Where, the goal is you're shooting for all day. How does it actually work? Susan, what's your experience been?
So, I mean, my patients love it. I wear them too, Adam. I know you do. And I happen to be in the multifocal. Is that a surprise?
Me too.
But,
me too.
And look, I'm staring at a microscope all day, just as Michael is. And, we have dry conditions here in New York City. And so, it's great because of the lubricity and, the feeling of comfort and not having on. But I'd have to say that the optics in and of themselves are really, really good. And I hear this from patients when I refit them. It's, there's 20 happy if there's 20 or 20 plus. And I'm just getting that clear, consistent vision, throughout the day.
When you're thinking about which patients you are going to try to fit into Dailies Total One, is there sort of, if you have a vision in your head, what does a Dailies Total One patient actually look like? Besides you and me, Susan, what does a Dailies Total One patient, when you think about them, look like?
I really have struggled with this a little bit because I love the technology of all the water surface lenses. And I have a feeling that a lot of my colleagues are asking the same question. Okay, I've got this technology. Who do I put in what? Do I look at function, cost, desire? What are the factors? So I'm using Dailies Total One platform for my high demand patients. So let me describe what I consider a high demand patient. This is a person that has tried contact lenses before and has checked off on the medical history form. Yes, I've worn them. No, I'm not interested in them. It begs the question, why are you not interested? Whether it was vision, whether it was comfort, any of those things, I call that high demand because that's a challenge. High demand also means somebody that has a long day. Dailies Total One has a great platform for that. So I like that aspect about it. That's the position I have. And this has been a consistent, comfortable lens for them to wear. The vision has been consistent over time. It's simple, it's maintenance free. It's a great place to start and keep the patients. So that is what I consider a high demand patient.
Okay, well, great. Well, thank you so much, both Susan and Michael, for being here today, giving us all, this great advice and all these little points that you can share with your patients as well. So thanks again for being here.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thanks, Adam.
And for those of you watching, join us for part 2 of our conversation, where Susan and Michael will discuss the most recent additions to Alcon's permanent water surface technology contact lenses, Precision 1 and Total 30. Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another edition of ODwire TV and part 2 of our conversation around Alcon's family of permanent water surface technology contact lenses. Now, if you've cracked open a copy of Tyler's Quarterly lately, you may or may not have noticed that these lenses represent their own category of lenses, like hydrogels or silicone hydrogels. So the 3 permanent water surface technologies are scientifically advanced and have some important characteristics and features. And today we're going to be talking about the 2 most recent additions to the permanent water surface technology family of lenses, Precision 1 and Total 30. And so today we've decided to invite 2 clinical experts to talk to us a little bit about these lenses. Dr. Susan Resnick is a principal at Drs. Farkas, Cassillo, Resnick & Associates in New York, New York. Fitting contact lenses has been her primary focus throughout her career, and she served as an advisor to industry and as an investigator in the contact lens and pharmaceutical industries. And Dr. Michael Slusky is the president at Chicagoland Vision Consultants in Schaumburg, Illinois. In his practice, he also emphasizes cornea and contact lens management, and he too has worked closely with industry to help consult on the latest contact lens technologies. And just to remind everyone, this episode of ODwire TV is sponsored by Alcon, and both Drs. Resnick and Slusky are paid consultants for Alcon, and were compensated by Alcon for participating in this discussion today. And so Susan, Michael, thank you so much for being here today.
Pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
So in our first conversation about permanent water surface technology contact lenses, we talked about Dailies Total One. And today I wanted to continue that conversation by talking about the other lenses that are included in this unique category. And so that probably brings us to the sort of next lens in the family, Precision 1. And I remember when Precision 1 came out, people, when they first saw it, they didn't know what to make of it at first. This question mark came up over their heads, like, is this just another version of Dailies Total 1, or is it something completely different? And of course, now we know Precision 1 is not Dailies Total 1. It is different, and it uses different technology. Maybe, Susan, you could speak to us a little bit about how Precision 1 is different technically from Dailies Total 1.
So, as Michael said before, this isn't just new and, well, he didn't say it like this, but this isn't just new and improved Tide. It's not the same basic lens that, repackaged. It's a totally different lens, a totally different polymer. It's Verifelcon. And it is not, even though it's a permanent water surface contact lens technology, it's not a water gradient technology. It actually steps up from a low water content to a higher water content. But that being said, the step up is less of a step. So it goes from a 51% water at the core to a little more than 80% water at the surface. While it has a really nice cushion of moisture, it's about roughly half the thickness of the cushion of moisture of the Dailies Total 1. But where does this fit in? And this is where, again, we as practitioners go, okay, we got all these lenses. How are we going to divide them up? We're going to flip a coin? No. So the purpose of this lens, or where it's sort of its niche, is that it is a lens that handles extraordinarily well. So it gives all of the features and attributes of a water surface technology. But for that novice wearer, maybe patients are a little bit challenged in terms of handling, it is a lens that handles very well. And we all have a lot of patients. We have a lot of challenging patients. If we think about it, those are the ones we remember. But the majority of our patients probably aren't all so challenging. So what about those who don't really have those physical or physiological challenges, who just need a really good, comfortable lens that's easy to handle? And that's where I think the Precision 1 comes in. So you've got the excellent vision and the excellent handling. And again, harking back to the Anna Sully study, where she looked at what encourages dropout, or what motivates people to drop out, if I can use that word. Oftentimes with new wearers, it's handling. So it's really critical that we don't have our patients being frustrated with the very first step of lens wear, which is inserting and removing the contact lens.
Right. And once they get past that first step, of course, this lens uses the smart surface technology, right? Which, again, is another one of the advanced surface technologies that we've been talking about. Maybe, Michael, you can speak to this technology and how it sort of fits in and compares to Dailies Total 1.
The way that I see smart surface technology is, if Dailies Total 1 is a gradient, I think of it as progressive spectacle lenses. You've got a progression going from distance into a near segment. Whereas the Precision 1 with smart surface technology, it is a step up. So to me, that's a line bifocal. And friends, I'll tell you, there's a place for both of those in my practice. I have patients who wear line bifocal because of the specific needs that the optical design gives me. Same thing with progressive lenses.
I like to think of it as my workhorse lens. I mean, I know that word is used a lot, but that truly is what it is. And then for the patients that we discussed before that are more challenging, you can step it up from there. But this to me is a lens that meets the needs of most contact lens wearers.
Susan, I love what you said about that. I'm going to throw something out that you might identify with. There's an expression: if it ain't broken, don't fix it. Right?
That expression.
So, right? And I think that's great for a washing machine, maybe a dishwasher. But when patients come in and see me and I ask them that question, is there anything about your contact lenses that you wish could be better? And they may say, no, there's nothing. And I'm looking under the slit lamp and asking about their habits, how they wear their contact lenses. What I say to them is, if it ain't broken, enhance it. We enhance everything in our daily activities. We have new cell phones, we have new computers, we have new clothes. We don't continue to reuse or repurpose those things. And that's where I found that Precision 1 has really worked well in my practice. And that's what I found patients are preferring compared to their habitual lenses. And I don't think that I did anything wrong in the years of past by giving them technology, but that was technology from them. Right. This is water surface technology. It's a great workhorse lens. It's my mainstream go-to.
Right. It's funny. I've got a teenager at home, and when I ask him how his day was, you know what you get? You always get the answer, it's fine. Right? My day was fine. And then they clam up. I kind of wonder, is it the same with contact lens patients, where they will just tell you, it's fine. How do you actually probe a little deeper you know, because as you guys know, it's not always fine, right? They're just not talking to you. They're not telling you. What is it that you can do to kind of tease this out of them to try to make their experience better, even when they're not necessarily being upfront and telling you?
That is true. And there are two main reasons that happens. One is that patients assume that this is just the way it has to be. And the other are afraid to tell you because they think if they're going to tell you something negative, you're going to tell them they can't wear their contact lenses. So that clinician has to keep in mind. So, and again, I alluded to this before. I first ask an open-ended question and I say, you know, how are you doing, you know, with your contact lenses? And I let them answer. And then if I get that, oh, great, which is, you know, even at 35, my children still answer me with that. So it's not just teenagers. I ask closed questions, which is how many hours a day do you wear lenses? When do the lenses start to bug you, if at all? And how does your vision feel at 6 o'clock at night versus 1 o'clock in the afternoon? So I'll ask those three key questions. And from then I can tell, is there an issue or, you know, what kind of changes do I have to make? But I'm like Michael, even if everything is great according to them, and even if it looks great, the only reason my patients come back to see me, it's not because I'm so charming, although people would suggest otherwise. It's because I'm constantly, I'll use the word, whetting their appetite for new technology. So I was probably talking about these lenses 6 months to a year before they even became available. Not that I have telepathy, but I'm always telling patients that research and development is an ongoing thing, and that, you know, these lenses are great. These are the kinds of things I was talking to you about last year. And so I kind of always harken back to the last visit because it's what motivates them to come back to see me. And it also is what engenders loyalty and referrals.
So, you know, we've spoken about the disposable water surface lenses now. There is a third lens in this family, and it's a reusable lens, and it's called Total 30. And I think we should probably touch on it a little bit, right? Because it is unique in that it is reusable versus the other two. So maybe you could just step us through a little bit about what Total 30 is all about.
I have to say that I love this concept. And it's the most ironic thing to hear me say that I love this concept because I started out at about 15% single use in my practice. It was a long journey. Then got to 35, got to 55. Those were really, really big challenges. But something took off after 55. I got comfortable with it. I help my patients get comfortable with it. And, you know, 8 out of 10 patients today I'm putting in single-use lenses. And I'm not saying that to boast. I'm saying that because I believe, and I found a way to make my patients believe. But that means that I have at least 2 out of 10 patients that are either not prepared to put on a single-use lens, or it is not in their budget. And those, friends, are truly my most valuable patients because they really do stand the highest risk of dropping out of contact lenses. And if I lose them, I've impacted their quality of life. That's important to me. So for years, since 2013, the concept has come up, well, what if there was a water surface technology in a reusable lens? And more importantly, why isn't there one? So it's here today. And the key thing I understand about Total 30 is, again, it is not a repurposed product. It's a material that was specifically designed to be able to be worn for more than 1 day. That means it has to have characteristics. Number one, it has to be compatible with solutions, which it is. Number two, the surface has to stay resistant to deposit formations, foreign particles, or even bacteria. And we're going to get into that, Adam. We're going to talk a little bit about that technology, Susan and I, and share with our colleagues what it is that makes it unique and why we've embraced this technology for our reusable wearers.
Just to build on what Michael says, this particular technology in the Total 30 is actually leveraged on the Dailies Total 1 technology. This is a water gradient, you know, much like that. The Total 30 is of a new polymer called Layfilcon A, and it actually has about 55% water at its core, and then it goes up to about 100% water at the surface. So this is a little bit more analogous to the Dailies Total 1 than the Precision one. But to Michael's point, there's few other features and benefits of this lens which specifically speak to the fact that we want this lens to feel as good on day 30 as it does on day 1.
Right. And speaking to that, so there's this technology built into it called Celligent, which you're not going to get in the other two lenses. Maybe, Susan, you could speak to that, what this is and how it works.
So this is, if we remember our ocular anatomy, we know that on the corneal surface, is something called the glycocalyx, which is produced by the microvilli of the anterior cells on the cornea. And so what Alcon has done with their polymer technology is they've actually been able to mimic this glycocalyx using nanofibers within the polymer itself. So we can see here on the left, there's glycocalyx in the corneal surface, and it provides a gel-like layer of protection with the microvilli. Actually, it's a dynamic process. So these microvilli are kind of sweeping across the surface of the eye. And what the Total 30 is that with biomimetic properties, it actually allows the nanofibers in the material itself to achieve the same kind of dynamic function. And what this does is that it actually helps it to be resistant to lipids and bacteria. But on a chemical basis, it's a net neutral charge. And what that means is that large molecules that have, charges on them aren't going to stick to the surface. So there's the net neutrality in the chemistry that repels, plus this dynamic motion of the nanofibers. So this is, a very, very unique technology.
And Sue, also that has those nanofibers, MPC for short, that's got a proven track record.
That's actually used to line stents for cardiac procedures, and it repels some of the lipids that can build up in artery walls and everything. So it definitely is a very inert polymer, and it's very compatible with the natural physiology, of our bodies. So to have this in a lens where we want to look for that biomimetic property on the surface of the eye, is a great thing.
I think that's what made the difference for me, at least, is I was excited that we were using water gradient technology for our patients in a reusable platform. But I just found that really interesting that industry is creating a platform for us that's moving us closer and closer to space age, if you will, that you're mimicking the way the human body works. That's got to do something for me. So I like that.
And of course, Alcon has actually put the lens through its paces in vitro, sort of measuring its softness and lubricity and so forth. So before we talk about the experience on the patient's eye, maybe we could talk a little bit about what the lens has been like in the lab.
Alcon looked at the material properties of the Total 30 lens. They looked at two key features of the material, and one is how soft the lens is, and the other is how lubricious or smooth the lens is. And the study showed that the Total 30 lens was at least 5 times softer in terms of its lens surface than other reusable lenses. And with respect to lubricity, there was a 3 times greater surface lubricity in this lens than in lenses in the reusable category as well.
What hits me with this is if I can have a contact lens polymer that could be as soft as possible, I'm going to ask my patient, what do you think? How does it feel in your eyes? And it all comes down to their response. If they say to me, I prefer it, it feels lighter, it feels like there's nothing in there, I think that's a very good foundation for the clinical rationale of why I would pick a polymer that has a lower modulus, that has a higher lubricity to it.
And Michael, you mentioned before that the majority of your patients are in daily disposable lenses, but of course there are always patients who will not be, who will be using these monthly replacement lenses. I guess if we had to sort of picture, what does this patient look like that's going to wear Total 30? Again, if you had to have like an archetype, who is this person and why do you fit them with Total 30? Who are they? What do they look like?
It's actually a patient that I just saw that I had transitioned into a maintenance-free single-use contact lens, also with water surface technology. And for one reason or another, this individual was not prepared to make that transition and had reached out to me and said, hey, is there something that I can do that's more like my lenses that I wear on a monthly basis? And I said, sure, let's get you back in the office. I have the technology and a water surface lens. We'll test those, see what you think about them, and move forward. So that is an ideal opportunity. But also, even preemptively, if you have patients that tell you at the time of the visit, or you may have some questions about how they're going to accept the lens, the time is here, the time is now. We have the technology to do it. move forward with it.
And Susan, what about you? What does your typical total 30 patient look like?
Yeah, so I'm going to add actually 3 things to that. So I'm just like Michael. So remember when I was talking about like the patients who come in and they're looking to change and they're very proactive. Well, I have another subset of patients who are the opposite, who love, how shall I say it, not to change. They're just very happy never making a change in terms of most things. And I don't fault them for that. And, I don't treat them any differently. To me, that's the ideal patient. And so I'm able to get them all the, physiological benefits, visual benefits, comfort benefits, health benefits of going into a total 30 without their thinking that I've made a big change. But then I have 2 other categories of patients where these lenses come in great. I do have some very, very environmentally conscious patient, and they just don't want to be throwing lenses and blister packs away every day. Bingo. This lens is great. And then there are patients who just find the reusable, the monthly lenses. I'm not sure if it's real or it's imagined, just a little bit easier to handle. So I will, certainly concede. And I feel so much better now having this lens because now I don't feel like I'm compromising in this modality.
Right. You bring up an important point, actually, so that in the beginning, when there was just Dailies Total 1 in 2013, you had this permanent water surface lens, but that was the only one. And you just had a limited subset of patients that you started fitting with it. But now, as time has moved on, you now have basically a set of technologies that covers most people, right? A good proportion of all your patients. So there's a lot of options at your disposal that just weren't there before.
Exactly. It's just so nice to have choices. And what I love about these choices, you know why it's so hard to make it? Because they're all great. So it's not, it's a good problem to have.
And, we've spoken a lot about the patient's perspective on all this, but, from the clinician's perspective as well, these are useful products in terms of practice management, right? Because contact lens patients, obviously for both of you, right, they make up a bulk of what you do. So these are important products in your practice as well to see patients back every year.
So I was just wanted to make one other point with respect to that. I don't find these replacement schedules necessarily mutually exclusive. So I have, patients who 9 months out of the year will wear a monthly replacement lens. And then when they're traveling for the summer and more seasonal allergies, they'll go into a daily disposable replacement. So, and certainly, again, some patients like to have some of each.
I want to add one thing that I heard from a colleague that I want to give full credit to, Dr. Wilson out of Texas. I heard him say something phenomenal. He said, my job as your optometrist is to make sure you run out of your contact lenses on time. And that's really where I see this technology. When the person is enjoying, when they're comfortable, they're going to use it. They're going to be more compliant to use it. And you're really tying them directly back into your practice. If you don't say to the patient at the end of the exam why you're doing this, you've lost it. So we as clinicians, we understand this technology, and some may be a bit wordy, but we understand why we're doing this. Here's a great opportunity for us to tell the patient, here's the reason why I'm giving you this lens. I'd like your feedback on it. Tie them into your practice.
We've been talking about what makes a contact lens successful for the patient. That's what we've been focusing on right now, both scientifically and clinically. But for your practice, from your perspective, what makes a contact lens successful for you?
So I look at really 3 things. The most important thing is the health and the happiness of my patient with respect to their contact lens wear. So the happiness would maybe go more to the emotional benefits, and that would be my emotional happiness as well as the patient. I always want both of us to be happy. We're each looking perhaps, we have most things in common, but I may be a little bit stricter. In terms of the clinical benefits, that's strictly up to me. That's looking at the vision, the corneal health, the quality of the tear film and everything while the lens is on the eye, and then when the lens comes off of the eye. And then, certainly, the practice benefits, there are the tangible and the intangible. The intangible ones are really, what is my net promoter score with respect to that patient? In other words, is this patient an active promoter of my practice and what I've done for them? And I'm happy to say today was a good day. All my patients came in and brought their mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, and that's what I want to see. But at the same time, I look at the hard economics of it, and if the patient's happy, they're basically coming in, replacing their lenses with me at every visit, no questions asked, and we keep it very smooth and convenient for the patient. So, again, it's pretty much a three-prong differential as I look at product and patient experience.
Right.
This is, I want to chime in on what you said, the emotional component of it is, that's a big part of what we do as clinicians. It's trust. And I found this as an opportunity to just continue the trust I've been building with my patients. I love what you said about the emotion.
And sort of one final question I had for you. When you're speaking to patients about water surface technology, how can you sort of get it into a language that they will not just understand, but also relate to? Because obviously we have one audience here today that's listening to us, and we all sort of understand the science and everything that goes behind it. When you're speaking to the patients, what kind of language can you use to really make it relatable to them?
Some of the things I said today are a little bit more wordy, they're more technical. With a patient, I can get it as simple as possible. It's lids, tears, cornea. Then I put a piece of plastic inside, in between those. What if I could take that piece of plastic and try to cover it with as much water as possible so it feels more natural? And I want to see what you think about it. That's it. Is I tie my patients into, give me your opinion. Tell me what you prefer. That helps me to build on the clinical rationale of why I'm doing it. But to the patient, it's simple, and they're engaged. That's what makes it different for them.
The contact lens is a foreign body, and I don't want their eye to perceive anything as being foreign or unlikable. And I tell them that this lens, because of the amount of moisture on the surface, the eye perceives it as being just a little bit more water on the surface of the eye. The lids perceive it as being a nice, smooth surface.
Okay, well, great. Well, thank you so much, both Susan and Michael, for being here today, giving us all, this great advice and all these little points that you can share with your patients as well. So thanks again for being here.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thanks, Adam.
And if you haven't already tuned in to our first conversation on Alcon's permanent water surface technology contact lenses, check it out right here on ODwire. I'll include a link to the show in the comments. Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome back to another edition of ODwire TV, and today is all about drops. And specifically, we're going to be speaking about Sustained Complete Preservative Free, or PF as they call it. Now, dry eye knowledge has come a long way since I first learned about dry eye. I guess it's, well over 30 years ago. We didn't know as much back then. There wasn't as much science, and back then, in the old times, as they used to say, a drop is a drop is a drop. But these days, that is absolutely not the case. The science of dry eye has advanced, and the drops themselves have advanced. So today, we are very fortunate to have an actual scientist with us here today, a person who has worked on these drops and can tell us all about the technology behind them and how you can use them in clinical practice. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Howard Kettleson to ODwire TV. Howard's the immediate past head of ideation in dry eye and global vision at Alcon. He spent a majority of his career focused on ocular health innovation and the development of the Sustained portfolio of products. In partnership with Alcon R&D, he built on the discoveries and research of past and present Alcon scientists and explored new strategies and ideas for meeting unmet consumer and medical needs through the development of breakthrough formulations, packaging, and device technologies. Howard brings a passion and commitment to his work, and I'm so happy he was willing to spend some time with us here today. So Howard, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
And so, I brought up a little bit about dry eye and how the science has advanced, and I just want to remind everyone sort of clinically why this is important, right? So just to quickly review, about 44 million adults in the US suffer from dry eye symptoms. The overall economic burden is about $55.4 billion annually. More importantly, these patients are already in many of our practices. So whether they're telling you that they have dry eye or not, they're there. And you want to try to help them as best you can. And in fact, many patients are probably even treating themselves finding products, and they could definitely use some guidance. And, Howard, maybe you can talk to us a little bit about Sustain and how it's evolved over the years. I know you've been intimately involved with the product, for a very long time, and you've been working closely with Don Korb as well, someone who I think most of our audience is familiar with, one of the pioneers of dry eye.
Yeah, I mean, when I started in Alcon in 2000, and really at that time there was very few differentiated products on the over-the-counter drops. However, I think when you go back and you look at the technology of Sustain, and when we started this work, it was in many ways revolutionary to dry eye drops. And the reason for that is just the delivery mechanism of getting ingredients on the eye in a unique way. And really, I was fortunate to work with some great scientists, engineers, manufacturing, and clinicians to start that work and bring the family of Sustain as we've seen over the years.
Right. Now, you mentioned the word family, right? So what does that actually mean in reality to people? How are all the Sustain products kind of related to each other?
It's a good question, and it's a question that comes up often, because when you look at products in this category, everything seems to be similar. What we started with was a gelling technology that essentially cross-links in the eye as a reflection of pH. So essentially, it's a smart polymer system that, in combination with actives like polyethylene glycol, propylene glycol, you get a cross-linking mechanism to get a meshwork that forms on the ocular surface.
Right. Now, this technology is referred to as HP Guar, right? People can see it behind me, and I'll actually put up a slide on the screen as well so they can take a close look. Maybe you could take us through what this is all about.
Yeah, HP Guar, HP stands for hydroxypropyl, and guar is a galactomannan, it's a polysaccharide. And HP essentially allows the polymer to be easily dissolved, so it doesn't have any issues in terms of mixing. And the key part of this particular polymer is it has what is known as hydroxy groups called cis-diols. So it's in a particular configuration that allows the cross-linker, which is borate, as you've shown here, to actually undergo a cross-linking mechanism to essentially entangle the polymers, so you get a meshwork-like formation.
Right. Now, Sustain itself is a liquid, right, in the bottle, but then when it touches the ocular surface, because of the pH, that's when it turns into a gel?
And it's fascinating because, when you think about if someone were to just take that solution in the bottle and put it on their fingertip, it is not even close to something that would be in the eye. So in the eye, of course, it forms this entangled polymer network, which forms a nice thin layer across the cornea. And literally, it is like a mesh network.
Right. So the tech is very advanced. I said in the beginning, a drop is a drop is a drop was the old philosophy before people really understood dry eye. But I'm putting it up on the screen right now so people can get a sense of the timeline. Maybe you can walk us through, as the science evolved. I guess this timeline covers about 20 years. What happened? What kind of science was happening in the background that made this all possible?
Yeah, I mean, some very important pivot points over the years. Of course, when Sustain Original was launched, that was all about aqueous deficiency. It was meant to be a differentiated product compared to the classic HPMCs, CMCs, which are more the classic lubricants out there. And when the first DEWS report came out, we started to think about how do we incorporate improved retention properties, improved wetting, and Sustain Ultra was all about improving that hydration retention aspect of the formulation. Of course, back in 2012, when really meibomian gland dysfunction really started to be more visible to the community of optometrists and ophthalmologists, really at that time, when you went to conferences like ARVO, there wasn't a lot of MGD work, and Alcon recognized, along with working with folks like Don Korb and others, that we needed to do something that would address meibomian gland dysfunction, or to at least try and do something that would provide lipid supplementation. And around that, in that time, Dr. Korb had done tremendous work clinically with some lipids that do provide interesting what I would say is reinforcement of the tear film by improving tear film stability, tear film thickness. And from the learnings of Don Korb, we worked with him on developing Sustain Balance, which is a formulation that is the first formulation that is an emulsion. So it's an oil and water emulsion, which means that you have water as a continuous phase with oil droplets in it. And in those oil droplets and on the periphery of the droplets is a phospholipid called dimerysyl phosphatidylglycerol, DMPG, which is a polar phospholipid. The DEWS-2 report came out, and obviously there's a tremendous amount of learning from that report. And one of the learnings was that polar phospholipids do contribute to tear film integrity. And we were fortunate that back in 2010 we had worked on Sustain Balance, launched it. And knowing that polar phospholipids are important for tear film reinforcement, integrity, replenishment, we did something really, I think, quite interesting in that we essentially transformed Sustain Balance using nanotechnology, where we were able to essentially reduce the droplet size to below 100 nanometers, which really is quite advantageous in terms of getting more product and what I call active product that's in the formulation to the eye. And that really set the stage, I think, for our product called Sustain Complete Multi-Dose Preservative Free, which is a unique bottle that prevents backflow and contamination. And that being said, just for everyone's for context, we also during this time had come up with a hyaluronic acid combination product called Sustain Hydration. And Sustain Hydration was a product we had done quite a bit of work on from a cellular level and doing experiments to define, could we have synergistic value with HP guar and hyaluronic acid, and Sustain Hydration was developed.
Right, and in fact, let's talk a little bit about these nano-sized lipid particles in Sustain Complete. I want to put up a picture to sort of illustrate what it is that you were talking about. Maybe you could walk us through how this actually works.
Yeah, when we started this work, it's, making emulsions is not easy. It's something that demands a lot of creativity and a lot of scientific excellence to come up with something that's stable in a bottle. And what we did at that time is we were working with high pressure homogenization technology, where essentially we're pressurizing a solution under extreme pressures. And from mixing and these high pressures, you're able to essentially power down the droplets into smaller droplets. And from that highly pressurized mechanical system, in combination with the polar phospholipid, you're able to get these nano-sized lipid droplets.
I think it's about half, or just a little more than half, of folks want a preservative-free option, right? And that's what a lot of doctors are recommending. And so I know you mentioned Sustain Complete PF before. Maybe you could just run through a little bit about the product in particular.
Yeah, I mean, the formulation is essentially the same, so there's no change in the force behind Complete, the nano droplet technology in combination with the lipid and the actives. But it's a unique drop tainer that prevents backflow and contamination, so you don't have to go and use single vials, which is great from a sustainability point of view.
Right. So in fact, a lot of the technology is in the bottle itself, right? So you're avoiding sort of what a lot of people these days really don't want, right? They don't want the waste of having to throw out those individual small bottles every time.
you know how humans are. They always want to do something that probably is against what you should be doing. It's in many ways our human nature to try and save something. But in this case, you're looking at, compromises of sterility. So it definitely adds value from the safety and quality of the product, which is what we always want to bring to the table for our patients.
Excellent. And the science hasn't slowed down. We mentioned over the past 20 years, it's really started to advance. But even in the last 2 or 3 years, there have been a few big studies that have come out that are very significant for clinicians. Maybe you could step us through a couple of them and tell us what's going on.
Yeah, we especially, of course, with Sustain Complete, we've done, our clinical work group has done a lot of great work on trying to figure out where we stand, not only in terms of short-term assessments of the value Sustain brings to a daily use, but also from a long-term use. And there's been 3 key studies, and one of them was by Craig and co-authors in the Ocular Surface Journal in 2021. And they examined a wide variety of patients who were treated with Sustain Complete. And this was in the preserved formulation. At that time, we had not come out with preservative-free. But the one important thing to note here is that what we found in this particular study was done over several months. And interestingly, patients with an evaporative component to their dry eye experienced improvement in their lipid layer grade with Sustain Complete. And I know you're showing here some essentially lipid layer colored fringe patterns, which show the differences post-treatment. And clearly, when they looked at the lipid layer interferometric patterns following the dosing in this long-term study, there was clear indication in the endpoints that there was a higher lipid layer grade, which indicated essentially that a thicker amorphous lipid layer pattern had formed, which is associated with enhanced tear film stability. So very important in this study over several months of use that this supports a long-lasting effect of the Sustain Complete. And, this is one of the first studies, that I've seen with one of our products that, first of all, we pushed out for many months, which is great because that's not easy to do. And not only did we push it out, but we opened it up such that after these several months of use, we were able to show that there was an enhancement in the tear film stability. And this is just wonderful news for a product like this, and goes back to that early science that was put in with Don Korb in terms of using a polar phospholipid in combination with the active propylene glycol to provide value for long-term benefits. So yeah, awesome study, and kudos to our clinical folks and the doctors that helped in this study.
Excellent. And I know that there was also another large study, and I can put it up right here to show people, that was done in 2020. Maybe you want to step us through this one as well.
Yeah, this was the daily, it's always interesting to, also think about that. If you just use one drop, what is the benefit of that? Here we're using, of course, an over-the-counter lubricant drop with the active propylene glycol. And here, after 4 and 8 hours, you see that there was enhancement of these clinical endpoints. And if we just walk through some of these, you can see that there was essentially these were patient-reported outcomes to assess the speed of onset and the length of efficacy of a single drop. So here, again, as I'm saying, is you're looking at a very, very quick study and the impact of it. And the dry eye symptom scores improved immediately. And that was not only after installation, but was sustained through 4 and 8 hours. On average, patients who had rated their symptoms as moderate or severe at baseline, a score of 6 to 10, just so everyone knows, on the visual analog scale, improved to ratings of mild or no symptoms, which is a 0 to 5 score on the visual analog scale at the time points evaluated. And overall, this data has supported that patients can experience immediate symptom relief. And this may last up to 8 hours based on administration of a single drop of Sustain Complete. So very powerful daily use and very powerful long-term use.
Yep, and the other final study that we have is by you. This one I found interesting because it covered all the different etiologies or types of dry eye, which I found really kind of fascinating.
Yeah, and of course, when you think about the dry eye patients, it's in many ways a very complex population. And it's never just typically easily to be diagnosing a patient with aqueous deficiency only or evaporative only. And we know that meibomian gland dysfunction is in a large proportion of patients, but that may have a subset of aqueous deficiency. And essentially in this particular study, we were looking at BID, which is twice daily dosing of Sustain Complete in all these major subtypes, the aqueous deficient, evaporative, and the mixed. And after 14 days of use, the tear film breakup time and ocular discomfort improved from baseline for all dry eye types. So fortunately, we called Sustain Complete, because essentially we were able to show across these different types, major types of dry eye, we were able to show improvement in the tear film breakup time and improve the ocular discomfort. So this is great supporting evidence of the use of Sustain in tear film stability and symptoms in patients with these major types of dry eye. Really, this really closed out really a wonderful study with both the short and long-term use of Sustain. And now we're showing with all these major types of dry eye patients, we have an opportunity with Sustain Complete to add value to the practitioner's ability to provide a product for those patients when perhaps they may not know what they have or may be difficult. This is a product that they can provide as an offering.
Right. Well, and thank you for catching us up on the science, because I think one issue that everybody has is it's kind of overwhelming to know what to recommend, and particularly for a patient, if a patient's sort of flying solo on this and they're going and they see all these choices, right, they really have no idea. So I think it is very important for the clinician to be really up on the latest science so they can make a recommendation that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that doesn't get talked about is we have integrated in Sustain Complete a true phospholipid in combination with the active propylene glycol. It's very unique because based on the work from Dr. Korb and the learnings from clinical studies of polar phospholipids and the DUCE-2 report, we have integrated into Complete this science and this clinical understanding that adds value to this mixed population in dry eye, in these major types of dry eye patients. And so, I think it's important to get people to understand, when companies like Alcon invest in technology and put a lot of effort, not only in science, but the clinical side of things to support the value that the science is bringing. This really, is something to be proud of, not only for Alcon as a company, but for all the doctors, out there that are providing great care for their patients. This is a product that should be part of their wheelhouse to offer all the major types of dry eye patients because we have incorporated, the key aspects of the Sustain engine, the HP Guar gelling technology, and now this polar phospholipid with the active demulcent. So wonderful journey, and I know that there's more journeys ahead.
Great. Well, Howard, thank you so much for being here today. It's not often we actually get to speak to the scientists behind the product. So again, thanks for coming in and doing this. And I'm sure the conversation will continue online.
It will. Thank you so much. And great to meet you, and happy to be back when possible to talk more about this great innovation portfolio.